How's it going, everyone? This is the Thought Provoker, and welcome to my live stream. Welcome. How's everyone doing today? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Black Hole says, "Good topic, TP." Thanks. Let's have a look. All right, there's the PayPal thing. Perpetual Pleasurer says the troops have arrived. Indeed. Perpetual Pleasurer says the anti-wage slavery rebellion is here. We are bold, we are chilling, we are legion. The couch is our throne. Nice. We will never give in. We will never surrender our sexy bodies to this diabolical thing called money tender. By the way, PP, I will let you in. Just let me read this and then I'll let you in. 88 says, TP, I have a question. Go for it. Perpetual pleasure is welcome.
Thank you, brother.
Nice. So, how are you right now?
Great, especially after talking with you for a while. Especially
Oh, you
good.
got cut out. Sorry, say that again.
Oh, I said, especially after having a great convo with you, especially good.
Oh, cool. Good. Fantastic. All right. So, let me just put this in, 1 second. I'm creating a banner. Let me copy and paste this. Copy and paste. Cool. Exit that.
Cool.
Who accent is that?
Mickey Mouse.
Who?
Mickey Mouse.
Oh,
Cool.
oh, that was terrible. I'm no offense. Sorry. I'm sorry. No offense.
It was made to sound especially terrible.
Oh,
It's the warped,
hey,
mutated,
job well done.
the horror version, horror Mickey Mouse. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Horror version. There is wage slavery / capitalism. Why are workplaces so evil and toxic? All right, should be scrolling. Autisticus Spasticus says, I bet Charlie Kirk is sipping margaritas on a beach in Tel Aviv right now. Tel Aviv? What's Tel Aviv? PB?
Oh, Tel Aviv. That's the main capital city of Israel, or at least one of the main big capital cities. I'm not sure if it's the one. I think it is. I think it's the main capital of
Oh,
Israel, as far as I know. Well, I sure hope that he is. I sure hope he's not dead, but I mean, all the evidence seems to show that he is. But I would prefer that he's not dead and hasn't been
yeah.
assassinated, just like I would prefer that anybody, for the most part, hasn't been assassinated, especially someone like that who just talked about stuff and didn't hurt anyone, as far as I know.
Noted. Let me see. 88 says, if I were in a world where it's just me. Okay. Let me read it. If I were in a world where it's just men, I'd get euthanized. And when a female said, what about if it's a world full of females? You said you wouldn't get euthanized. Doesn't that sound anti-man / female worships to you? Did I hold on a second. So you're saying that I said if it's a world full of females, you said you wouldn't get euthanized. Hold on. Hold that thought.
I think the first part is that was mostly a joke, though. That
No,
question answer.
but I want confirmation. I'm gonna check if I actually said that I wouldn't get euthanized. So just give me a moment.
So what I would say in response, while you're looking that up, is I don't think that's anti-man or anti-woman at all, because uh, it has everything to do with a preference. Because it's like, well, I can affirmatively say that if I was in a world of only women, I would love that world. Like, I'm not anti-men. I'm not opposed to men existing if they exist. But if I lived in a world of only women, I would especially like that world, right? Let's just, if that was just the nature of the world, I wouldn't go out of my way to remove men. I would just, if it was only women, I'd love that. That'd be great because I get along with women really well.
Hold on. Okay, so I'm on the post right now. I'm trying to look for. Okay, I found the post, but I'm looking for. So someone, okay, so I found the post, and some comments were asking me about, oh, a world where women in it, and you are the only guy that's there. What will you feel about it? And I said, still have to think about it. So that's one thing I said. Someone else asked me something similar. Yeah, someone said, interesting. How would you feel about a world exclusively made up of women? And and I essentially basically said that I have to think about it. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, I basically said I have to think about it. So I did not, in fact, say I didn't say that I wouldn't get euthanized. I just said I had to think about it. So yeah. So there's the confirmation there. I didn't say, yeah, I didn't say that I wouldn't get euthanized.
Well, even if somebody says that they prefer that, though, having a preference isn't the same as being against or opposed to men.
Yeah, true.
Like preferring to be surrounded by women isn't like, it's something you would like. Doesn't mean you dislike men. Like that.
Yeah,
That
yeah, yeah.
doesn't. It's
I
not.
hope
Yeah,
to
it
answer
doesn't
his
work.
question.
Right.
I hope to answer his question. No, it doesn't. Doesn't make me anti. Yeah, he said, doesn't that sound anti-man slash female worship to you? No, the answer is no. Hope that answers your question.
If you're going out of your way and despising men, that's a different thing from simply liking more being surrounded by females in terms of a
Mm-hmm.
world. Like for example, right now we like each other. We're both guys. We love. I would not in any world want you gone from the world in any version
Mm-hmm.
of reality as a guy. I'd like you as a guy in this world. So it's like, but if there was just a reality where automatically, boom, it's just females, I would have no specific impetus to on purpose bring males into it. I guess that's an interesting topic for a different day. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so as
Noted.
not to get
Noted.
sidetracked.
Are you good? Um, Autisticus Spasticus says, "Oh my." I'll let you read that one if you want.
Says, "Oh my God, PP doesn't even know about the superimposed bullet wound. It doesn't move and single his body for fuck's sake." Well, I would say on that one, like I said, great. If he actually is alive, like I said, that's awesome. I actually like. He seems like a decent quality human being overall, even though a shit ton of the stuff he said I disagree with quite vehemently a lot. As a person, as a human being, as a Christian, I don't think he's a bad person in any way, shape, or to any notable degree, right? In spite of my disagreements with him, he seems like plenty of different Christians I knew about in my life, in real life, that I got along with pretty good, that I just disagreed with strongly on certain points. But like I said, if and this is what's interesting to me about this, like this whole where people go on about, because I've been hearing this a lot, where people saying it was faked, it was staged. Yeah, it may well have been faked or staged or whatever the heck else is going on with it. And I say, even if it was faked or staged, great. I would rather him be alive than having been shot in the neck. I think most
I see your
people
point.
feel that. That's what I'm saying. Like, so, but
Mm-hmm.
unless
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's the case. But if he's actually dead, then that sucks. Like if that he
Mm-hmm.
got
Mm-hmm.
assassinated. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
So
I understand. Let's see. So 88 says that's female worship. Okay, in reference to what we were talking about earlier about the whole euthanasia thing. Okay. Well, I mean, if you say so, but I don't think I mean, by the definition, hang on. A feeling showing okay. Anyway, if you say, okay, so worship, to love, respect, and admire someone or something very much, often without noticing the bad qualities of that person or thing. So yeah, it depends on what context you're talking about, because there's also other definitions that involve the deity, but nonetheless, Autisticus Spasticus says, "No, I'll let you read that one."
Says, oh, he's bringing that up. He says, it means he was an actor, maybe Charlie Kirk was just a character he was playing. When are you going to change that silly profile picture? Okay, well, first of all,
I,
I want to first say, don't even go there when it comes to this profile picture stuff, because that, yeah,
yeah,
you're not going to get far with that. Like,
yeah.
so don't even start on that. Thank you. And the
Hmm.
other part is um, the Charlie Kirk was just an actor he was playing. Like I said, if he was just an actor and just playing the role, even if that's the case, I feel better about that and the fact that he didn't actually get shot in the neck, even if that's the case. So I'm not sure how to make that more clear, but if that's the case, I hope it's the case. So how can we confirm that he's alive somewhere in Tel Aviv or somewhere else? That's what I'm trying to talk about. If he's alive, let's confirm where he's alive at, where, so that we can confirm that he is alive for sure. In other words,
Hmm.
it's the verify principle. It's like, okay, a lot of people are saying he's still alive, he is not dead. So where is he? Where can we find him? Where can we see that he's alive somewhere? That's what I asked anybody who claims this. Where is he? And until we can confirm he's somewhere and exists somewhere, there he is, then we don't know where he is yet. So it's like, I would just ask, where is he? Right?
And quick side note, Autisticus Spasticus, you talk about PP's silly profile picture, but that's rich coming from you because look at your profile
Yeah, look
picture.
at your fucking profile picture, man.
His
We're not.
your profile picture is disturbing as hell.
So it's the picture from like the Indiana Jones movie where the Nazi guy's face is melting off. See, here's the thing. Your profile picture is objectively, factually a horrifying, nightmare looking picture, even though I don't
Repeat,
have any
please repeat
personal
it again
issues with
because you
it.
got cut out. You said it's
Oh, I'm just
objectively what?
saying that picture is basically almost objectively an horrifying nightmare looking picture compared to the one I have. Like, let's just be real. But I'm not complaining about it. I'm not saying that you need to change your profile or asking you when are you going to change your profile
I
picture.
was actually at one point in my time in my life, I was actually gonna ask him if he could change it because it was that disturbing.
But here's what I'm saying. Notice the hypocrisy in Autisticus Spasticus. He's going to ask me when am I going to change my silly profile picture. And I've never asked him even once, ever, nor have
Mhm.
I ever implied it. When will he change his profile picture?
No,
Like,
I understand. I
because
understand.
it
Like,
doesn't bother me. It's like why would he be bothered by this picture if I'm not bothered by that picture? What look at this
mm,
hypocrisy. Anybody
yeah,
who's
yeah.
watching this,
Like
notice
joking
the
on.
hypocrisy.
I have a feeling he's saying this like facetiously, but you know, still, I still wanted to say that.
He might be saying it as a joke reference to the Reagan
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
He might be doing that. Knowing autistic and spastic, though, he probably means it on some semi-serious level at least, and that's why I'm
Noted,
saying don't even
noted,
start on it, bro. Like,
noted. No, yeah,
uh,
that's why I had to call out his profile picture.
yeah.
But yeah, nonetheless, yeah, like you said, don't even start on my beautiful profile picture. There you go. So now let's get into wage slavery slash capitalism. Why are workplaces so evil and toxic? Now, uh, let me see. Let me copy and paste. If anyone wants to come on the panel, feel free to do so. The link is in the live chat right now. Here it is. This is the link. If you want to come on the live panel, this is the link to click on so that you can join the conversation. So, PP,
Yes.
wage slavery slash capitalism. Why are workplaces so evil and toxic? Let's talk about it, man. If you have any thoughts that you want to share regarding this topic, feel free to do so, man.
Well, they're so toxic and horrible because going all the way back in history, it's been an ongoing cultural push for them to be that way. In other words, it started with the puritanical craziness that came over here, where everybody had this over the top crazed work ethic because it was a combination of factors. They sort of had to survive. Otherwise, they would have died of starvation. And a lot did die of starvation. So if they didn't work their fucking asses off all day, every day, a shit ton, to basically survive with the colonies and stuff like that, they would have just died. And the colony, none of the colonies would have been successful. However, that combined with this ongoing puritanical ideology towards the Bible, where they valued suffering, the long suffering principle is a high value, that contributes to this fucked up warped Christian culturalism that still drives a lot of things in this world. I would say puritanical culturalism that even the secular atheistic world doesn't even realize how much of it permeates their own psychology to this day. That it's actually, it was mostly a religious fanaticism driven thing, that people still, for whatever fucked up reason, adhere to today. And on top of that, you combine that with these fucked up, warped, non-ethically driven capitalist ideologies. No, notice how I emphasized non-ethically driven versions of capitalism ideologies.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Capitalism in and of itself not being the issue, but unethical versions of it being the issue. So
Uh-huh.
you combine both of those, and basically you have what we have now, this cesspool of where employers get off on tormenting people, and they also get off on making, superior claims in terms of verbally and in how they set up their workplaces, like not allowing people chairs to sit down
Oh,
on
yeah, I made a
purpose.
video about that. I made a
Yeah,
video about that.
great
That's
video. He does it. They do it to force people to suffer. It's actually so bad to where, and you can actually verify this. Um, so if you don't believe me, you can verify this. There's actually the majority of corporate business owners, from what I've seen, they, if they have to make a choice, they would rather make a stance that they're the big bad boss over everyone and everything, even if it means that their company may potentially get completely destroyed, disappear because of it. They would rather make a prideful, egoistic, I'm the boss, so fuck you claim in what they do and how they behave, even if it means their business fails, more so than admitting they were wrong and admitting that they're a fucked up asshole in doing what they did.
yeah.
Even if it means their business falls apart. And this has happened in many cases. Businesses have fallen apart because people opted to be an asshole and dig their heels in over and above being a reasonable person so that their business succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad
Right.
it is.
Noted, noted. So about what you said historically, so you said that there was a time historically where, people were basically working their asses off just to basically survive, just to be able to eat. And
Yes.
so what, so are you saying that because that happened historically, it's come to the point where they've gotten used to the suffering, where it's like some kind of Stockholm syndrome thing, where like it's passed, from
That's
generation to generation?
That's part of it, yes, but a lot of it is because they literally are brainwashed into positively valuing suffering, long suffering,
Mm. Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, they basically consider, they actually have this built-in psychology, warped psychology, that the more strain and mental, emotional. So in other words, as long as you're experiencing mental, emotional, or physical strain of some notable type, they actually attach a higher value to those types of work than they do to work where a person is freed from physical,
Mm-hmm.
mental,
Mm-hmm.
and or
So
emotional
it's like they were
strain.
forced. So it's like they were forced into that mindset of, over time, eventually valuing that type of suffering because of what it gave them in return.
Exactly. Yes. So
Yeah.
basically, nowadays this has continued on to where it's absolutely psychotic in the modern world and totally insane. I mean, you could probably make an excuse in the early colonies that it's the only way they could have survived by having that value towards hard work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but nowadays, it absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. Because there's a big difference between being in the middle of fucking nowhere with natives that might kill you at any point, potentially, at the drop of a
Mm-hmm.
hat. Not saying that natives were inclined to do this at the drop of a hat, but if somebody's walking into your land, some random ass person from some other who the fuck knows where, and there's on your land, and they have guns and shit and swords and whatever the fuck else they've got. I mean, obviously, you're going to probably be inclined to preemptively maybe kill them yourself. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's just logical, right? Like, you
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
don't know who the
yeah.
fuck they are. They could kill you at any time. So are you going to kill them first or wait till they attack you? Like, what are you doing?
Right,
Like,
right, right, right.
so
No, I
if you're
understand.
surrounded by that, if you're surrounded by wilderness swamps and fucking, the ships aren't coming in enough, the ship is delayed in getting to you. Well, guess what? You're on the borderline of starving pretty much. And so,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in that scenario, it makes sense that everybody has a really good work ethic to be like, okay, we got to fucking get all this shit planted in the ground. We got to make sure we get our wood stocked up, that we got to
Mm-hmm.
do what do we ever need to do to hunt and trade and whatever the fuck. I mean, so yeah, a work ethic that's kind of fanatical in that sense for a
Mm-hmm.
time until you can solve that fucking situation makes sense. Just like today, if you're in a survival situation, it's important to have good work ethic so you don't freeze to death.
Mm-hmm.
But like if you have nowadays, if you're in a world where that's not the pressing situation. We're not going to literally die or go extinct if we're not all working our asses off all day, every day.
Right,
You
right.
know, like it's just, in effect, it's quite the opposite. Nowadays, it's a situation where people are going to actually be far more productive if they have far shorter work days
Hmm.
and far less pressure. Actually, and it's been proven many
Yeah.
times over. People do better nowadays in that setting than they
Hmm.
do otherwise, and they're
Hmm.
more productive, so they get
Hmm.
more done.
But
So
some bosses are just straight up evil. It's a shame. It really
yeah,
is.
it's a fact. But in fact, a lot of them are evil as fuck. I mean, think
Yeah.
about it. And here's the other problem. There's a tendency. It's like a funnel type thing. Ratio wise, the types of people who allow themselves to become bosses tend to be types of people who have some degree of desire to control others. Not always,
Yeah.
but usually that's the demographic. Same reason
Hmm.
why there's a high ratio of sociopaths and psychopaths in positions of CEOs, because
Hmm.
they tend to be the only types of people who really desire those positions in most cases.
Hmm. Hmm.
Most other humans don't like to be in such a position of being able to dictate what others do that much.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. It'd
they
make them feel
prefer to
worse.
yeah, they prefer to collaborate more with other people
Yeah.
than control them, basically. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
No, of course. So Autisticus Spasticus says, in a planet with limited resources, what other way could it be? No such thing as a free lunch, as they say. Okay, interesting question. Do you if you have no thoughts, that's fine. But if you have thoughts, you can respond. PP.
okay, so he's saying in a planet, what other way could it be? No such thing as a free lunch. I would ask for a clarification on that. I mean, if he's talking about like the early days, the colonial days where it's wilderness, then yeah, obviously you can't survive without a very intensive work ethic, whatever it's driven by, whether secular or religious ideologies. You have to have something that drives you to work very frequently and very hard to survive, obviously. But
Hmm.
nowadays we're in a different world, though. I mean, think about it. The entire reason we created the modern world, like if anybody's sane and being honest, is so that things are more efficient and streamlined and less taxing on us physically, right? I mean,
Hmm.
otherwise, why would we develop technology at all in the first place? That's the reason why we do it. It's for that reason, right? The whole reason we have roads, flat roads, and cars and vehicles is so that we don't have to walk 100 fucking miles to get to the next town, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Obviously. And so that we can do it without straining our asses off and our legs and being exhausted and having our knees wear out before we
Yeah,
fucking finish surfing.
unnecessarily. Yeah.
So that's why technology exists in the first place, on top of all of the things that allow that games and stuff that allow our minds to be calmed down and relaxed, things that people didn't have in the past, to do that with. And so, in the modern context, we've built a world that's designed for giving us more luxury and free time, and that's a good thing. But it's like, okay, if we're creating that world and that's what our focus is, it makes no sense at all if we're going to maintain this psychotic craze, obsessive work ethic of the past, because the entire point of modern technology is to eliminate that from us, from having to be a thing. Otherwise, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we? This is another reason I like the historical survival skills stuff, because it's like that's exactly my point. It's like if I'm surrounded by people who are borderlines, insane, who basically value this slavery, wage slavery work shit. It's
Yeah,
like,
work sims.
why the fuck are we even using the technology then? If I'm surrounded by people with that psychology, I'm better off literally being in the fucking wilderness then. Because
Hmm.
if they're
Hmm.
gonna be obsessive about working hard like an ass anyway, whether I'm in
Hmm.
the city or not, why not just work hard like an ass in the middle of nowhere, free from their bullshit? Like,
There
you
you
know what I'm
go.
saying? It
Yeah, I
makes no
understand.
logical sense, right?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Je says, "Hey yo, hey, you can come up if you want. Anyone can come up. Just click the link. If you click this link, you can come up on the panel." All right. Uh, Animaj Hel Helkvist. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Says we are all born into a shitty capitalistic slavery system. And the crazy shit, 70% hate their work, but in the same time, they go and vote for the same system they hate. Hmm. I thought he was going to say for a second, oh, they hate their jobs yet, or they hate their work yet they're still choosing to bring children into this capitalistic slavery system. That really boggles my mind. But yeah, what are your thoughts on what he said about
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's interesting because it just shows that most people don't think or feel very deeply. So, in other words,
yeah.
they always have this the next thing's illusion. The next thing's like, oh, the next thing upcoming, this time, it'll might be
Hmm.
solved. This time, this one guy I vote
Or
for,
they
he's
don't
going to
think
fix
ahead.
this or change this. They don't think ahead. They don't recognize. They don't recognize the clock of bullshit that all
Hmm.
politicians keep circling around, basically, no matter what
Hmm.
party they're from. It's like, okay, none of these politicians are ever, let me be very clear about this, ever for the rest of history, forever. None of them are going to stop with the clock of bullshit because unless and until they do this one single thing, they pass into law the requirement of all cities everywhere and to a maximum degree rural areas having fruit trees and edible plants planted as the new plantings, all new plantings instead of ornamentals. Until they do that, nothing is ever going to be fixed on the clock of bullshit
If
because the problem of people needing to work to earn money to buy food from somewhere else is going to remain until you have food in front of your face. There it is. That problem is
Mhm.
going to remain, and they're going to be able to get away with all the other political bullshit that you're going to keep complaining about for the next 500 fucking years, unless and until they pass into law the requirement of edible landscapes everywhere. That's it.
And it's funny. These same people, that are doing the voting, and nothing's changing. They're the same people to criticize others for not knowing about politics or for not being into politics. You
Yeah.
notice that?
And you notice the common theme amongst all of them, none of them argue for edible landscapes being required by law. None of them.
Mm,
Not a
hmm,
single one of
hmm,
them. Not Democrats, not centrists, not right wingers, not far left, not far right. None of these motherfuckers. Most of the
hmm,
independents don't even go on about it. That's the
hmm.
only fucking solution to anything ever.
You're
Like
the only
this is
person I know who talks about
there
edible
you go.
landscape. You're the
See?
only
What does
person.
that tell you? What does that
That's
tell you?
that tells me a lot.
Tells you a lot, doesn't it? And it
Hmm.
explains why the problem has never been solved because nobody's fucking talking about it. And when you
Hmm.
bring it up to people, they refuse and deny it. It doesn't matter what motherfucking party they're for. And they deny it for
Hmm.
stupid ass fucking reasons every time that are shitty fucking reasons. uh,
Hmm. Hmm.
Dumb as fuck reasons. Because guess what? Okay, if you don't do that, guess what? The same motherfucking problems are going to remain as before. So have fun with that. Have fun with continued wage slavery, you fucking idiots who are opposed to edible landscapes. And fuck all of you if you're opposed to edible landscapes. Hell, fuck anybody who's listening to this that's opposed to edible landscapes. Fuck all of y'all. Like, you're awesome and you're cool
Go
in my
full
book if
throttle.
you're for edible landscapes, and I just say fuck off to any of you if you're opposed to them. You suck. Like that's just it's that simple. I have no holds barred with that shit.
Fair play, man. Fair play. Uh, against life 1000. How are you, man? Hello? Are you muted?
Hello?
Hello? Against life 1000.
Guys hear me?
Oh, oh, hey. Yeah, we can hear you. Hello. Testing.
Oh, is this the individual that used to go by the name Antinatalist Witch?
Hello. Against
Did
life 1000. Hello.
hello? Did you used to go by the name Antinatalist Witch before in the past?
Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Uh,
Voice
if you
sounds
want,
very familiar. Very familiar.
hmm, who knows? Who knows? Maybe not. But against life 1000, we were able to hear you for 1 second, but now we can't hear you. If you can hear us, though, yeah, I was gonna say just leave and then come back. If you can leave, then come back. That would be awesome. I'll leave the link in the live chat again so you can come up. Oh
So I
wait,
think. Oh,
she's hello against life 1000.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes,
All
yes,
right,
we can
awesome.
hear you.
Yes, I used to be anti-natalist switch. What's up?
Oh, not much, not
hello.
much. Welcome, welcome. First time being on my panel. Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing awesome. How about yourself?
I'm fine, thank you. Welcome. So yeah,
Thank you.
no problem.
So, I see the title, Our Workplaces Evil.
No, no. So it says wage slavery slash capitalism. Why are workplaces so evil and toxic? So yeah, why are they so toxic and evil?
So people want to well, natalists and pro-lifers, they want to pretend that we are here working together as a society to make the world a better place, and that's just a bunch of bullshit.
Hmm.
Because most jobs have put pressure on you to what they want to call it. What is it called nowadays? You have to be productive. That's
Mm.
their little word, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But when you really break it down, what is productivity? Productivity is making the CEO or the owner of the company millions of dollars.
Right.
So we're not working together as a society. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Yes.
It's
But
so much toxicity. I mean, if you look at Amazon, for example, I mean, these people can't even take bathroom breaks. They're clocking their bathroom breaks. They can't drink water on the job.
That's
What is this?
crazy.
it's
This is
insane.
slavery.
Yeah,
That
it
is
is
slavery.
slavery. It's slavery, and no one can argue against that. I don't want to hear about the whole, because people like to immediately try to dismiss what we say by going to shadow, shadow slavery, and it's like at the end of the day, slavery, is slavery, shadow slavery, wage slavery, slavery, slavery. It's like with abuse. It's not just
Yeah,
physical abuse. There's emotional abuse, verbal abuse. Abuse is abuse. It's like that.
exactly.
Yeah.
If we were working together as a society, there would not be any such thing as this word productivity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We would
Yeah.
actually feel like we're accomplishing a goal, we're working towards something. But at the end of the day, when you look at your paycheck, you take it home, you can barely even pay rent, and you were being productive at work, but now you look at your paycheck and you can barely make it. It's
Right.
like,
Life shouldn't be like that, where you're working, your absolute hardest for a paycheck that barely gets you by, that barely gets you, the basic necessities in life, basically a home, food, uh, and clothing,
exactly.
Yeah,
So here's
that
what's
is slavery.
they would actually be doing better too. And there's actually scientific studies that have been done on this in the real world where it's confirmed over and over and over again. When people are paid higher, paid better, and treated well at work, given better breaks, less hours, people perform better, they do more, they're happier to show up at work, and the economy's better, everything's better. The company succeeds more. But it's like the world is full of these asinine corporate pieces of shit who shoot themselves in the foot by treating
Mhm.
people like crap. And this is verified scientifically. We know that this is how it goes, but they do it anyway.
Which is dumb. It just doesn't make sense.
They hinder the
uh,
success of their own companies. That's what they
mhm.
do, literally.
Right, right. So let's see, we got F Society. Yeah, F Society. How are you? Just wanted to emphasize your name. Yeah, how are you?
Yeah. Um, I'm doing good. Yeah, not bad.
Cool, cool. uh you don't have to say, you can say prefer not to say, but would you, your voice sounds familiar. Is it who I think it is? I'm not going to say the name, but is it who I think it is?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool,
I'm the
cool.
same.
Yeah,
I'm
all
the
right,
same
cool, cool.
person. Yeah.
Welcome back anyway, welcome back.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on, like, wage slavery? Like, why do you think workplaces are so evil and toxic?
I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know if I have a good
That's
answer for that.
that's fine, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, all I can say is, bosses they have this complex, they
Well,
have a
I mean,
complex. Oh, your back. No, no. Could you mute your background, please? I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. So yeah, let me mute. Hang on.
And
Uh,
on top of that, you have to deal with other coworkers, which is dealing with other
oh yeah,
people.
coworkers can be just as bad. Uh, um, wait, hold on.
whoa.
Whoa, where is that coming from?
Oh my God. Where did that come from? Wow.
No, it came from against Life 1000.
Oh yeah.
She's sorting it out right now.
Yeah,
But
definitely it's not from this
nonetheless,
end.
yeah, yeah. Apologies, F Society. I thought it was coming from you. Apologies.
No. What I was worried. Like I was worried it was coming from me, and then it would be awkward basically. But
Yeah. No, no, but you're good. No, apologies. Yeah. But yeah, let's look at some comments in the meantime, and
But yeah,
uh,
thank you. Thank you for muting your mic. Whoever that was, I
oh
don't
yeah, yeah, yeah,
perpetual
yeah, yeah,
or
yeah.
yeah.
No, it was against Life 1000, but nonetheless, she'll be back. Let's have a look. Miss L Rose says, "Lol, I think it's more than 70% of people who hate their jobs." I genuinely believe that. What do you guys think? Do you guys believe that as well? It's more than 70%.
For people who hate their jobs, I would
Yes.
Yeah.
say it's pretty.
Or whoa, whoa. I so against Life 1000, I think you may have YouTube in the background. Like it might be playing in the background. If you take that off or turn that off, then maybe that noise will go away. Nonetheless.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you guys think that it's more than 70% of people who hate their jobs or just wage slavery in general, right?
I'd say at least that 70%. Yeah, I think it's more.
Yeah, I think it's more too.
I
I
mean,
think
it's not just people hate their jobs. It's also that people hate their lives as well. Yeah.
well, there are people like that as well, But maybe they hate their lives because of the fact that most of our lives, you know, uh, is basically wage slavery and sleep.
Yes,
Yeah.
very true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you know what? I've spoken to someone who, I won't say their names, but I've spoken to someone who happens to be a mother, and she told me that her child, um, this, she told me that her son basically said, "Mommy, school feels like prison," and that was deep. That was deep. I'm like, yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Wow, even some kids are feeling like school is like prison, and yeah, they're waking up to that.
Very
That's the
much
first
so.
time I've heard about a kid saying school feels like prison. Yeah.
Yep, I knew that from day one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same. Same.
It, yeah, you guys saw the video I uploaded, that short about comparing the way prison looks to school, like in terms of the dining halls, or as you guys call the
100%.
mess halls, and just the way it is, the playground, the mess halls, all of that.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah. That was pretty deep. That went pretty deep. I
yeah, it
think.
is. Yeah. Let's see. Je says, "Well, why don't you work at Autisticus Spasticus?" Je says, "Yes, I think so, PB." Uh, Jay says, "Yes, they do sound familiar."
Regarding the voice sound, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Je says, "Hey, nice to meet you against Life 1000." Perpetual Pleasure says, "Autisticus, the entire point of technology is to minimize work bullshit. Otherwise, it's pointless." Great point. Very great point.
Yep, that's what I always bring up. Why are we using technology if it's that serving that purpose? Like, why not just live like medieval people then? And that, like, it's like, there is no
Yeah,
point to it unless it's solving the problem of inefficiency and workload.
So
yeah,
I have a
exactly. What?
question for you guys. Do you guys
y-
think technology will someday take over all jobs and then we'll all be forced to be homeless and poor? Or
uh,
Hmm.
I have an interesting answer for that, but I'll let others go first.
I actually, I actually wanted. Uh, what was his name? Shifted. Yeah, shifted reality to come on
Oh no,
because
that's great. But no, no, that's fine. But to answer the question, wait, say the question again. Against Life.
do you believe like technology, AI will someday take over all jobs and then we'll all be forced to be poor and homeless? I mean, I
Ooh.
won't. I'm gonna take myself out of here. I don't give a fuck about this world at all.
All right.
But, everybody else, do you think it'll force everybody else out of work, homeless,
Ooh, I've never
poor?
thought about. Actually, you know what? That has crossed my mind. Like, AI potentially taking over, like in an evil way, where we become, like, yeah, about being homeless. Is it gonna happen? Do I think it's gonna happen?
Because many people have recently lost their jobs to AI.
Here's
Hmm.
Around
I have a take on
42,000.
it that might be
Go on,
interesting,
DB.
Phil. I think personally that it's going to go one of two ways. and it's most likely going to go the mixed bag way, leaning in the negative direction as most of history has gone as usual. So, in other words, the ideal situation would be that AI and the machines. What in the world? Okay,
Yeah, I heard the.
I'm not sure what happened there. I'm literally standing in the same spot. Nothing's changed. Okay. Anyway, so AI basically takes over the majority of jobs and stuff. However, the people who don't have jobs are guaranteed at least a universal basic income of some type for sure to provide all the basic expenses, and people are able to engage in different types of work where they can get paid in addition to the baseline stuff. That would be a more ideal situation. Or what is most likely going to happen though is it would only really be a problem if AI took over all the jobs and everything else, and people were left without any money while that's happening. In other words, they also were not assisted with free money while AI takes over the jobs, because the entire point of AI taking over jobs, once again, would be to free us from having to do them, not to screw us out of having anything at all coming to us, right? So, probably what's going to happen is it's going to go that AI is going to take over the majority of jobs, but it's not going to be combined with people receiving a universal basic income of some type, probably. And so, therefore, people are probably, because of that, going to get screwed out, because while AI is taking over the jobs, it's like, hey, by the way, where is our money coming in so that we can buy what we need to live also? Like,
All right.
because they're never going to do the edible landscape thing. We all know that. So obviously, right? That's what we're looking at, basically.
Follow up question. Do you believe you're going to have to get microchipped to get that universal basic income?
It's probably going to be pushed, highly likely. Yeah.
Mm, I haven't taken that into consideration. Getting microchip just in order to get, like, it has to be a requirement in order to be eligible for like universal basic income.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I see the world moving towards. Because I don't know if you guys know, but the UK is pushing digital IDs right now.
Yeah,
So
I've
is
heard about that.
Vietnam.
I've heard about that
As long
digital
as we could
IDs.
receive universal basic income outside of getting chipped, that would be a beneficial situation. If it requires a chip, that's a very fucked up situation, but a realistic one
It really
nonetheless.
just shows you. I know it sounds redundant, but it just, as we talk, it really just shows you like how fucked up this world is, man. It really does.
It really is fucked.
Yeah.
And it favors, not only is it fucked, it favors corruption and
Well,
Yes.
evilness and
uh,
screwing others over. It favors that.
hmm What were you saying? Hold on. F Society. Hello.
what? No,
Yeah. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say I couldn't hear. I had trouble hearing everyone because like the audio was really weird for everyone. It was really staticky. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Maybe that's probably from your end. Maybe due to Wi-Fi connection. I'm not sure. But
yeah,
nonetheless,
We hear you loud and clear.
would you
yeah, it
say
was from
again?
my speaker. I think.
Okay. 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 Yeah. What did you say against?
Yeah, I think.
No, I just said we could hear him loud and clear.
Oh yeah. 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 No. Absolutely. Nonetheless, let's read some comments. Let's have a look.
So if you guys have to get microchip for the universal basic income, are you going to do it?
The way I see it,
Getting
it kind of defeats the
microchipped.
purpose. Like it just defeats the purpose of any kind of like the way I see a lot of modern technology. It just defeats the purpose because people still work their asses off anyway, in spite of having all of this shit like cars and everything else. So, I think I see the microchip is basically similar to that. And, I don't take the book of Revelation in any type of literal interpretation sense. However, that theme basically of, that some central dark authority trying to just forcefully take everybody over or else, because if you think about it realistically, if you don't get the microchip in that type of scenario, you're forced to have to go into the middle of whatever wilderness you can find and survive that way, because you won't be able to pay for anything in the cities.
If you want
So
to survive.
if you want to survive, that's what I'm saying. I do want to survive, by the way. Not everybody does, but I do. I'm one of the ones who do like survival. But
Would you take the chip?
No.
What about you,
the
PP?
chip, I think the chip is probably where I draw the line. I would put it this way. I would have to know exactly how it works, exactly how it's able to be manipulated and tracked, and how the fucking thing operates and shit. And I would also need to be able to easily, conveniently remove it to where it doesn't remain in my bloodstream or some weird shit like that. I probably not, most likely not, but I'd have to see.
Okay, so let's say that wasn't the case. You're not able to remove it.
And the government's
Not able to
tracking your
remove it.
every move, your every emotion, your every thought,
Yeah, in that case, I
feeling.
wouldn't get it. If it's literally something like that, which it probably most likely be, I wouldn't in that
I
case.
personally, speaking for myself, I would rather get euthanized than take the chip.
Well,
Hell
knowing
yeah.
me, I'd literally, that would be my final. It'd be like, all right, now's the time. Get off your lazy ass, bro, and go to the wilderness and fucking live there full time now. No more camping trips. No more, multiple day spurts here and there. Just, nope, you're going to live there now. That's all there is fucking to it. That
But
would
I'm
be
just
my
curious,
basically
PP,
signal
if
for
you
it.
had to if you had to pick between those two, get euthanized or take the chip in order to
Well,
get
if I
universal.
had to pick between those two, I'd definitely take the chip because I'd rather live, even if I'm this beast marked fucking, beast of revelation zombie fucking thing. I'd rather have some form of prolonged life over and above getting
I think the
euthanized.
majority of humans feel the way you feel, for sure.
Yeah, but most won't admit it to
Hmm.
themselves usually,
I
but
don't know
most
about
do, I
that.
think, feel that in the sense that, most people, a lot of people would say they wouldn't do it, but most will. Like, for example,
Mm-hmm.
I've talked about this topic a lot with others, especially, both Christians and non-Christians, but let's just move it outside of the whole Christian fold by itself. Let's just talk brass tacks, right? If you're in a world where, situationally, right? Like right now, think about it today. If you don't have cash or credit cards or something to buy food within the cities today, right now, right? Think about it. You can barely scratch an existence that way. You're stuck homeless, basically food banks. Whoever's willing to give you food for free is where you're at mostly. I mean, berry bushes and shit, sure. Fruit trees here and there that you can find somewhere. But other than that, for the most part, you're basically starving your ass off unless your people are handing you free food
Yeah,
somewhere, right?
yeah,
So even now, so what to speak of if you have a chip and you're required, that's the only way you can buy or sell anything. Most people, like parents of families, whoever they are, they're going to come up with an excuse why, in their particular case, they're the exception to the rule. So you'll have like the whole populace will do this. They'll be like, oh, we're all opposed to the chip, to being chipped. But then what every single one of them is going to do, they're going to act, every single one, they're going to act like they're all the exception. Oh, but in my specific case, I have kids to take care of. It's what I have to do. I don't
Mm-hmm.
desire to get the chip, but I'm going to do it for this reason. Then you have the next guy doing the same thing, the next person doing the same thing. You see what I'm saying? So everybody will agree to get it. They'll begrudgingly get it. They'll
mm,
roll their eyes at it, but they'll all agree to it. That's how it's going to look, basically, right? Because they're all going to have their own little justification why they're the exception to the rule, right? That's what it's going to
Hmm.
look like,
Yeah.
So
basically.
basically, because they have kids to take care of.
Yeah, or even if they don't have kids, they're going to come up, well, if I don't do this, I literally can't live in the city and I can't function. And, like if you're in the UK, so there's not really enough wilderness to live in because, that patch of national forest over there is filled with 100 people now because they're trying to escape the chip. So it's like, well, in my specific case, I have to do it too because, I have to live somehow. And that's basically what they're going to do. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, and they're all, most people are bullshitters like that. They just, and it pisses me off because they try to they talk a big talk, but when push comes to shove, they cave like everybody fucking else does. And so it's pathetic. That's what.
Hmm. Interesting. So just so I'm clear, so PP, um, you would rather take the chip than to get euthanized, correct?
Yeah, but in my case, I have the ability to live out in the middle of nowhere, like way better than most people do. So that's actually what I would do and will do, with all the stuff I have set up, camps and
Oh, if
everything
there was
else.
the third option, which was to live in the wilderness.
That's what I'm going to do as my option instead of the other two. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that
But
is my option, and that's it. That is what I'm going to do if there's a chip situation for sure.
okay,
That's what I'm going to do.
so that would be your number one option. But
Yes.
otherwise, you would pick the chip, instead over you getting euthanized, correct?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the exception would be like, okay, if I knew for a fact or it was highly likely that I was going to be, like somebody was going to flick something on and I was going to be like this anguished zombie for like a month and then die from the chip. If something like that was going to happen, I would get euthanized, yes. But if it's like, okay, if I'm going to realistically live, another 20, 30 years and have a decently good life with the chip, then yeah, that would be a different story than, okay, I'm probably going to be you know, a brain dead zombie who's going to die within like a month or something because some nut
Mm,
job, like it put something into our bloodstream with the chip or some weird shit like that. You
mhm,
know, like a lot of what they say in Revelation, if people get the chip, basically something gets turned on where basically people will wish they were dead because it's going to be so torturous to their body. Like that they'll basically people will be begging to die because it's going to be so painful what gets implanted in them after the chip, after they agree to get the chip, right? In other words, they're told, "Oh, your life's going to be so good if you get this done," and blah blah, all these opportunities. But once they get it, basically, like a handful of months in, basically, somebody does something diabolical with the chip that infuses into their bodies like the worst torture they could ever imagine. And that's actually what's interesting about that. That's the narrative that a lot of Christians believe is going to happen with the chip, something like that. So it's like, if that's the scenario with the fucking chip, then yeah, fuck the chip, euthanize me now, basically, if that's going to happen. Like,
So you'd get euthanized if the chip were to involve, like, whoever's in control of it, basically torturing you with the chip.
yeah, if it was something like that, I would definitely not get the chip. And when I say euthanize me now, I mean, like,
Wait, hold on, where's the echo coming from?
I have no idea. It's weird. I'm not moving. Nothing's changed. I have no other tabs open. It's just,
Oh, okay.
it just pops up sometimes. But
Okay.
that's my stance. I would be like, and when I say euthanize now, like at the moment where it's like, okay, you do this or this, get the chip or get euthanized. But yeah, just euthanize me. If I'm
All
going
right.
to die anyway and be tortured, I'd rather not be tortured and just instantaneously die versus live for 3 months and then get tortured after 3 months.
Okay.
Where
So
I'm
do you
begging to die.
honestly believe that they are going to tell you that the chip is going to someday make you feel pain or is
Of
going
course,
to
they wouldn't
torture
tell you that,
you?
and that's exactly the deceit. So it's like, if basically I would look at it from, if I can be reasonably certain based on a huge amount of evidence and all sorts of shit like this, that it most likely will not happen like that, that it's extremely unlikely or impossible for them to do that, then in that case, if I had only those two options, I would probably do the chip. But if I was like, okay, if it was a possibility they could induce some torture shit in me at any time,
Mhm.
then I definitely wouldn't. So I would base it on the ratio of how likely that would be or not, basically, versus anything else. I would think, but thankfully, there is the option of survival in the middle of nowhere. However, the question is, how long will that option be available? Because there's less and less wilderness every day. So,
Mm.
it's
Yeah.
like, that's
Yeah.
the other part of it. It's just a matter of how soon and how much wilderness is going to be there by the time this goes on. Right. So,
Yeah.
um,
You're a brave dude. You're a brave dude, PP. The fact that you would pick the chip. Obviously, I know you gave an exception, but like you would pick the chip
Is that
over.
actual bravery? Is that?
Well, whatever. Well, that's the first thing that came to mind. Is like you're. I mean that in a. That is a good
it's,
question.
it's
What would you
probably
prefer?
more honesty than bravery. Like,
Well.
honesty, I think you're saying. More
Well.
I
honesty.
think choosing euthanasia is more brave.
Hmm.
Choosing
Well, it
death over
depends. It
that.
depends on how much you desire to disappear from sentience, though. That really depends on how much you want that or not. It's brave if somebody doesn't want that but does it anyway. It's not really brave if that's what somebody wants and they're doing it, because, like, if you want it, I mean, it's not cowardice. I mean, it's just what you're wanting. I mean, there's a lot of things that we want in life we do that don't involve bravery, that we just
So.
do because we want. So
Hmm. Okay. So bravery. It says so. Brave means ready to face and endure danger or pain,
well, it would
showing
be
courage.
brave. It would be brave to live and try to survive and resist the chip being enforced on you. That's definitely brave, because you're going to have to face a lot of bullshit with that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, here's
That
the
is
other
a type of
definition, the
bravery.
Cambridge Dictionary. To deal with dangerous or difficult things without fear. So
Yeah.
yeah, that would definitely be brave.
Yeah,
To
living in the
answer your
middle of
question,
nowhere is definitely dangerous, and it's definitely very gritty and difficult.
Yeah,
but
I
also
would
to pick
agree.
the chip, is also brave as well, because you know you never know. Apart from obviously them following your every
Mm,
move,
Well, here's the
you don't
thing.
know.
If you're knowing
I
that
wouldn't
there's a
say it.
possibility of being tortured with it, that is kind of a type of bravery, sort of. It depends. Because it's like,
Yeah,
if
because now you're
you're
being just desperate to keep living.
basically, but the thing is, it really has a lot to do with a person's individual values and stuff to determine, you know, very whether they're brave or not, or to what
But I
degree
don't.
or not. I mean, really depends on what their values are.
Go on.
Mm,
Go on. F society.
yeah, but I don't. But I don't really think that 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 it would be very unique. You know what I mean? I
Uh,
don't think it's unique though.
what do you
Really.
mean?
Yeah, because everybody's gonna agree to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to survival, I mean, everyone wants to survive, right? Am I right?
Maybe I'm
Or
crazy. Nah, you're not. No, I'm not crazy. I'm not
no,
gonna
you're
gaslight
not. You
myself.
no,
I'm
no.
not.
I'm
I'm not.
just.
I'm not gonna gaslight myself. Nah, 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 nah.
Well, here's the, I
I
mean, a lot of
stand ten
people,
toes down. I would absolutely pick euthanasia over the chip. But yeah. Go on, go on.
I
PP.
mean,
A, a lot of people
oh,
want to
sorry, go.
survive. Like what Andrew's saying is correct. Like there's most people want to
No, that's not
survive,
Andrew.
or what I'm
That's
saying
not.
is, oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Did you?
that's yeah. This is F Society. I won't say his other name, but yeah, this
Oh,
is
sorry,
definitely
sorry. No, I got them mixed up. Okay,
him.
so
No, but
uh,
you go on,
my
go on.
Yeah,
apologies on that. So
I was on here before, but I wanted to ask, like, either one of you, um, like, I mean, when it comes to survival, like I think everyone wants to survive, for the most part.
well, what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say is everybody either wants to survive or get euthanized in a peaceful way. Like one of the two. Like I know a lot of people, especially in antinatalist spaces, a huge amount of them would actually prefer if they could get very quick access soon to smooth euthanasia where they could basically get some sort of lethal injection or something. Many of them would opt to do that if they could legally do that, medically, versus continuing to survive. Many would. I wouldn't. I'm one that does prefer to survive, but I know many people, possibly one of our other commenters here. I mean, one of the people on the chat here. Um, what was the new name? The one who used to go by Antinatalist Switch, Anti Life 1000. You might be one of those types. I don't know, but my point is, there's a lot of people that um, do actually prefer to exit than survive. But I don't understand your point. Most people, aside from those types, definitely do prefer to survive,
And not
unless they're
necessarily
suicidal.
right this minute, but just of any time of their own accord.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Nonetheless, so what do you? Okay, so can I call you can I call you 1K against Life of Us? Can I call you 1K, or what is the
Yeah.
short name?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, 1K. That sounds cool. All right. So 1K. Have you by any chance seen my video about the whole forcing your employees to stand up during work?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so that's basically what my video was about. It was about calling out, you know, bosses who force their employees to stand up during work, when they could just sit down and do their work.
Hmm.
I was touching on that. What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on bosses who make their employees stand up unnecessarily?
I believe there was a study that improves 2% of productivity to have your employees stand instead of sit down. So that's really what they're aiming for. That extra 2% that they can get out of you, they could squeeze out of each person.
2%.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing
So when you
about that.
multiply that by the amount of employees that improves the productivity. So that's what they're
Mm.
really trying to squeeze out of you.
But it shows that these bosses are miscalculating something, and this is part of what shoots themselves in the foot. They're always tunnel visioned, so they're egoistic assholes, but they're also tunnel vision. That small percentage of increased productivity only has to do with a very specific aspect of it, in the sense that it has to do with the fact that a person's not able to escape at any moment in terms of a specific set of tasks actually improve long-term
Hmm.
productivity in terms of the whole of the company or the well-being long term. It only increases productivity in a very specific area for a short burst of time. That's it. So in other words, they're not recognizing the broader picture of how that's still shooting themselves in the foot, because they're not recognizing that it's not actually larger scale productivity. It's simply a short burst of productivity, but that's a much larger scale, long term, less productivity, because everybody's pissed. They'll eventually leave their job. They
And
get
burned
tired
out
of it.
as well. Don't forget burned
Burned
out.
out. Exactly. Right. So, in other words, they're not calculating the full logistic of it. They're only calculating a tunnel vision little part of it. Just like,
I don't.
how a lot of the, yeah.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
on.
I was gonna say something.
Yeah, go on.
Actually, I was gonna say something that happens when when you go to work, right? Or and you have to go like every day, or let's just say you go to school, right? So, I mean, I would imagine that coming out of that, I would imagine wouldn't you feel like a different person, like just tired and uh yeah, just exhausted from the day, you know?
Yeah, basically, there's a temporary spike in productivity, not by a significant amount, but then eventually the workers, become exhausted and burned out to the point where, some, if not most, will even try to call in sick. They feel like they have to call in sick because if they don't, they're going to be forced to, turn up to work, basically.
Yeah,
The
but
fact that
most
we
of
even have
these,
to call in sick it's really sad. I understand why people do it, but it just shows you how toxic the work culture is. Like
yeah,
people don't have enough time to recharge, etc.
Well, here's the thing.
mm,
What's interesting is Amazon would be making a lot more money if they actually treated employees better and gave bathroom breaks and all sorts of stuff like this. And it's known that they would be doing better if they did this. But once
Mm.
again, the culture that surrounds that is a culture of I'm above you, you're a little wage slave peon, and therefore suffer.
Just
That's the
dictatorship.
culture.
Just
Yeah,
dictatorship.
it's a corporate dictatorship culture that they're perpetuating. And so you hear about this in so many of these scenarios, both with Tesla and Amazon, all these other types of things. So many scenarios where it's that culture of you little wage slave peon, suffer equals good boy,
Humans are
good
pieces of
girl.
shit.
Basically, that's what it is. That's the culture. But if the culture was shifted, we know for a fact there would be more productivity long term and more money coming into the company and people being happier, right? So we know this. Like it's known that it's not even a debate. But they still insist on being assholes. This is why I keep saying it's known that they prefer to be assholes and do this one up bullshit thing, this cultural social thing that does not actually help to the greatest degree, and they do it because they prefer that over greater success for the company. And it's
Mm-hmm.
amazing how many people are like this too, like even outside of corporate settings. I've run into so many, even just group settings like within LARP and things like this. These motherfuckers who just love being at the top of everybody else, they tend to do that. They tend to prefer letting things fall apart, the group dying, the group not existing anymore, if they don't have their fucking domination over everybody. Right. And the whole time they'll mouth off about, oh, we care about people, blah, 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 blah. But the people aren't doing enough to help us and they're not putting
or
enough
they
in and blah,
just
blah, blah. Yeah.
maybe maybe what they're trying to say is they care what people can do for them. They don't actually care about the people. They just care about what they can do for them. Yeah.
Oh, for
Exactly.
sure.
Mhm.
And it's the other part that's weird about it. Like I've run into so many situations where I encouraged people into positions of leadership with different stuff I was involved in running and stuff. I encouraged them in to actually replace my position many times over, or to work with me, have all the say that I have and everything else. Many times over, many times over, I've offered people these abilities, and it's like. In almost no case did anyone ever accept that, but they're so fast and so willing to accept a position of just being told what to do. Even though I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, you know what? I'd like to hear your ideas. I'd like to see what you want to have happen, and let's make that happen. Like, hey, I'd love for you to run practice if you want to, or if you want to, head stuff up. Feel free. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. But it's
Mm-hmm.
interesting. It's like so few people, like even if they have the opportunity to improve things, they won't even take it. This is
Mm-hmm.
another weird phenomenon I've noticed with a lot of humans. It's like you give them the opportunity to freely improve shit and even take your position. You hand it to them and they don't even
Mm-hmm.
fucking take it. Like it's weird, bro. It's
Yeah,
weird.
it is. It is. Just for a quick, brief moment, if I may ask, so who? Okay, so F Society, is that smoke alarm coming from you? Is that beeping coming from you?
Um, I don't know. I
What?
don't know really.
Okay, well, where's that beeping coming from? Because I know it's not coming from me.
It couldn't be for me because I was muted while it still was going on.
Okay, but you
Huh?
guys heard the beep though, right?
What did it stop?
Are
It
you sure
stopped.
it's not just
I
YouTube
don't hear a
itself?
beep.
What? I hear a beep in the background. Not now, but it's from time to time. Even someone mentioned in the comments, someone said that beeping is terrible. I heard it myself.
Hmm.
So
Oh yeah,
yeah,
they did mention that,
yeah, yeah. So
but
did
I
you guys?
don't.
No, wait,
I
hold
just
on,
heard
hold on,
it
hold on,
again.
hold
It's
on,
like,
hold on. Did you guys
yeah,
hear that?
I did. It sounded like some sort of alarm for something, like a
It sounds
stove
like it's
alarm or
coming from a
something.
smoke alarm or something.
Yeah,
Like
that's what it
Really?
someone.
sounded like.
Yeah. So if someone could please fix that, that would be awesome.
Wait, wait. What about now? Wait, can everyone hear it now?
Wait. So what is it? Okay. So was that coming from you, F Society?
I have no idea. Maybe I
Ay,
don't
ay,
know.
ay. So no one knows where that beep is coming from.
I'm hearing
Well, I
it,
mean, I
thought
have the
provoker.
AC on. I don't
That
know.
might
It
be
could be
it.
I
maybe
tell
it
you
could
what. I
be
tell you what.
the
Let me.
AC.
It,
Huh?
I don't know. Okay, I know. I know it's not coming from PP. That's for sure. And well, against Life 1000, she's muted, so it can't come from her. So it must come from you, F Society.
But you said it was like a smoke alarm, right?
Well, I don't know. It's some kind of.
I
It's coming from somewhere.
it can't. I don't think it could be a smoke. Wait.
Wait.
Hmm.
PP just muted. It's definitely not coming from me. I know that's for a
So
fact.
here's the thing: I've been muted for quite a while, but I was hearing that beep coming from somewhere while I was muted. So it definitely is not from this end for sure,
Yeah.
because I was hearing it when I was muted for a while, and
Okay, I
I
tell you what.
kept hearing it.
Let me mute myself. Okay, F Society. I want to try and figure something out so we can get this out of the way. So I'm gonna mute myself. F Society, don't mute. I want to try and figure something out.
There it
Well,
is. There
there
it
it
was
is.
again.
There it is. It's coming from you, F Society. So,
That's
until
definitely a fire alarm.
okay, whatever is coming from, if you are able to, until you sort that out, I don't know, but until then, I'm gonna have to remove you from this panel for now until you can fix that, and then
Where
once you
I
fix it,
could
come back on.
um
No,
where I could move
once you,
somewhere else maybe. What
I
if?
mean, for now, just maybe come back in 10 minutes. Just you can be in the
Yeah,
live chat
I'll
because I
try
don't want to
it.
derail. All right, thank you. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So 1K PP. Thanks for the muting, by the way, so we could find out. Nonetheless, let's have a look at the comments. Dan Patrick, crazy, sexy love with your face ass. This dude says, "What's up, my guy? Hey, what's up? What a name.
You
What
know,
a
I think
name. Huh?
I,
Go
I
on.
think it's a good idea because we have a lot of people in the comments here, including myself for my own life experience, where a lot of us this work slavery system makes it especially miserable for us because we already deal with so many emotional, mental things, physical things on a daily fucking basis, 24/7. We're
Right.
already exhausted as fuck before work even is a factor at all in anything. Okay. That's the first
Hmm.
part. We're mentally, emotionally, physically exhausted to shit already, like most of the time
Yeah.
with just the reality that we're surrounded by, right? So like any additional anything on top of that is like 10 times fucking more difficult for us than it is for a neurotypical who doesn't have these already existing issues, right? Like so this
Yeah.
is the other part that people don't seem to understand it. Not to mention that it's hard as a motherfucker to get on disability now. And in the US they've changed it as far as I've heard with SSI. Like if you're living with family or relatives or whatever, they only give you half the amount of disability now, which they weren't doing that before. They, as far as I knew, they were giving everybody the full amount. But now they're chipping it in half, just like they do with everything else. And now we're still at
Mm-hmm.
1970s fucking levels of disability, which doesn't even barely cover rent itself. Like
Hmm.
disability isn't even enough money to cover rent itself most places. I just got really goddamn lucky in my situation and a huge reduction of things like that. Most people, they can't even fucking cover their rent with the full disability they get. Like
Hmm.
so they have no money. They have zero money at all, like none, even if
It's
they're
There
on
are
rough.
only
disability.
social services that's going to save anybody. Perpetual pleasure. Do you live in the United States or?
Yes, I live in the United States.
And the thought provoker, you live in
The
Africa,
UK,
right?
the United
Oh,
Kingdom.
the UK. Oh,
Yes.
so is the digital ID thing, is that really going on or?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen some, skits about it, but I don't know if that's actually happening. Let me quickly check. Uh, ID, sorry, digital ID UK. Let's see if that's an actual thing. So, so I'm seeing stuff about what are digital ID cards, how will they work, and will they be mandatory? Da-da-da. Oh, and here's some information about government response after 2.7 million people signed petition to scrap digital ID cards. So, I mean, oh, okay. Here's something. Is digital ID coming to the UK? And AI overview says yes. The UK government has announced plans to introduce a mandatory digital ID system. You get the idea, but yeah, yeah, um,
Yeah, the US fucking sucks when it comes to helping people who are actually disabled. It fucking sucks ass. Like it's just
mm,
it's terrible. I mean, even in my situation, here's what makes it even worse. You have to be someone who's really fucking bold and in your face type of a person who's very persistent, like I am, in order to get anything help wise with disability.
mhm,
If you're not that type of person, it doesn't fucking happen. They'll deny you right, left, and center. So think about it. Most people who are disabled, they're timid. They're not really bold in your face type people. They're not people who have the energy to keep pushing for something. So what happens is, guess what? Most of the people who need disability even more than I do, like a lot more than I do, they never
excuse
fucking get it. They never
me.
get it.
Mm. You basically over here in the UK, there's this thing we have called PIP, which is basically disability, and you pretty much have to be a vegetable in order to qualify. You know what I mean? Is that
That's
bad?
insane. That's almost what it's like here. Pretty close.
You got caught out. Yeah, it's insane. You have to be damn near a vegetable,
Yeah.
basically,
It's
to
horrible. I
get
mean,
PIP,
so
to get disabilities. It's
so
sad.
think about it. You already have all these issues going on. A person unable to work because of all the issues they already have going on, like legitimately unable to work, like they can't physically do it. They can't do it. They can't mentally,
Mm,
emotionally, or physically do it. And it's a situation where it's like, okay, well, these people are basically trapped in an eternal, never-ending couch surfing cycle, homeless on the street somewhere, in the middle of nowhere, having to survive as much. Like there's no place for you here in this anywhere in this modern
mhm,
society anywhere if you're a disabled person physically, mentally, and emotionally. Like there's nowhere for you,
mhm,
like factually
mhm.
doesn't
Even though you
exist.
deserve or are entitled to the disability.
Yes, even the just the basics, for fuck's sake. I mean,
Hmm.
and here's the thing, we all know the goddamn money fucking exists. What, think about it. One individual person, what, making multiple billions of fucking dollars, while a huge chunk of the population isn't getting anything. Like, come
Hmm.
on. It's
Yeah,
fucking pathetic, man.
it is
We're not even
pathetic.
talking about giving people a huge amount of we're just talking about basic ass shit is
Yeah,
what we're
basic
talking about.
necessities. People want to act like we're talking about, getting mansions. Like we're not asking for
Right,
mansions,
they're like, oh
just
my god, and
basic housing.
yeah, everybody's they got this communist paranoia bullshit in America needs to stop. This social, it's such a dumbass, tired out, old, disproven fucking bullshit narrative. You can so easily have a full society of capitalist motherfuckers where everybody's provided the basic necessities. You can still have your free market capitalist bullshit fill in the whole fucking society just fine, but everybody taken care of. It doesn't require socialism or communism to fucking happen. This is
Hmm.
so dumb that people say, "Oh no, the only way that can happen is with a communist socialist dictatorship." Bullshit. They all know that's not fucking true. That is not true at all. Not even close
Hmm.
to being true.
Hmm. Hmm. Let me see. One thing I hate. One thing I hate about the workplace. Is okay. So one time I was working in a supermarket. Um, and I won't say where, but nonetheless, and basically I had to stack the shelves and the fridges in the supermarket. But when it came to the fridges where the milk is, right, in the supermarket, I noticed someone before me, because I was doing nights at the time, right? You guys hear me out, yeah? I was doing nights at the time, and I had to, I got to a point where I had to fill the fridges. Someone before me, a colleague before me, basically just you know put cartons of milk that were already sealed in a plastic. They didn't take out the milk from the plastic. They just put just the plastic containing milk, and they just put it in the fridge.
And open the
And
pump.
I'm basically supposed to my supervisor tried to tell me if I could just you know take the milk from the plastic and then put it in the fridge. And I didn't do it because it's not fair on me. I'm not here to go against the colleague before me that was supposed to take care of that already. I'm more mad or displeased at my supervisor at the time for trying to tell me to take care of it instead of punishing my colleague. You know what I mean? Sorry if that sounded confusing.
Yeah, so you pretty much had to do your work and the other person's job too.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, I'm not even faulting my colleague. I'm faulting my supervisor or manager or whatever for not for trying to ask me if I could sort this out. And when they go like, oh no, if you could just sort this out and I'll talk to your colleague about blah blah. They don't do shit. Me,
Right.
I refused. I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
They're
I
literally
didn't.
trying to they were trying to force you to have the job of the supervisor and your employment job both. In other words, they were being a lazy ass and not communicating with the other employee properly. And
Yeah,
in
instead of
other words,
telling me to do
yeah,
my colleague's work,
they
how
were
about
trying to
you
dump it
talk?
all on your lap. So if anybody had to talk to the other employee, it would have had to been you basically about it. So in other words, that makes you out to be the bad guy and you're fucked on all fronts, basically. That's what
Yeah, you
happens.
could say that,
Yeah.
but I mean, for me, I don't. A lot of people will talk about them, their colleagues about, oh, why didn't they do this? Me, I don't care what my colleagues do. At the end of the day, if my colleagues aren't doing what they're supposed to do, it is my manager should not be telling me to do my colleague's work. Instead, they're supposed to tell off or have a talking with my colleague. Make sense?
Right. But in
Yeah.
that case, they were leaving it to you to basically ad hoc have to do that in order for it to be solved, if it was going to
Right.
be solved at all, instead
But
of
I
just
didn't do it
directly talking
anyway.
to the other person. Right. That's sounds like
I do not stand for that nonsense. I'm all about responsibility. You as a supervisor or manager, you're not supposed to be telling me to do my colleague's work. Instead, you're supposed to be, you know, telling the colleague to do the work or something like that. Take it up with my colleague. Don't put their work on me. I will
right.
never tell. I will never say. Oh, I will never go up to a colleague and be like, oh, why didn't you do this or why didn't you? I don't care. It is the manager's job to make sure that you know my colleagues are doing their work instead of putting their work on me. Like 1K, you get what I'm saying?
Yes, for sure.
Right. So what do you think of what I said?
You shouldn't have to do two people's jobs,
Facts. There you go.
just yours.
Right. Like if so 1K, if you let's say you're an employee and someone else is so, let's say you have a colleague or as you guys say co-workers, right? Let's
Hmm.
say you have a co-worker who didn't do their bit. They didn't do their task. And now your supervisor or manager is aware of that and is now trying to tell you, 1K, could you please do this task that your colleague didn't do? I'll talk to them later. How would you personally react? No
I
judgment
would,
on my part. I'm just curious as to what you would do.
I would just do it, but now guess what? I'm gonna take even longer to do my task. So
Hmm. Oh
whatever
well.
happens, happens, right?
That's one strategy, and then you can bring it up later. Hey, you told me to do it, so I did it,
Yeah,
and therefore it
and
takes me
I
longer to do
couldn't
the
get
other
my
thing.
task done. So now what? Now it's just gonna be a revolving. It's gonna just continue on to the next
And oh
person.
yeah, that's a good point. Your task is gonna be gonna take even longer to do because you have to do someone else's work that you were instructed to do by your manager or supervisor. But then when you go back to your task and it's not done in a certain time, they get mad at you.
Exactly.
It's so dumb. It's like you told me to do someone else's work. I come back to mine, it's not finished, and you're surprised why it's not finished. Doesn't
I
make
don't
any
know
sense.
about you guys, but
That's
I
one of the
literally
things.
can't deal with wage slavery at all.
Say that again, 1K.
I can't deal with wage slavery at all.
Understandable, and that's
Are you
one of the things I just wanted to share. That was one of the things from my experience that I dislike about wage slavery.
are
It's
you
stuff
on
like that.
disability against life 1000? If you don't mind me asking or saying,
You can say prefer not to say or no
No,
yeah,
comment,
that's fine.
etc.
I would
Okay.
love some disability.
Who wouldn't?
I
What was that you said?
No,
would
no, I
love
said
it.
who
I would love
wouldn't.
some disability, but I'm not.
Oh, I
I would
see.
just take it and move and go somewhere. I don't know, Mexico or
Are
Colombia or
you
something.
are you in a situation where you don't have to work though? Like, do you have help of friends or relatives that assist you in not having to be a wage
I do
slave?
work.
Excuse me.
I
Oh,
do
you
work.
do. I see.
Hmm.
That's
I
gotcha.
just can't deal with it. I've been working. I'm just looking at people that's been doing this for 30 plus years, and I'm just looking at them like, how?
So
How?
here's this is an interesting thing. I talked to one of my friends who has a major situation of bipolar about this. So you know, I'm acknowledging what you're saying in the sense of when you're saying can't, you mean like it's totally burning out. It's miserable to do. So I understand your
Right.
context, but like when there's certain people when they say they can't, they literally mean as in like they physically cannot even if they wanted to or tried to, they literally can't. So my friend who's
Right.
bipolar is in that situation. I'm in that situation. And I noticed this is one of the weird catch-22s with getting on disability. It's specifically with SSI in particular. If, especially if you're not medicated, you can only get on disability if you have basically no work history at all for SSI. And in other words, so really, me literally not being able to do it was the thing that actually helped me more than anything else, and some weird kind of twist of fate thing. Because there's tons of people I know who, they're burned out by it, they're exhausted by it, they can't stand it, it enrages them, but they're able to physiologically bring themselves to do it in spite of it being really miserable for them. Whereas I couldn't even do that, right? So for me, it was clear to them, at least on that grounds, that I was clearly disabled, because other people, it's like, okay, they can, even though it's miserable, do it. So if you're one of those types of people, they'll deny you right, left, and center for disability because, oh, look, you can do it. It doesn't matter how suicidal you are, hard depressed, how on the borderline of blowing your head off you are over it. It's like, oh, but you can still do it. Look, because you still get yourself out of bed and pull it. And it's like that's how fucked up the society is that we're in with the work culture. Is like it's causing people directly to be depressed as fuck, suicidal as fuck. It's a direct, massive cause. And the people that run these businesses, they don't care that much. Like it's like, oh yeah, I don't want people to kill themselves. Sure, yeah, not really. They really don't care that much who actually kills themselves or not. They really fucking
Mm-hmm.
don't. If they
Mm-hmm.
did, they would actively, even if it meant somehow, some way, having less profits for some reason, they would go out of their way to ensure their employees were happy and healthier in order to ensure that they weren't suicidal at the very least, right? Like, come on,
I
you're
mean, do
gonna,
most humans care? Most humans are still breeding like cattle.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they care. I don't think they even
And the
care.
thing is, most people, that's the other dark part. Most people know for a fact that the majority of people that come into this world are going to be forced into wage slavery, with very few exceptions. So that's almost the guaranteed life they're going to have when they come here, minus very rare outliers. So it's especially diabolical to bring kids into this world like this gung ho when, like, especially if somebody's in poverty, it's especially bad
Facts.
because you're pretty much guaranteeing them to be a wage slave for sure when you bring them
Yeah.
here. And it's like that's just fucking sickening when you think about it. It's like,
But
what the hell?
why? Why do people do that? Why do people who hate wage slavery they have kids just so that they can also hate wage slavery? It doesn't make sense.
It's very diabolical in that case. Like, I could give a pass of ignorance for
Are they
someone who
psychopaths? Are they sociopaths? What is
I
it?
think there is, honestly, I really feel like there is a genuine degree of at least borderline sociopathy in a huge number of humans. I think there is,
Mm-hmm.
especially regarding like breeding and bringing more beings here. Because the degree of irresponsibility attached to it, and the fact that it tends to be the most irresponsible people that have the most kids versus the more responsible people, there's something
Mm-hmm.
really
Mm-hmm.
diabolically twisted about that. I mean, think about it. If
Yeah.
we lived in a world where the ratio was really fucking responsible people, right? We're the only people on the goddamn planet, even considering having kids or having kids, right? And that was what was going on, the world would look a lot fucking different than it does. We'd have a lot more
Mm-hmm.
geniuses, a lot more intelligent people, a lot more shit going smoother. But what we
Mm-hmm.
have is exactly the opposite. We have a world where the majority of kids are produced by dumb as fuck, narcissistic, borderline psychopathic assholes. Really. And
Mm-hmm.
those are the majority of kids. And that's the genetics that they're coming from, for fuck's sake, in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you're going to be lucky if you don't get born with borderline psychopathy or sociopathy. You're going to be the rare exception in a world
Mm-hmm.
like that,
Mm-hmm.
for fuck's
You know,
sake.
you know,
You know?
I've spoken to my dad, right, on the phone. We would have calls on the phone from time to time, and I would talk to him about this stuff about wage slavery, and he agrees with me regarding how wage slavery sucks and whatnot. He even makes statements like, this world will never get better. It will never get better. All that kind of stuff. Wage slavery. No one wants to work. Oh, I wouldn't work if I won the lottery right now. Or do you think I like working? Blah blah blah. All that stuff. And yet, he, for some reason, despite how much he hates working and whatnot, he is disappointed. He's not angry, but he's disappointed with me because I don't want to have children. amazing, right? He's disappointed me that I don't want to have children,
Really
and that
fucking idiotic.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, yeah, you call a spade a spade. It is idiotic. It doesn't make any sense. How can you hate wage slavery? You think this world, you say yourself that the world is not going to get any better, it's only going to get worse, but you're disappointed with your own son, me, for not for deciding to not have children. Make that make sense.
Yeah. And so it's like and once again, he's not thinking or feeling as deep as you are, as usual. It's always the same fucking
It
thing.
it
You're
sounds
not
like an
thinking or
ego
feeling deep
thing,
enough.
because I'm like, why would I keep telling him, I keep telling my dad, why? You literally said you hate wage slavery. You say this world's not going to get any better, blah, 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 right? Life, people are horrible, etc. Why would I bring a child into this world to go through that? And he keeps saying, about being strong and as in mentally strong and blah blah blah. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. And he's saying that stuff, the generic stuff like that's life and legacy this and that. What
He
legacy?
wants he wants you to face the torment he went on in terms of having to raise a kid. I'm not saying that you yourself are a tormenting, obviously not. But what I'm saying
I
is
know what you mean.
yeah, he basically experienced miseries in the process of having or raising a kid, just as everyone does, whether they admit it or not. Having or raising a kid, it's a miserable process that's full of unpleasantness and difficulty and stuff like that. Most people will never admit that, but the thing is, basically, because that's the reality. I think that's a huge contributor that they will never admit to as to why they want to impose their suffering they went through onto you. It's this weird, sick, subconscious sort of like sadism that where they want to
Like
spread
I
out their
suffered,
anguish.
so I'm gonna make you suffer.
And yeah, and it makes them like feel on some weird, dark fucking level, like better about themselves that others are suffering the way they did. That's the psychology that's so ingrained in the normie fucking culture we live in. That's like where people feel better if others are suffering with them the way they are. I feel horrible if somebody's suffering to the degree that I am, which is not huge compared to most people, but the sufferings that are notable to me, like my disability shit and stuff that's miserable to me, I don't want anybody fucking having to face that shit ever.
Mm-hmm.
I dated
Yeah,
a
Like,
guy who was just like your father. I mean, he complained about going to work every day. He just complained about it, and he wanted 2 kids. And I'm like, so why would you have 2 kids and put them through the same BS that we hate? And he's
exactly.
like, oh, if I had to go through it, then they have to go through it. And I'm like,
Oh, that's
really?
disgusting.
He said it straight up. He said it straight up.
It's so disgusting. It's like it's the equivalent of people who are like, you know what, my parents beat me up, so they beat me up. So guess what? I'm gonna have children so I can beat them up. You know, it's disgusting. The lot. If it were me, right? Okay, I would be like, you know what? That's the last thing. If I were to have children, the last thing I would do is beat them up. Give them beatings,
Yeah,
spanking,
I've
all
helped
that.
raise
That
many children. I've never had to lay hands on anybody.
say that again, please.
I've helped raise many children. I've never had to lay hands on anyone.
Right, right.
It's not
That's another thing they
necessary.
try to justify. Like the whole beating children. It's funny, like it's looked down upon if a man beats his wife, but if he beats his children, then oh, it's just discipline. Make that make sense?
yeah, it's all sorts of fucked up. Like we talked about before, it's only very recent fucking history that we even got out of the world of a lot of shit that wasn't even considered abusive to women or children is now considered abusive to women and children. Like there's a lot of shit
Mm.
that was considered normal behavior towards women and children
Oh
that's
yeah,
now
yeah, to
considered
women as well
abuse.
back in the day.
Yeah, you can literally take people to court and hold them legally accountable for abuse over shit that people got away with legally in the
Mm.
past that was considered just normal behavior, keeping your wife in line or keeping your kids in line. It's like nobody even batted an eyebrow back in the 50s or 40s or before about a lot of shit.
Women had it very hard back in the day.
It's
Good lord.
horrible. It's terrible. I mean,
Whew.
it's like, and that's the thing, like all throughout history, up until recent history, women, right along with slaves, were really, in most cases, not treated really much better than slaves at all, if at all. I mean, they were slaves to their husbands and to their,
Hmm.
situations in most cases. They had no say at all. No say.
I'm happy for them that women are able to basically work for themselves so that they don't have to rely they aren't forced to rely on their husbands, because some husbands back in the day they financially abused their wives at the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I'm not mad that women are given the opportunity to work, so that they can escape that financial abuse from their spouses.
Right. Like my own fucking biological piece of shit that, quote unquote dad that fucking
Mm,
hid his money from our family and left us in goddamn poverty for fucking years.
that's
Well, he
sick, man.
had a net worth of a fucking million goddamn dollars. Piece of shit.
Say
Like
that
that guy
again.
just
How
pisses me
much?
the fuck off. There was one year, at least one year, that he had a net worth of at least a million motherfucking dollars or close to it. Okay.
Wow.
And he's leaving my mom to have like two or three jobs, and us as kids being in poverty, pretending like he's barely scratching by and all this other type of shit. I'm like, what a fucking
That's
bullshitter.
very selfish, man. That's very
Yeah.
inconsiderate. And he brought children into this world, and he
Yeah.
basically neglected and abused you. Like that
When
is
I found
abuse.
out about that shit, I was so fucking pissed off, dude. When I was like, you mean to tell me all these fucking years we were led to believe that we were in actual poverty and we have legal fucking documentation where you have a net worth of almost a million goddamn dollars? You fucking asshole.
It
Like
doesn't get
that's
more selfish than that.
No, it doesn't.
Holy
And he felt
crap!
justified in it in his whole fucking religious, capitalistic mindset. That he felt like there was this sacredness to him being able to keep his funds secret and private in that regards, and him just being able to do whatever he wants with them and blah 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 blah. So, he's such a fucking bullshit.
It's
You
like,
know,
why did he even have children in the
he
first
does that
place?
to this day. He pretends like he's fucking way below their poverty line, way below where he actually is. And
Hmm.
so basically he gets all this fake sympathy from other people in terms of they're thinking he's in dire straits and shit like that. He ain't a
Right, he's
fucking in dire
pretending that he's in
straits.
the poverty line.
Yes. And I know this about this motherfucker. When I finally called his ass out on this and other types of shit like this, he just never talks to me again. Good riddance. Like, dude, I was so livid when I found out about that crap. I was like, you mean we could have been living, we could have been living so much fucking better over all these
Yeah,
years, but
a
you
lot more
left us
comfortable.
feeling like we barely had any money or food or couldn't afford crap. It's like, you
That.
fucking asshole.
What do you think of
Like,
that? What do you think of PP's situation? 1K.
oh,
What do
it's
you
so fucking infuriating.
what do you think? So 1K. What do you
I
think
think
of
it's really disgusting as
that?
a man to hide money from your family. Like, come on,
Right,
like,
your wife and kids. You're hiding $1 million.
nah, that's crazy.
That's evil. That's very
That's
evil. What,
crazy.
what, what was the point of even having children if you're not going to provide them with a comfortable life?
To
Some people
indoctrinate
feel
me
like you should
in,
just get it out the mud. You should struggle just like they had to struggle.
Hmm.
yeah.
And ironically, yeah, no, as in back then, but it's ironic because now the father's not struggling. So why can't he? Yeah, like you said, because I struggled, you have to struggle. That's really sick. If you are like, you know what, I've struggled, so I'm gonna have children so they can struggle, instead of being like, you know what, I want to break the cycle. I suffered. I don't want my kids to suffer like I did. That is compassionate. That's consideration right there. Like if I were to have kids, I would break the cycle. Whatever abuse I dealt with in the past, I could never allow my children to go through that same abuse. I'm
Nope.
sure I'm
Facts.
sure all three of us agree.
Agreed, 100%.
1000%. Me against sorry 1K.
Hmm.
Me and PP were having this conversation about how us antinatalists, we were just casually talking about how we would probably make the best parents, ironically, you know, if we were to have children.
That's the dark irony. That's one of the main reasons why I know this world is most likely sadistically created, because there's so many things that go beyond just fucking only evolutionary bullshit. Like that explains only up to a point of how much bullshit is going on here. Like stuff like that though, like where it's like the exact opposite thing, and you run into so many of these sick ironies, right? So like think of
Mhm.
how fucking many layers of diabolically ironic that is. That those of us who know the reasons why we don't have kids, we would be the only people fit to actually have kids.
Right, because a lot of things
If
we
we were to
take
have,
into
Because
consideration.
we're
Yeah,
empathetic and understand suffering.
and
it's
that's
just a
exactly why
fact.
we don't. It's
That's
Hmm.
like
yeah.
it's like you
People.
have to lack a certain degree of empathy and care to even bring yourself to fucking have a kid. Like that's the weird fucking irony of this goddamn world. Like you
Mhm.
literally have to lack the empathy we have to have a kid. So
Yeah,
it's
and,
like
and we're not bragging. It's just facts. We're just
it's just
stating
a
facts. There's
fact.
a
Like
huge
you
difference.
have to lower your empathy levels to bring a kid here. Like you can't.
Hmm.
Even if I
Yeah,
brought
yeah.
a kid here, I would notice. I'd be like, "Yep, I'm lowering my empathy levels. This is shitty of me to do
Dude,
this."
dude, dude. Both of you. People are literally saying that us antinatalists that we hate children. And it's like it's the
It's
complete
the exact
opposite.
opposite.
If we hated children, we would actually bring them into existence.
I know. That's like the greatest act of hate of all.
Yeah. But we hate children. No, no, we care about children so much. We don't want to bring them into this world. It's as simple as
Yeah.
that.
People are really signing their children up for a world of wage slavery,
Hmm.
government tyranny, diseases, illnesses, natural disasters, and eventual death.
And that's what we
Hmm.
talked about with LDS. They believe intentionally bringing a soul and embodying them in a flesh and bone body to face all of those things you just described is a sacred duty of theirs. Not only
Hmm.
a sacred duty to have them in this world, but specifically to expose them to the miseries of this world in particular. That's LDS belief. A lot of people need to know this. They need to know that LDS ideology is 100% the natalist religion. That's what it is by
Hmm.
definition. Because they and this is why
LDS.
living in this demographic is just such a mind fuck for me when it comes to that particular aspect. It's so weird too. It's like a Twilight Zone episode because in every other way aside from that really fucked warped shit and them having a gazillion kids, they tend to be really nice people in most cases, super friendly, super kind, super enthusiastic. So I have no problems with them as people in general in most cases. But the issue is their ideology and the amount of kids they bring here based on that ideology is beyond warped and fucked. So it's like
Hmm.
this once again, it's another irony. It's like there's some of the nicest people you'll ever meet interactively in person, usually. But they have this obsession with having huge families, tons of kids, on purpose to expose those kids to a world of miseries because they believe by being exposed flesh and bone to miseries and agonies and torments mentally, emotionally, physically, that's how you actually attain greater salvation after death in another flesh and bone body that experiences celestial degrees of miseries again, I guess, to overcome that and then take another body, whatever the fuck their ideology is in that state beyond or whatever. So it's like it's diabolical. I
It
mean,
is. It is.
but how do you
Um,
talk to someone who believes that? How do you do it? How do you have a conversation?
I
You
don't
know?
know. I don't know. But you know what, guys? 1K. Let me ask you this. What is the one thing you personally hate about wage slavery, or like especially in your work experience? Like, what's the one thing? Like, I shared what I hate about wage slavery, which was the whole, my boss or manager telling me to do someone else's, my colleague's work. Blah blah blah. Yeah. What's one thing you hate about wage slavery?
I don't know if I can even name one thing. I just hate everything about it.
Understandable. That's so true.
Having to get to somewhere at a specific time.
Hmm. Yeah.
That is so annoying to me. Whether you're driving your own car or taking public
Hmm.
transportation, it's this pressure that you have to be there. Say, for example, you have to be there by 3 p.m., right?
Uh huh.
That pressure that you have to be there by 3 p.m. What if something happens? What if the train stops? Or what if
Hmm.
there's an accident on the road and you can't get there on time? And it's like, okay, now you get there at 3:15 and now you have to get written up. And it's just like
Hmm. Hmm.
life circumstances happen. So
They do. Life is very unpredictable.
yeah, it's
So.
unpredictable. And then, they put this restraint on you to get there at a
Hmm.
certain time. And I understand the company has needs or whatever. And I just hate
What
everything
I
about it.
despise the most about it, I mean, I could name a gazillion fucking things. Where to
Oh
even
yeah.
begin? But what
Hmm.
I despise the most of all about it is
About
how
wage slavery. Yeah.
obsessively, psychotically, in total fucking insanity, the world is fucking fixated on this shit. That's what pisses me off more than anything else about it because it makes it impossible to escape the world being that world of everyone everywhere being forced into wage slavery, especially everybody in my demographic, all my friends, like every one of them almost across the board are wage slaves. And the only ones that aren't wage slaves are people who like never talk to me. So it's like, okay, like it's like, it's weird because in the United States,
Wait,
we're in
hold on,
this.
hold on. Just so I'm clear, you're saying that the one thing that annoys you about wage slavery is people who fixate on wage slavery?
No, it's that the world itself as a whole, the majority of the populace is hell bent on maintaining a world where most people are stuck as wage slaves. They're hell bent on
Ah,
it.
okay.
They're not only are they hell bent on it in the sense of just letting it happen, they're actually for it. They're pro this world continuing on. That's what pisses me off the most. How many
So they're
people are
pro
for
suffering,
this
basically.
world? Yes. And so, in America we have this really weird fucking issue, and it might be the case in UK, Australia, New Zealand, but where one a huge goddamn problem is people are delusional about their social status in the eyes of others. Everybody in the United States thinks that they are middle class at least or above in the eyes of others, and that's wrong. There's a shit ton of us that are low class, poverty stricken peons in the eyes of others socially who make a lot of money. That's how they see us. They'll never admit that they see us this way, but it's obvious they see us this way because of how they treat us. They don't
Hmm.
become our friends. They don't come close to us. They don't interact with us further. Once they find out we're at a low income level, it's just the interactions just tend to stop. They just
Hmm.
drift away from us. Like they don't keep interacting with us. They don't prioritize time with us. So
Hmm.
that going on, it shows that that's how we're being processed socially. We're not being
Hmm.
processed as middle class or above socially by
I
others.
like
But
this comment on the screen.
Oh, let me go back to it. Hang on. This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The worst
Uh,
thing about, well, I guess they meant wage slavery, is that you have to do it to
yeah,
survive.
yeah, wage slavery, yeah.
A prison sentence, nightmare existence you never even asked for. So true.
Let me read it. Let me read it. The worst thing about wage slavery is that you have to do it to survive a prison sentence, nightmare existence you never even asked for. Facts.
bingo. Yep.
Dub. Oops. Facts. Yeah. People act like we're not forced to do wage slavery, but technically we are. Even
Yeah.
our own biology forces us to, to do all these things like hunt for food and, work in order to provide ourselves with shelter, etc. Like we're literally, our biology literally, we're slaves to our biology,
Right. And
you know,
situationally, like we talked the other day, the only difference between literally the
like chattel slavery. Yeah.
chattel slavery, and wage slavery, the only fucking difference is okay. In one, you don't have a physical noose on your neck or guys coming at you shooting at you directly because you left your job,
Right.
but guess what? What you do have is okay. You're cold and homeless on the street. You have no guaranteed source of anything, so
Yeah.
you're
You could
totally
get
screwed in every
pneumonia.
other way. And you could get mugged. You could get. I mean, you're in a situation where people could shoot you or come after you or harass you, and
Hmm.
it happens
Hmm.
a shit ton to homeless people. So it's like, okay,
Hmm.
that's not very much different from being a literal slave that has a noose around their neck. Like it's not that vast of a difference, really. It isn't.
Hmm.
And if somebody's going to claim, oh my God, no, it's a total world of difference, they're a bullshitter. It isn't that far from it, honestly.
Hmm.
In
Hmm.
fact, that was one of the greatest schemes that was achieved throughout the world, was convincing people that they're actually free of slavery. It was one of the biggest dupes in all of human history. It's like, okay, in other words, they over exaggerated by a lot people being freed from the physical whip slavery, so that, hey, what a perfect scheme. Look, we can play the moral card that, look, we freed people from physical whip slavery, see, so nobody's actually enslaved anymore. We're
Dude,
such good
it goes
people, blah
back.
blah 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 blah, right?
When it goes back to that whole
And
thing
everybody
of,
buys into it.
basically what you just mentioned. It goes back to that whole thing of the appeal to worse problems.
Yes, the
Basically
appeal to worse
saying that
problems.
because uh, your situation isn't as bad as what others had to go through back in the day, so therefore it is not slavery. Like that's BS. It's
Oh, it's
what we're
total
doing is
BS.
modern slavery.
Right.
You
So
know.
basically, instead of when slavery ended in the United States, instead of being like, but we're still slaves to wages and all these other, there's still slavery of a different variety still active, and we have to actually get rid of this shit. And like everybody agreeing that that also needs to be gotten rid of. Nope. Guess
Hmm.
what? Everybody now believes, oh, we're all free of fucking slavery. Look at us. We're such
Hmm.
big bad badasses as wage slaves now, not realizing that they're wage slaves. In fact, here's what's interesting: most humans in society socially didn't even recognize that they were wage slaves up until very recent history. It seems most people, some
They
did,
didn't. They didn't even. They weren't even aware of that concept.
they weren't even aware of the concept of it. Like in the early
Yep.
1900s, they were considered oddball groups who were opposed to, like, what we're talking about. You were considered this off the wall fringe group if you were discussing this. Even more so back then than nowadays, right?
Hmm.
Nowadays we're still considered fringe as fuck, but nowhere near as fringe as back in the day, right? So like it took a long goddamn time for people to even realize that they were wage slaves or what that even was. Like it was just like all you look at the 1900s, the history there. People were never complaining about being wage slaves in and of itself. All they ever complained about in any large scale anything was, oh, they weren't getting paid enough at the wage slave job. Oh, their conditions at the wage slave situation need to be improved there. They were never complaining about having to do it in the first place. That's not what they were complaining about. They were complaining about just tweaks within the fold of being a wage slave. And they were actually demanding jobs. Demanding, we demand jobs, more jobs, give us more jobs. Ah, that's what
Hmm.
they were demanding. And it's like, you fucking idiots. Why are you
Wow.
demanding more jobs? You're okay. So okay, you lost job, you lost payment, you lost employment, that other thing. Don't demand more jobs. Demand a situation where you have edible landscapes, you fucking doofuses. So you
Yeah.
don't have to have other jobs. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like,
Yeah.
that's how dumb people were in the early
Hmm.
1900s. Stupid as shit. And now they're still
Hmm.
as dumb. Just we're starting to barely make some headway, I guess, with these kinds of conversations. But it was bad. I watched a history documentary not too long ago, and I was like, these people are stupid as fuck. The whole protest was just demanding more jobs. It's like, what the hell are
Hmm.
you doing? Demanding more jobs. You fucking
Can
idiot.
I ask you a little question? Have any of you, in your work experience, however little or how much of it you guys have you ever experienced where colleagues try to act like they're your boss by trying to tell you what to do or trying to tell you how to do your job?
Oh yeah.
What about you, 1K? Has that ever? And remember, you can say prefer not to say or no comment or whatever if you don't want to say. I wonder if she's there. Maybe she's gone to the restroom or something. Oh,
I've run into that though. Yeah, it was well. I should say I haven't run into much of that myself in the formalized official work sense. I've run into it in an ad hoc, like situational sense with like groups and different things like that and stuff. But I never put up with it though. Like the second it happened, I would immediately call it out for the bullshit it was, and they would just stop
yeah,
talking to me. So I ran into it, but I didn't put up with it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like,
fair enough,
so
fair enough. Like I've dealt with that before.
yeah,
Colleagues trying to tell me to do my job, like they're my boss, and it's like, mind your business. Like, why?
right,
And they would try to make a scene just to make me look bad.
right,
One person in particular, it was so annoying. Again, this was way back when I was working in supermarkets, right? I was basically, you know how in supermarkets, like, you stack shelves, right? You know what I mean, stacking shelves,
yeah,
stacking fruits, all foods and whatnot. And I was stacking the fruit and vegetable section, right? And one of my colleagues, right, not supervisor, colleague, one of my colleagues came to me, and mind you, I was not finished. I was not finished with my work regarding, stacking, the fruit and vegetable area. And he comes and tells me why I didn't condense this particular part. And it's like, dude, first of all, I didn't say this to him, but I was thinking, dude, no, I said to him, dude, I'm not even finished. And also, like, dude, don't worry about it. Like, let me worry about it. Like, I'm doing my thing. I'm not finished with what I'm doing. Obviously, PP, like, once I'm finished, then obviously I'm gonna double check, what needs work and what not. But he comes in the middle of what I am working on, regarding the vegetable and fruit aisle, and he just comes and he starts saying, "Why didn't I do this?" And I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, "Hang on, dude, you're not my freaking boss. What are you doing trying to tell me like how to do my task? Like, why are you trying to undermine me?" And we got into an argument because he basically tried to make me look bad on the shop floor. And yeah, we got into an argument, and he was saying like, I don't care," because I kept telling him like, "Don't do this on the shop floor, like, because it's, you're making a scene, blah blah blah." And he said, "I
yeah.
don't care," and he just kept criticizing me. And I'm thinking, do these colleagues act like this just to make other colleagues look bad because they want to get some kind of promotion, or what is it?
Well, he explained it to you loud and clear. He said he doesn't care. So
So
he
there you
doesn't
go.
care about you or anybody else or what. And on top of that, once again, he's shooting himself in the foot. He's not thinking deep enough or feeling enough about it, because if he thought further about it, he would recognize to his advantage, if he treats you better and is reasonable and is cool with you and respects you, that he's going to do better off himself because he's less likely to be harassed and have problems. See, he's not
Mhm.
thinking about that. He's just thinking in terms of, I just need to be an asshole because I'm a worthless piece of shit. Honestly, most people's lives are so goddamn pathetic that they only get
Mhm.
off on tormenting others and nothing else, basically. That's how
Mhm.
bad it is in
Yeah,
most
it seems like
cases.
that in the workplace, and this is why this is one of the reasons why workplaces are so evil and toxic.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Finding
Well,
Gnosis.
hey, good to see you,
Welcome.
man. Is this the Finding Gnosis
Hello.
I think it is? Hey.
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yes.
man. How are you?
I'm okay. Thought provoker. Thought provoker. There is a spillage on aisle 17. Can you get there immediately, please? Immediately, please.
Classic humor,
Well
man. I love
played.
it.
Well played, Finding Gnosis.
It's
I,
nice having you
I, I,
on a chat. Usually you're the host. This is nice, this format.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I always get here too late. I've often come on like the last two times I tried to come on your stream, TP. It's been at the very end when I came on and you didn't see me, and then you ended the show. So it's
I
good to get here on
see.
time, you know. But
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
yeah, it's an interesting topic. I mean,
Yeah, wage
work is
slavery.
hard, but I would say my advice in terms of work is to have a goal, you know, that help you get through it. Because a lot of people don't have a goal to what to do with their finances. And yeah, you should always try and have a goal, a personal goal, as in what you're going to do with your money to better your own life, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
of course,
e-
of course.
e- e- but you'd be surprised how many people don't have achievable goals, you know.
Some people don't
Um,
have goals at all,
yeah.
which isn't necessarily their fault because like
Well, you
once you
have to
choose.
have big goals. Big goals. You got to have your big dreams and your little goals as well, you know. But
Okay.
I've done all that shit. I've worked in store, like you said as well. I mean, I did shelf stacking before. That was fucking, you know, that I quite liked it. That was my second job at the time. I had two jobs, and that was one of them in the evenings. And I liked it because you could listen to like, you know, a podcast or something, and you could also. My team wasn't too bad as well, but to be honest with you, any job where you're facing the public, it's difficult, and you don't get enough pay. The grief you get from Joe Public these days, you know, it's unbelievable out there, isn't it?
Did you ever feel like, there were times where your colleagues were trying to tell you how you should do your job, like they were your
Oh, of
boss or
course,
something?
of course. Everything you said resonated with me. I mean, there's always been like assholes at work who, what PP said, they take it out on you. So there's bullies, there's people who try to put you down. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just human nature. I mean, there's
They try
literally
to undermine
psychopaths,
your work, try to make you look like
and
you're
there's
lazy.
jealousy. You get jealousy and all that as well. You know, you get
Mm-hmm.
people who you just get all types at work. But you have to try and look. I feel sorry for people going through that at work. Luckily, I'm not doing that at the moment. Like I'm not in a position where I don't like the people I'm working with. In fact, I only work with one other person at the moment, and it's okay, you know. So we're a team, you know. So we get on okay. But other than that, I've been in all those positions where yeah, I've had issues with colleagues and stuff. As I said, sometimes it's jealousy, and sometimes it's some weird psychological thing that they've got. You know, it could be anything. It could be racism. It could be anything. It could be just because you look
Could be
like someone they
sexism.
knew, or you remind them of somebody. Just anything and everything. The problem is you have to deal with someone else's bullshit psychology. You
The
know.
problem with finding
Uh,
those, the problem is it's so common in so many workplaces. Like almost every
yeah,
workplace is like this.
of
It's
course.
like people, they've grown into adulthood and it's like they've never left school because the workplaces are basically like school in terms of bullying.
But you know, you got to zoom out a bit. It's not just workplaces. You know,
Yeah.
every human, like every group of people, there's politics. You know, there's this like there's the competition, the vying for fucking attention, the vying for supremacy, the people who want to lead. You know, the people who want to follow. There's the backbiters. It's in everything, you know. So I mean, you played a lot of sport. Sometimes you even get it in sport, bro, in your own team. I don't know if you've had that experience, but that happened as well. I've seen that as well.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. Like
you,
teammates
you
trying
know,
to make you look bad
yeah,
by,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
say, you
Being
make a
jealous of
pass to
you,
them. Yeah,
being
yeah, yeah.
jealous of you, and all that shit. And sometimes the worst thing is, I notice in sport, managers use that as well. They like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know you played football, I played rugby, and in rugby they used to like to wind people up. The manager used to like to wind some people up because he knew there was two guys who were relatively similar in skill levels, right? So what he'd do
Mm-hmm.
is he'd play them against each other in training, wind them up, and then keep one as a sub, and then like he'd be wound up on the sideline because he's as good as the guy, or maybe he thinks he's better than the guy playing. And then they bring him on as a super sub, all wound up psychologically. He goes out and plays a blinder. You know what I mean? Like in you know, I don't know if your manager has done things like that to you in the past. But
I don't know. No, not that. But like, I was just talking earlier about how a manager of mine from the past, right? Again, this was when I was working in supermarkets, and basically I was doing night shift, and a colleague of mine from the morning shift, you basically was supposed to fill in the milk section. So basically, to stack milk in the milk section in the fridges, and basically there was when I came to the milk section at night, I saw like cartons of milk inside. They were stacked together in plastic. So so my colleague did not even open up the plastic so that they could individually put the milk cartons inside. I saw that and I reported it to my manager or supervisor, and they asked me if I could do it and that they'll then talk to my colleague about it. And I basically didn't do it because it's not fair to me. You, as a supervisor or manager, instead of telling me to do my colleague's work that they didn't do, it is your job to basically hold my colleague accountable and not make me do their work. That's how I see it. I'm not even mad at my colleague. I'm mad at my supervisor at the time for trying to even ask me to do my colleague's work.
There's an interesting thing that you guys, I'm not sure if you guys know this or not, but I was actually watching a documentary on it recently, and way back in like the 1700s and before, you actually, up into like the late 1700s, hell, even into a chunk of the 1800s, you were actually, in most cases, paid by the amount of quality of stuff you produced and did versus by the hour. Like this whole hourly shit thing to try and artificially equalize stuff is a huge goddamn problem because it only makes sense people getting paid by the hour in a system where all you're doing is like standing guard at night or something. A job that specifically involves the time you're there is what you're getting paid for, right? But in all these other contexts, it makes no sense at all because you have all sorts of this hodgepodge all over the place. Certain people doing a shit ton of
But
work and getting paid less.
I completely agree with you. Like, but it seems fair on one hand to pay people per quantity of their output, but on the other hand, be careful what you wish for because then it could become if you're not if you're not in top form, your pay will go down. You know what I mean? So it's a slippery slope. In terms of what is right and what is wrong. In terms of
So
pay.
what I'm saying is the simple solution, it's not a right or wrong, it's very simple. Everyone would
Yeah.
anyway get a baseline pay that's good pay. That's not low pay, good pay,
Oh,
not like
okay.
tip pay. That's a baseline no matter what you get it, period. But anyone who is seen to go above and beyond and can verify that they're going above and beyond, like
Oh,
this
okay.
is verifiable, like you can literally, okay, physically, this guy, you can see, okay, there's a physical shelf that's stacked now, and this person did it at this time. Okay, that person gets paid extra, and they're the one that did it. There's the proof. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, to where it's like, you get paid nothing if you just, do very little work. I'm talking about the baseline is always the same, but you get paid more if you do more. So in the case of like Thought Provoker, I can almost guarantee you, TP, if you were offered a good amount of pay extra to do that extra little piece that they asked you, hey, could you do
You
it?
do it, no
Knowing that you
problem.
would get paid
Yeah.
for it, you probably would do it, wouldn't you? If you're getting paid for it, right? Extra, if you're getting paid extra, you would probably do it. But
If
since
it's
you,
worth it.
if it's worth it, yeah, but you had the ability to refuse it still. But I would say at least you getting
Yeah, at
offered
least it's
some
like, yeah,
extra
if you're gonna tell me to
payments.
do my colleague's work that they didn't
Right.
do, then you better pay me extra. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Or if they request, right? Like, hey, if you do it, I'll pay you extra, right? No, that would be a very reasonable system. And we could so easily have that system
I mean,
right
I
now.
suppose on the other hand, it does depend on your contract, what contract you have, because in a retail setting, your manager might have the right to, in your contract, it might say they have the right to tell you to do anything in the shop, because I remember, as I said, I worked a part-time job there in the evenings on top of my other job, and they trained us to do other shit that we weren't actually doing day to day, just in case, you know what I mean? So the manager could tell you to do anything if it came to it, you know what I mean?
And that's why
Even
the
And I think that
contracts,
Oh
yeah.
wait, guys, hold on. Let me introduce Patsy Klein. Patsy Klein, how are you?
Fine. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good,
Patsy
great,
Klein.
fine. I'm so happy.
Fantastic. So,
She's
welcome to the live
happy.
stream. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm happy because I've had some trouble getting on panel. Uh,
Oh,
my
okay.
my settings and
Well,
everything are going crazy. I don't know.
all right. Well, good to have you here, TP. One thing I think about sometimes is people who work in big corporations. Now, I've worked in big corporations, and I don't think they realize how lucky they are in some ways because big corporations do. There is definitely more onus on the corporation to try and protect the individual. You know what I mean? The people working there. I don't know if you've ever worked for smaller companies or even just like for somebody else or whatever. You're not afforded the same rights, you know, and it is true even in legislation. That, like if it's a small company, it doesn't have to do as much as the bigger companies. Do you know what I mean? And I've always found that interesting. You know that there is this onus on bigger companies, but not on the little companies. Now I understand why that is the case in terms of the government is trying to encourage little companies to start up and flourish and grow
And
and
develop.
help exactly, and it helps the economy. But I think it's
Mm-hmm.
something that people need to be maybe think about,
Mm-hmm.
and it is worth thinking about. Do you want to put yourself in a situation where you have more protection, i.e., go and work for a big corporation? And that includes like jobs that are relatively easy to get, like the retail jobs. I say relatively easy. It's hard to get because there's a lot of competition. But you know what I mean? You don't have to have qualifications to get those jobs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just something I think about sometimes, that there's a lot of people out there slogging away without as much access to rights, if you know what I mean. There isn't a clear cut kind of procedure in place to help them. There's no HR team. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's no. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Even
But
contracts perhaps haven't been written down and stuff.
but finding gnosis, from what I've
Yeah,
heard, and
yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, from what I've heard, when it comes to HR, they're no help to the employees. They're basically helping the company, not the employees. So
Oh
when you're
yeah, well, I mean, they literally view you as a resource. You are. It's literally, the clue is in the name, human resources. So you are a resource of the company, and they're trying to
Mhm.
manage you.
And they see you as a liability if you try to report anything like any harassment, in the workplace or whatever.
Well, I mean, it depends. That like a good human resource manager will weigh it up, because if you bring something to their attention about another employee, for example, they might see it as a problem that needs to be solved. Otherwise, it may cause even bigger problems down the line. So, I
Hmm.
mean, a good human resource manager isn't going to scoff or belittle someone for bringing something to their attention. A good one will see it as, yeah, we need to sort this shit out, because number one, dissatisfied employees are not good workers. Okay. And number two, if there is someone causing trouble, it might lead to legal claims in the future. So we need to nip this in the bud as soon as possible. You know what I mean? So yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, you know a good human resources manager will be wary and somewhat in favor of good working conditions, but that's not always the case.
Hmm.
you know
Hmm.
The fact that they call it that is so dark too. Think about it. If it was actually
It
for
is.
the
I will
benefit,
agree. I agree with you there, mate. It is dark, isn't it? It's very dark.
because they would just call it this. They would simply call it resources for humans if it was actually to help the humans, and they'd have to run it
Yeah,
that way.
yeah.
But the fact they call it the other thing, it means they know exactly why they're calling it that
Oh
and what they're
yes.
doing.
Oh
Well
yes. Oh,
said.
do you know what? I miss PP. I miss PP. I love his. I love the way he just tells it like it is.
You
And
know,
you
it's
too,
funny
TV.
because I've been working a good bit of my whole life, over 40 years, and they always called them office managers, not human resource managers. You know what I'm talking about? It went from office manager.
A human resource manager is a type of manager within your corporation or the company, Patsy. It's
So
a
I'm saying,
it's literally a department. Like, just as you'll
yeah,
have head of finance, you'll have head of human resources.
I
So
understand.
it's like yeah, yeah. So it's
I understand, but I
and
like that.
the office manager will be the person overseeing everything, in terms of, like, they'll be overlooking, they'll be liaising with everybody, trying to get it all together, and maybe report to the CEO or the directors.
Okay, well, the last place I worked was a law firm. It was human
Mm,
resources only, not office manager. Human
mm,
resources, and you know what? That never really dawned on me when all those years I was hearing that human resources manager. It never dawned on me
mm.
how vile that sounds. Human resources manager.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like a
You're
damn
a thing.
machine. Like
It's
yeah,
basically what object. It's basically
objective. Yeah,
It's basically psychopathic in a way because it's objectifying the humans. It's viewing them as objects, things
yeah,
to be
yeah,
utilized, used, not
exactly.
as not. Yeah, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
Hmm.
tough.
there's a whole world, there's a whole occult world of why specific terms are used. It's such an interesting fucking rabbit hole. Like the term shipping versus cargo. The reason they have to legally refer to on-land stuff as shipping so that on-land shipping can be put within the law of international business law versus law of the land per country. So there's all sorts of weird shit behind why things are
Mm.
called things, you know? So it's like, I remember as a kid, I was like, Mom, Dad, why do they call this shipping versus the opposite cargo? That's really weird. They had no clear answer for me. And I was like, but as I grew up and I saw a bunch of stuff on it, Jordan Maxwell was useful in that. He was like, he explained, well, the reason they do that is because it's operating on the maritime admiralty law, law of the sea, and that's the history
Yeah.
behind it, basically. I was like, oh shit,
Mm,
okay.
mm, mm.
Thanks for telling me what nobody ever told me that was supposedly an adult
Sorry,
needing to
PP,
know
I'm
this.
confused. Wait, why were the ships called cargo?
Because it has to be legally under maritime admiralty law, which is the law of water. So, okay, zoom back to the 1700s and before, right? The whole world, what was the trade was by water, right? So all the ships, all the boats, that's how international trade was done with boats, ships. So all these terms that are used for like, the bank, as the water terms, currency, the current of water, it's all water related terms because
Hmm.
the guys in Italy, they understood that all of these terms are directly correlating with their boats, the ships that are bringing this stuff in.
Hmm.
So they correlated the business terms to line up with the terms of boats and ships and everything else because that's the world they lived in, right?
Okay,
So
okay. So wait, so hold on.
nowadays,
Yeah,
So currency comes from
current
current
is
of
it's
the
connected
currents in the
to
water. Yeah. Oh
current
my
like
yeah, yeah.
goodness.
water. Yeah. Bank, the reason it's called a bank is because where does the water touch solid land? The bank,
Oh
the
my god.
edge, right? It's water terms. So this is why when people say money is like water,
I
it's
cannot believe
it's
it.
yeah, it's quite literal.
Okay, so and
Liquid
the
assets.
cargo,
Think
so
about
the
it.
cargo word comes from.
So the cargo, they oppositize it to where cargo would ordinarily refer to land stuff versus water stuff. That's why we say cars for motor cars, but they have to
Mm,
legally. Okay, so all these laws
Yeah.
developed. So maritime admiralty law developed over time, right? So in order for all these legal terms to apply legally to things, they had to maintain the terms as they applied to the trade on the water to apply to land trade now, even though it's not taking place
mhm,
on water anymore the way it was, right? Internationally. So we're talking about international law. In order for it to legally still apply in terms of legal terminology, they had to refer to international land trade as shipping. Okay, because it had to still legally be held within the law of the sea versus the law of the land. They couldn't refer to it as cargo legally, because if they refer to it as cargo, that would refer to things that have more to do with the law of the land, individual countries, piecemeal versus the entire world itself, international business law. So and there's a lot more to it than that, but that's the very basic summary as to why the terms shipping refers to land stuff versus water stuff, and the cargo refers to water stuff versus cars on land and ships in the water. You see, so all these weird fucking things. Same thing with birth. Birth is because think about it. The term birth has to do with ships also. The birth of the ship, that's actually literally the part of a ship. And what is the correlation between a woman having a baby and
Mhm.
birth? There's water, right? The water breaks. And there you go, another water correlation. So there's all of these very calculated.
Wait. Say that part about the water breaks. What was the word?
When the water breaks when a female's about to have a baby, right? There's a thing called the
Mm-hmm.
water breaking, right? And
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
there's a part of a ship that's literally called the birth of the ship. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically, once again, that correlation of the terms, like ships being, and think about how many ships are called she, right? They're always saying she. It's like, why do people always refer to ships as
Oh,
she?
like
Oh,
there
oh,
she blows, like that,
there she blows.
basically.
It has to do with that international business law stuff. It has to do with the
Well, I'm just
correlation.
wondering
Yeah.
why is it called navy? It sounds a bit like native, like something to do with the naval area. I'm going to look it up
Yeah,
etymology.
actually,
What is
you're
what?
correct. Correct. I'm pretty sure you're accurate on that one. The naval area.
And
Yes.
the, and, and, the, and the baby
Oh
goes
no,
in.
the word navy originates from the old French term navi meaning fleet of ships, which itself comes from Latin navigia, meaning a vessel or ship. The Latin term is derived from navis, meaning ship. But then again, you don't know. That could still come from, if you go back, it's not telling me enough going back. It could still
Yeah.
come from a similar root,
So what I'm saying is, if you look enough at these terms, you can see the natural development of it. In other words,
How
you can.
about this? The baby goes through the birth canal.
Yeah,
Ooh,
right, exactly. Canal.
ooh,
There you go.
ooh.
Another. They're both referred to as the canal. So you can see the natural development of these things over time and how this developed into the law books and all this other type of stuff. So now we live in a world where the courts also operate off of these terms as well. The bench is directly correlated with the term bank in Italy, where the bench where the judge sits, right? And then the whole like bar that you have to walk past the bar. Those are also things that had to do with shipping in the past. Once you walk past the bar, the bench, like the bench meant the bank, okay, the banker. So it's like the legal system works off of making money off of court proceedings, obviously. So if you're in, that's why they say you're in hot water when you're in like like if you're having
Mm.
instruments with. So it's like you don't need a conspiracy for things to have developed this way. It's just an organic development through history of how the legal books developed, because international law stuff, they found that it was very convenient to correlate international law proceedings that had to do with ships from other into basically the civil courts and how courts are run in general. Basically, they noticed there was a convenient streamlining of basically correlating the themes and concepts to both things, right? Because they'd had thousands of years of the shipping world, right, of trade and everything else, going back to the Phoenician days. So this correlates with wage slavery in the form of how basically your your situation in life has everything to do with how much flow, how much water in the form of money is flowing through you, to you, and out of you elsewhere. So basically, it has a lot more to do with how much is flowing to you, obviously, in terms of generated passive income, but also how much is flowing out of you elsewhere in order for the rest of the world getting paid and compensated everything else. So
I got
basically,
another one. I got another income stream.
yep, there
Income.
you go. Stream. It's always water terms. Yep, there you go.
A
Interesting.
current account.
Yes,
There's that
there you
as
go.
well.
Exactly. Bingo. Active. So
Very
current is an
interesting.
active, ongoing right now. There it is, moving versus stuck. So it's
All these
like
terms are related, like basically connected. Just water related, like sea related.
they're all international maritime law related. Yes, that's what they're related
Wait,
to.
international what?
PP. Sorry to briefly change this subject. I don't mean to change it for too long, but I wanted to get your opinion on Graham Hancock. Um, have you heard? Do you know Graham Hancock, that guy
Oh
who
yeah, I know him
reckons?
very well, actually, quite well.
Would you like to tell the guys about him, because he is an interesting fellow, and I knew that would be somebody you knew about. I just knew that.
Yeah. So my opinion on him in what regards specifically?
Just tell, first of all, I suppose a lot of people haven't heard of
Oh,
him, so
okay,
maybe you
yeah.
could just say.
So basically, Graham Hancock, he's one of the earliest, one of the biggest names in the entire, uh, super old human civilization, possibly in contact with aliens stuff. He's one of the big original names behind that. There's others, but he's the most well-known name in that world, right? Of those topics. Basically, like, he goes around the world and points out all these anomalies and interesting things pertaining to super
Mm,
old sites, like Göbekli Tepe, the Great Pyramids, the Sphinx, all these other things, the Southeast Asian ruins and stuff, Bolivia, South America. So he's known for doing that and talking a lot about this stuff. Realistically, as far as I can tell, his hypothesis, I think, is, as long as he doesn't exaggerate it, I think he might be pretty close to on track. So as far as I can tell, his overall hypothesis is one of two things: is that number one, early man in the like Stone Age man had contact with a certain number of extraterrestrials who basically piecemeal gave them certain bits of information to serve their purposes, and then afterwards they left Earth or died or whatever the fuck happened to them. And so humans, basically, depending on where they are in the world, were given certain amounts of information about how to do stuff, how to build things from these extraterrestrials. Or that's one of them. Or I think his alternative hypothesis, based on what I've seen, is that if it wasn't extraterrestrial specifically, Stone Age man got to such a point of advancement with Stone Age technology, right? So in other words,
mm,
think about it this way. Think about if Stone Age people kept advancing and advancing and advancing with stone technology over and over, but they never escaped stone technology. what would that world look like? And that world would probably look like the world we see, that is Göbekli Tepe. These big, monumental sites that are big stones and everything like this. The world would probably look like that, actually, in terms of if Stone Age people advanced to as far as they could possibly advance. But here's the thing: as soon as they face a disaster or a cataclysm, if you're still Stone Age, you're going to go right back to what? Hunter gatherers, because you
Yeah,
haven't gotten past stone.
this is it. This is what I knew about him, is that
Yeah.
he believes that we progressed a hell of a lot, but then we suffered severe cataclysms that
Yes.
destroyed us and
So my
basically set us
hypothesis,
right back.
I think he's right on
Yeah.
track, as long as he doesn't insist that people had metalworking technology. Because here's the thing: if you advance that far with stone technology and perfect stone technology, but then you lose your civilization, and you're still stuck with stone, what happens is, okay, you might have perfected to that degree, but because you didn't have metal, that's why you go back to hunter gatherers. Like, for example, if you, like in the Dark Ages, right, when Rome collapsed, the reason they didn't go back to using stone was because they knew how to work iron, right? That's why they didn't go back to hunter gatherers in the Dark Ages. They went back to
Mm.
what? Iron Age farming tribes. They didn't go back to the hunter gatherer phase. So because they had iron and they knew how to still work it, they could make their own swords, make their own armor,
I
make
mean,
their own stuff.
he is. By the way, he isn't accepted like by mainstream academia. He's completely scoffed at,
Right.
But
Well, the
that's
thing is,
not
he doesn't
that's
even
yeah.
he has a lot of good evidence for what he's talking about, a lot of good points. And I
Mm.
think a lot of other people, I think the main problem is this. I think his one flaw is he tends to hint excessively at the fact that this early civilization affirmatively probably had metal technology. He doesn't directly say this necessarily, but he heavily hints at it, to where
Okay.
basically, and he leaves people kind of in the limbo of debating that point and going on about that. But I think if he were to more groundedly say, hey, I suggest that people got to a pinnacle of Stone Age technology and they lost that,
Mm.
I think he would be taken
Mm.
far more seriously by more archaeologists in the mainstream. Because
Do,
that is actually 100% within the fold of stuff that can be easily verified, even within the mainstream. And it's a lot less stuff you have to find extra evidence
do,
for, right?
yeah. Do you know what I learned this year, which terrified me? It was that one of our ancestors, Homo erectus, right, was around on this planet and walking around doing its thing. And it basically, if you look up a Homo erectus, to me, it looks like us. It more or less looks like a modern day human. Apparently, it's us with just a slightly smaller brain or whatever. But that doesn't mean anything, by the way. Just because something's got a smaller brain doesn't mean it's less intelligent, because it's actually about the density of neurons, isn't it? You might know
Yeah,
that, guys. Yeah.
it is.
So it's about how many connections are in the brain. You could have a massive brain, but have very few neurons and very few connections between them. So
Right.
the size isn't necessarily the deciding factor in terms of intelligence. But aside from that, these Homo erectus were walking around on this planet 3 to 2.5 million years ago. Now, I find that absolutely terrifying. That there were basically, because they're basically humans, all right, uh, that were walking around in this hellscape and have been doing so for millions of years.
Yeah.
Just can you imagine what that is like? The fact that these poor fuckers were walking around on this planet millions of years ago, with all the horror of all they lived in nature, so they were getting bitten by snakes without any antidotes. They were getting attacked by wolves. They didn't have good weaponry for survival.
Yeah.
They were on the run. They were terrified, and that was going on for millions of years.
Right.
It's
And think
absolutely,
about
it's
it.
absolutely like, honestly, guys. When I hear that, when I found that out, it did something to it. It kind of just made me shake to my core, because I just thought, holy shit, those poor fuckers for millions of years were
Yeah.
just like etching out a crazy existence in this hellscape reality without any modern conveniences.
Right.
It's
Well, here's the thing.
absolutely insane. Yeah.
Here's what's interesting too. Like, there might have been many phases in the past where those groups of people actually finally got to as high as they could, advancement wise, with stone technology. They might have had
Mm.
what we would now consider cities and civilizations, but being
Yeah.
that far back, the only evidence we're going to have of anything like that is just going to be sticks and stones anyway. So it's going to look
Yeah.
like a hunter-gatherer world still, even if that's all we have, because it's going to be so far buried under the ground at this point, that it's like you're not going to be able to have any definitive evidence of anything beyond just very basic hunter-gatherer societies, right? But even
Let
if
me
you
ask.
achieve, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh no! You can finish your point, and then I'll ask a question.
I was just saying, but even if you achieve the highest possible level of Stone Age tech advancement, you're still self-limited in the sense that any disaster, any type of notable thing like a drought or whatever, it shoots you right back into being a hunter-gatherer again. So, it's like there's no really escaping that fact in terms of, in terms of if something falls apart, you have no option but to become a hunter-gatherer again if you're a stone-based civilization, is what I'm trying to get at. But,
So let me ask you a lot of question. I'll ask PP, then Finding Noses, then Patsy Cline. So PP, if you tomorrow won the lottery, let's say £50 million, right? Would you ever work a job again?
hell no. I don't even work a job again now, but hell no in that case, especially not. Yeah.
What about you, Finding Noses? If you won £50 million tomorrow, would you ever work a job again?
I think I'd work projects, which is I do projects that I value, to help others and to help myself as well. And in many ways, that is like work in terms of like.
No, but a job.
Work is
a job.
He's talking about a wage slaver. You'd never work a wage
slavery
job.
Would I work for somebody else again? No, I wouldn't.
Right.
Oh, okay. No. All right, cool. What about you, Patsy Cline? If you won £50 million tomorrow, would you ever work a job again?
There's no way I would do that unless it was something that I wanted to do. But it would have to be involving not around other people. It would be something totally fulfilling myself.
All right, fair enough.
By the way, people do work on that level of money. Don't forget, if you've got £50 million and a person who's like a billionaire comes along and says, "Hey, I'll give you 200 million to do this for me," you might go to work.
Well, wait, hold on. Let's negotiate. Let's talk about that. £200 million. So a billionaire comes up to me and says, I'll give you £200 million for. Give me an example. What are they going to tell me to do?
I don't know what it is, but theoretically, it could be like at that look. When you get to that level of money, it might be just use your powers of persuasion.
Would you wait? Hold on. So let's say you won the lottery tomorrow. You won £50 million tomorrow, but then a billionaire out of nowhere comes up to you and says, "Finding Noses, how would you like £200 million for X, Y, and Z?" Would you say yes to that?
In all honesty, it depends what X, Y, and Z was.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on what it is.
Yeah. Like, so yeah. I mean, I was just pointing out that you might go to work, brother. You might go to work depending on what it was. You know what I mean?
Wait.
That's what I was trying to do.
Wait. I would have to work for someone else?
Well, you'd be working for the billionaire, but it depends on the terms of the contract. It might be a very short contract, or it depends on what the work was. Like, you might go to work for £200 million if it meant like it could further your projects and your aims. You might.
Can I be honest with you? No, you're not wrong when you say might. Okay, fair enough. But knowing myself, £50 million is already enough for me. So 200 is a major bonus. £200 million is a major bonus. Even for PP, like, 50 million is more than enough for PP. Am I correct in saying that, PP?
Oh yes, it's definitely more than enough for PP. In more ways than one, for sure, by a lot.
The way you said it, but nonetheless, well played. You guys caught that as well, nonetheless.
Yeah.
So go on, Patsy Cline. Would you like if you won £50 million tomorrow, and a billionaire came up to you and said, how would you like £200 million? Now, obviously, you would have to work for that billionaire. Would you take it?
No, say he said 500 million.
I think so, because
what the whoa. What was that?
What was that?
The Archons have taken over fucking Patsy Cline.
No, I don't know what happened there, but
that was you.
Don't worry about it.
It wasn't me.
That was somebody else coming on the stream temporarily. Did you let somebody onto the stream, TP?
Yeah, I let someone on the stream. I don't know if you're probably not looking at your screen, but yeah, I let
Oh,
someone
right,
on the
okay.
stream, and then it sounded like music was playing.
But then I was saying that
They probably accidentally had music in the background or something.
I don't know. It
By
just,
the way, guys, I want to say congratulations, TP, for getting 1,000 subscribers. And last time I looked, guys, Perpetual Pleasures was only 6 away. So please, guys, I shared his thing on my channel on the post. Yeah, subscribe to Perpetual Pleasures, bring him up to that 1,000. You know, he deserves it as well. You know, you
Oh,
both
absolutely.
deserve it. So
I've been subscribed to PP.
everybody subscribe who's watching to Perpetual Pleasures. I mean, he deserves 1,000 at this stage, for fuck's sake.
Oh,
Thanks
yeah,
a bunch,
yeah,
brother.
yeah.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah. Check out Perpetual Pleasurist channel. He is almost at 1K subscribers.
And I promise you, guaranteed, if you're anybody who has any interest, you're guaranteed to find one of your interests on my channel. I cover a shit ton
In
of
fact, I'm
topics.
going to
A lot
share
of
his channel
topics.
now on my post just to say, yeah, subscribe,
Yeah.
because he's only 5 away now. He's only 5 away. I'm looking now. Yeah, there you
So
go.
I think you'll really enjoy it. If you scroll down the videos or just type in Perpetual Pleasures, any topic you can think of, you'll probably find it on the channel. And if not, let me know, and I'll cover it on the channel at some point.
Yeah.
Anyway, what
So-
I was going to say that probably not, because I think when you get to a certain amount of money, any extra is just like, you know, I don't know.
Oh, wait. Oh, I get it. So basically, when I asked the question, like, if you won 50 million pounds tomorrow, and then a billionaire came up to you and said, how would you like 200 million pounds just to work for him? You said probably not to that?
Yeah, because I was thinking, if you already have that amount of money already, I mean, it's just, I don't know. That's another thing about humans, about people. Nobody's ever satisfied for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've always got to have the next best thing, you know, and that gets a lot of people in trouble. You know, I don't know. It's just they can't seem to squelch their desire for more. I mean, somebody could wrap a fur coat around you, a woman, you know, put diamonds all over her hands and everything else, but she always want more for some reason, and it's just I don't know. I never could understand that mentality, but the answer's no.
So I'm confused. Okay, so the reason you would say probably not is because, sorry, I was a bit confused. You'd say probably not, like, to 200 million pounds to work for a billionaire, because,
Well, number one, I was working for another person. That's number one.
you said for number one, you were
First of
working...
all, I'm working for another person, and I don't want to do that.
Oh, okay, noted.
That's the
Wait,
first
would you, if you won 50 million pounds tomorrow, would you quit your job?
I don't have a job now.
Oh, okay. But let's say if you were working right now, would you quit it if you won 50 million pounds?
Of course.
Oh, okay. So I'm not crazy. Okay, cool. Good to know. If it were me, if I won 50 million pounds, would I? Okay, if I won 50 million pounds, I would never work again. I think you guys know that about me. You guys know I hate wage slavery more than anyone on this planet. But nonetheless, as far as 200 million pounds, so if I won 50 million pounds tomorrow and a billionaire came up to me and said, how would you like 200 million pounds, you know, to work for him or her, would I take it? It depends on what they're... No, screw that. No. I got
No, but
50 million.
you see, the brutal truth is, whether you like it or not, okay, is it would help other people and causes that you care about. You know what I mean?
I'm not... Listen, wage slavery has been bad enough. Like, working for someone else, even if it's for 200 million pounds, 50 million pounds is so much already. So, do you know what I mean? So much already. 50, that will last me a lifetime. Yeah. You know, I'm not one of those people that spend ridiculous.
But I'm just saying you could use it for someone else. That's all I'm saying. You could use it for something else.
What, the 200, like part of the 200?
Yeah. You could take it from the billionaire and give it to someone who really needs it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand. But I could even use that 50 million pounds I already have via lottery and even donate some of that, to people who are in need.
Mhm.
I could do that as well. Someone's at the back, but here's the thing, man. There's someone at the back, but I want to let them on, but I don't know if this person's a troll or not. I'm not saying they
Who
are,
is
but
it?
I don't. Someone at the back called Pulse. I don't. Pulse, please communicate me in the private chat. Are you a troll? Well, I mean, they probably wouldn't let me know. I don't know. I don't know how to go about this. How do you go about this? Finding those
TB, this is
situations?
what I recommend. This is what I do on my channel. I only have people on my stream that I've talked to previously, that I've interacted. So that if there's any question at all and I'm not sure on any level, if I'm not sure who somebody is, I never let them on. Period. Full stop.
I
There's
see.
no wiggle room on that. So I'd suggest in this case, since you don't know, don't let them on. Figure out who they are first. Have them talk to you at least once. Have some interaction. Have it be a good one. Then decide to have them on. I would say if you don't know, that's my recommendation. Do what you want. That's what I suggest.
I appreciate that. And the person left anyway, probably
The
because he was
reason
the
I
same.
say that is because that's how you avoid trolls randomly, unexpectedly coming on and doing weird
Yep.
shit. Because you know who you're
Hmm.
dealing with before they do that,
Oh,
basically. So
exactly. Thank you. Thank
But
you.
I wanted to get a thought process out of my mind here. Um, we were talking about what I work for, somebody, and it, what I'm saying is there's some value in working when you have that all that money, all that. Let's say you got trillions of dollars. Okay, let's just say that there's still value in working, but to me, it would involve something that you would have to do for yourself to fulfill yourself in inwardly some way, uh, in order to fulfill your own inward feelings or something. It wouldn't be for working for anybody. Number one, it would be something to make me feel good about myself, and that's what I'm saying. It had to be like volunteering, because when you volunteer, you don't get paid shit. I mean, you don't get paid anything. You just do it because you want to do that, you know, for a reason. Make yourself feel better about what you're doing, or whatever it is. Volunteering would be the way if you want to get that benefit out of working and being feeling good about it. That part. That's the only way you could do it. But working for somebody else, you got that's hanging over your head. You got somebody hanging over your head, telling you what to do, how to do it, when to do it, how much to do, when to be there. No good. So I'd volunteer.
Hmm. Okay, you just volunteer.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Nice. Damn, 50. I don't think you guys understand. £50 million is so freaking much.
dude, in the world I live in, even $10,000 is an insane amount of money. That would be life
Yeah.
changing.
Yeah, that too.
Hell,
Like,
5,000. Like
it's not
name a
like,
number. Any amount that people think is low is to me like insane. The levels I live at, money wise.
But how much do you need? I mean, exactly how much do you need to feel like, oh, I've got, I'm just ecstatically happy? I mean, how much more do you need thrown on you? Okay?
Oh,
Till
I
it
can't
gets kind
hear
of
anything.
monotonous.
I'm gonna have to.
It'll actually get monotonous after a
One
while.
second, guys. I'll be right back.
You know what I'm saying?
no problem.
You'll actually get sick of it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Look-
like this idea of eternity.
Mhm.
Living in heaven in eternity. It's so good, but it's the same thing over and over and over and over. You know,
Yeah, but
you know what
I
I'm saying?
mean,
That same concept to me.
mhm.
Yeah. That's interesting
Luckily,
because it's, yeah, go, sorry.
no, you're good, you're good. Luckily, in that scenario, we just experienced eternal bliss. So, I know that eternal bliss is beyond what we can imagine, but logically, if we are in that state, we will never experience boredom or suffering or anything like that. We just imagine your happiest moment in life, but that is perpetual. No pun intended.
Tell us about it, perpetual pleasurist.
Well
Explain that
played.
to us, perpetual pleasure.
So this
We
is
need an
interesting.
explanation. From
TP and I were
perpetual
talking.
pleasure.
Yes. We were talking about this earlier today, just before this chat. Me and TP were actually. We had a multiple hour-long conversation about other things. But basically, that was one of the topics we brought up towards the end. We were talking about, hey, it's weird that so many people throughout the world have this idea that number one, a paradise state would literally have to be 100% all the way happy all the time to be an actual paradise state. That's a side point. But the second point we were talking about is, by definition, if you are actually in a state, so in other words, if the claim is true that you're in a maximally happy state forever or for as long as possible,
No, let's
however
talk about
close to
perpetual.
forever.
Huge difference.
Yeah, perpetual, exactly. So like if you're in that for a perpetual continual state forever, that would by definition mean it would be impossible to become bored under any circumstances.
Right.
So there wouldn't even be the ability to get bored in a situation like that at all, because
or
you're literally
tired or in pain,
right.
just any kind of
Exactly.
suffering.
So in other words, if someone's looking at it from the vantage point of Earth right now, like, okay, there are things that people get tired of now, right? Like the way our bodies and brains, and there's certain things we just can't do after a certain point because our bodies shut down, right? Whereas in that state, if you're by definition actually absorbed and actually feeling maximally happy, boredom is off the table. Like there's no source of boredom possible. That's how I would describe it to people, because I've run into that a lot. Like if many people I've talked to over the years are like, yeah, but wouldn't you get bored? Wouldn't that get old? I was like, not if it's an actual paradise state, you wouldn't. No. Let
me quickly interject. Against Life 1000. Hang on. Let me address this. Against Life 1000 says, do you have to show up to volunteer at specific times? Wait, is she talking about coming up on my panel, or is she referring to what Patsy said?
She's talking about what I was saying.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, and when you volunteer, you normally do. I mean, that's another thing about volunteering. I'm glad she brought that up, because that's another thing about volunteering. You're more or less obligated, even if you volunteer. If you say you're going to be there, they expect you to be there.
Makes sense.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you've always got somebody hanging over your head if you volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless you volunteer for yourself to do it on your own, not for a company and not for an organization. You just up and do it by yourself. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
But even then, let's say you want to go to a nursing home or something, and with your pet for pet therapy, you'd have to let them know you're going to be there at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, there'd be some kind of obligatory situation going on there, even if you volunteer. So it's kind of like a catch, It's catch-22,
Yeah. Oh, finding. Welcome back.
Hello. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what happened. My phone died. Actually, that's what happened. Sorry. I do know
Your
what happened.
mic is 100 times better than the one before. Not that it was bad, but this one is so
I'm on my
much
computer
clearer,
now.
so much. But yeah, welcome back. By the way, it's nice to have some Brits on the panel for once. No offense, Americans. No offense. I like you lot. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's nice to.
Last time you'll see me on the panel.
We joked about me waving the American flag on my birthday down the streets of London, like on July 4th. I was born on July 4th, so if I were to wave the flag, that would be funny as hell.
That would be funny.
When are you coming to see us, PP?
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know. I'm actually paranoid of the UK getting nuked at any time, so I might at some point visit, but I'm sort of paranoid of that, so it's kind of a hindrance somewhat.
Kentucky Fried TP and Finding Gnosis. Yeah.
Finding. I made a joke previously on a different live stream where I was like, "Would you care for some TP for your PP?" And yeah, that got Patsy laughing like hell.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever done that? Has anyone ever had a parade of waving the American flag down the streets of London at any point?
I've never seen that. That would be
on July 4th.
hilarious.
That would be so goddamn funny, dude.
That would be hilarious. Oh god!
I think most people would laugh their asses off at it, probably, but it would
people would probably say,
so hilarious.
"Oi, fuck off, you Yankee mate," or something like that.
They're probably at the worst, and then they probably bust down laughing right after.
And the thing is, us Brits, we would probably say it in a joking way. Isn't that right, Finding Gnosis?
I wouldn't be joking.
Oh.
As he's joking, of course.
Great.
Well, what's funny about it is it's so long ago now. It's like I think most modern Britons, almost across the board, would just laugh. And I don't think any modern Briton, for the most part, even puts any emotional investment in that anymore. I think it's interesting how far we've come, isn't it? Since then, right? Very interesting how far we've come.
It's funny how I don't know if you guys can see on the screen. You got the Brits on the left and the Yanks on the right. And I'm joking, Americans on the right. Yeah.
I'm not Yank. They're gonna be Yank.
Are you guys offended by the term Yank, or is it okay?
I don't mind it.
I'm very
It's just a term I've heard used.
Apparently, the Yanks were up in. Was that around like New Jersey or something? It was that way up there, and
something
then
like that. It
Yeah.
sounds really similar to
Anything
wanking to
above
me,
the
so I laugh
Mason
about it.
Dixon, man. Anything above the Mason Dixon. Anything above the Mason Dixon.
yeah, as far as I'm aware, the South weren't Yanks, so that they get annoyed when you call them Yanks because they say we're not Yanks.
No,
Yo,
Yanks
hey,
are
We're
finally,
not
moving.
Yanks.
you've got to work on your.
I love
I'll
it.
give you one more chance to work on your American accent.
How dare you call us Yanks?
That's
Not
a great
bad.
American accent.
Not
Yanks
bad.
are moving. Yanks are moving to the South. We hate them.
I'm not a Yank. My forefathers fought against the Yanks.
Not
One
bad.
day we'll do it again.
You know what? I'll give you a 6 out of 10 for your Southern accent. I'll give you a 6 out
Oh,
of
that
10.
ain't a Southern accent.
Is
Patsy
that
give you a
Patsy?
0.
Oh yeah, you're giving Patsy 6 out of 10. I give her a 5 out of 10.
No,
for
I'm
her
giving
accent.
I'm
I'm
giving
a
you
10
a
out of
6 out
10.
of
What are
10.
you talking about?
Finding knows I'm giving you a 6 out of 10 for your American.
Yeah, well,
your
at least
Southern
at least my accent's better than Patsy's accent.
What?
You know,
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
what an underhanded insult.
PP just muted himself.
Patsy, I'm
because
only
he-
taking the piss out of you. I'm sorry, I'm joking. All right.
we're
I
British.
know.
we're
I love
British.
it. You know I do.
Don't worry, Finding Gnosis, I love your American accent. It sounds great every time to me.
Yeah, you thought my Matthew McConaughey.
McConaughey.
Dude, it's literally
I love
your Matthew
Matthew
McConaughey.
I
is
love
like,
him, man. Matthew McConaughey.
you thought when I mimicked him it was sexy. You remember you said that on my video?
yeah, it's like the sexier version of Matthew McConaughey. That's what it is. Like that's
Oh,
what it is,
God.
literally.
I was
Us
taking the
Brits.
piss out. I was taking the piss out of him because he turned into some weird kind of motivational speaker, didn't he?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, against Life 1000, feel free to come up. Listen, I know I said it's nice to have some Brits up, but yeah, I don't mind Americans coming up as well. It's fine. You can come
What's
back
the
up.
name? What's the name of that TV series that Matthew McConaughey that I love so much? Detective, True Detective.
True Detective.
Oh yeah. Oh God, what did y'all think about that, man? I
It
mean,
was
did
good,
he
yeah.
not have
Oh, that
life
was good.
dance? I mean,
That
that
was good
just
as hell.
perfection. Okay, I mean, the way he got life down, man. I mean, unbelievable.
One of his best roles, in my opinion, like especially that first season, was really good. Yeah.
Oh God. Oh,
It was dark as fuck though.
No, but it was great. It was true. You know.
It was along the lines of what we say here, which is what I liked about it.
Yeah, but you know, in the end, he doesn't actually. He kind of changes his perspective, doesn't he? He doesn't.
Well, that's what I liked about the end, though. No, the ending I thought was perfect, the perfect conclusion of that, because at the end he actually adopted more of a philosophy like we have, Finding Gnosis.
Yeah.
Or I should say, it implied that where, in spite of knowing all the horrors, he realized that the beauty is in resisting the horrors forever. Basically,
There's nothing else you can do. There's nothing else to do.
So he noticed that that's the beauty of it. The beauty of it is that he exists and somebody somewhere exists.
As you would say, it's the lesser evil.
Exactly. That's right. And so he recognized there's a beauty in being the lesser evil, finally. Whereas he couldn't really clearly recognize that until the end, right? The beauty of it. It's
trying to say maybe that if you go on with that mentality, it'll eventually destroy you yourself.
Yeah. If you stay on just hopelessness and darkness only with no hope at all, then it'll just destroy you and you're giving it the win. But even though you know you're going to be destroyed and defeated, like I explained in my Luciferian Gnosticism stuff, even if you know you're going to be destroyed, the beauty and the victory is in fighting in and of itself. Doing something to oppose it, even if you know you're being defeated, for sure.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's doing. Even the NPCs are doing that, aren't they?
Yeah,
wait,
exactly,
let me interject. Sorry, someone commented this. I'm here to toot my own horn. So Loho says,
wait a minute. The difference in us fighting it, like Matthew McConaughey did at the end, like us, let's say us, and the NPCs out there, is the NPCs aren't acknowledging the shittiness of this world.
Correct. That's the
Hold on a second.
Yeah, there you go. I got it now.
Loho says TP's accent is the most sophisticated and is also a bit frightening and deep. There you go.
TP's accent is most sophisticated.
TP's accent is terrifying. You're right. I think he's a serial killer.
So I got it, Perpetual. I know what you're saying. The difference in the NPCs and us is we realize.
Yes, that's the difference. So we continue on in the fight.
Yes, Loho, I heard about that.
Yeah. Oh, I
You're
think
funny. Finding Gnosis, you're a funny dude. You know that. Do you know that you're a funny dude?
Can you hear me?
We all know that if we went into TP's garden and lifted up his patio slab, so that there's like 2 bodies under each one.
Oh, oh, is it? Is it? Do you know what? Do you know what? You know what?
All
Finding
the
Gnosis?
ex-colleagues that suddenly went missing where he
Did you say
works. You know?
ex-colleagues? He said ex-colleagues.
ex-colleagues, I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
it.
Ex-colleagues.
The ones that
love
never
that.
turned up for work on Tuesday, nobody knows why. They're all under his patio.
You know what? Finding Gnosis. Why
The
don't you go
Tuesday
and find
Punisher.
Gnosis, you joker? No, I'm joking.
I'm trying
Have
to
you found
find it here.
Gnosis yet,
I'm
mate?
trying to
Or are you
find it
still
here.
on the journey, mate?
I'm trying to find it here. You know, I'm a humble man. I go everywhere looking for it. So,
But
Well,
that's
you know
very
what?
significant.
this is a good place to look for it. You know.
Okay, all right. So on my panel, lovely, absolutely lovely. So you'll find it. Just be patient. Do you know what I mean? Loho says, "TP, I love your avatar, by the way. The bottomless, empty black pit with the golden lining. TP. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Loho. Let's see. Loho. Wait, hang on. Yeah, Loho says, by the way, anyone seen the new roided up vegan gains? No, I have not.
Yeah, he's
Roided
big
up.
on it. He's on it now, big time.
Oh wow.
My friend, I don't really follow him, but my friend does, and he was telling me, yeah.
Excuse my ignorance, but are vegans allowed to take steroids? I'm just asking a random question.
I presume.
Okay.
Presume so.
Would you take steroids, finding Gnosis?
No. I mean, I don't want to get any bulkier, you know.
Any bulkier? Oh, you're pretty bulky already, huh?
Yeah, but also
you did
it's
play
not.
rugby.
It gives you the old like it gives you roid rage, and I'm already angry enough.
Yeah. Well, and I've
this
heard
guy.
I've heard it shrinks the balls too, and that's my biggest paranoia with ball shrinking.
It does actually. I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. No wonder they have so much rage. Jeez, man.
Yeah, I don't think finding Gnosis needs to take steroids in that case. It's already been sorted. I'm joking. It's all right. It's all right. Banter.
But I think that point Patsy brought up is a really good one. Like, in other words, that's exactly it. It's basically the difference between us and what people would call NPCs in terms of, fighting against the fucked upness of reality is that we are vividly aware of the horrors of reality to as far as we're able to be aware, and we still fight it anyway. Whereas, like, the tendency with NCPs is once they become aware, they cave and don't do anything. They just fall apart. They lose it. They lose their fucking mind.
Well, a lot of them. The weird thing about us, PP, is we
joking,
talk
BP.
about it. That is one of the weird things. We talk about it. Others don't.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly. And that helps. It helps strengthen our minds against it because, really, because that's all we can do. You may as well turn it into a sacred thing. You may as well take what you're already doing and turn it into something
At least,
sacred.
at
Why
least
not?
we're trying, because we're not trying to escape through drink and drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
away from it. Like we're actually thinking about it, and I think there's some benefits to that. There might be, is the hope as well, because I do sometimes think there might be something to the whole reincarnation thing, and I don't like that idea. But if there is, I want to be it. Look, the way I see this life is I'm hedging my bets in every direction possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. I do the same.
I'm trying to get as much information as possible. Like, I'm glad I read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, because now I know when I do die, and if I see all these things, I'm going to be skeptical about them, because they may be tricks against me, trying to seduce me to coming back here. You know what I mean? Yep. So that might be the case. It might not be the case, but at least I'm trying. At least I'm trying to find out what's going on and how I should orient myself here,
Yep, exactly. And, just focus on what your ideal is and maintain that till death and ideally beyond. And that's the highest likelihood of attaining that ideal.
So let me ask you a lot of question. My question is relating to crap. I hate when that happens. It will come back to me. Continue, PP.
But yeah, that's very significant, because I think this does directly correlate to the wage slavery topic too, because like what Finding Gnosis was saying earlier, the people who are able to temporarily do like wage stuff in order to achieve a deeper, higher goal, you can recognize how horrible that is, but as long as you have an individual, internally driven higher goal that you're using it for, like it's a stepping stone to what you're really wanting to get to, then
and they don't teach you that, TP. They don't teach you that enough in school.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they never teach you that.
It's intentional.
Is it?
It's intentional.
it's either intentional or semi-intentional / cultural driven, both, either one or the other, basically. I think
one thing they're really poor at. I don't know if they did in your school. Like maybe they did it in your school, but they were in my time. They were really poor at helping kids develop goals. You know what I mean? Like it's just such a basic thing that you should have goals. To try and motivate yourself, or to even to try to get out of a bad spot. But
Yeah.
like that should be in and of itself a subject, in school.
There was actually a specific individual politically. I'll have to look up what his name was, but there was a person who intentionally ensured that the American education system did not contain education on like finances and how to make passive income and things like that, because his stated reason was because he wanted more wage slave workers over and above. He might have not used the term wage slave, but he wanted wage working people more and higher ratio than passive income people. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I always found it completely insane that in school you didn't learn about credit cards, mortgages, bank loans.
That was actually
like
intentionally done by a guy in the past on purpose.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane.
George Carlin did some stand-up comedy about something similar to this. About how, they didn't teach us all this stuff in school, and these companies or these elites, they need workers, obedient workers.
They need you to get fucked up, basically, so that you work for them. Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know this, but the modern American educational school system is heavily based on Nazi Germany systems that they used in
Wait,
Nazi
say that
Germany.
again? A lot of schools.
Yes, it's directly based off that, and you can look the history up to verify what I'm saying. It's known that the American school system, from at least the late 40s, 50s onwards, is heavily based on the German school system during the Nazi regime. So this is a very dark fact of history not many people want to admit or acknowledge that exists in America, because it's like, oh shit, we're literally living according to a Nazi system in our school system. Yes, we are. It's heavily based on it, because think about it. That's why it's correlated with the whole prison thing and everything else. They were really adamant about sit down, discipline, focus. Boom, you're going to do this, period. You're going to be this stoic, upstanding, rah, member of society.
Blind,
sit there,
obedient.
shut the fuck up and learn. That's Nazism. That entire psychology is Nazism right there. That's how they operated on. You're going to be this fucking conservative, nationalistic worker who's going to achieve great things for us, for what we're about, and you're going to love it. So sit down, shut up, and learn, motherfucker. That's what it's based on, and that's what it is. Without them saying that in words, that's how it's set up. If you don't sit there and shut up and learn what they're forcing on your face, you basically constantly face all sorts of constant nitpickiness, harassment, annoyance, disturbances. If you don't do this, you're going to go to juvie, blah, 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 blah. I heard that every day of my fucking life for my entire high school. So it's like, it's crazy. It's insane, man.
That
They
is
teach,
crazy.
they teach you to be a machine for the system. A machine
Basically.
for the system.
That's it.
To operate.
Exactly.
I just want to say thank you to the three of you for choosing to be like, you know what, I'm not going to bring a child into this world to become a wage slave. Thank you.
Exactly.
To the three
My
of you.
pleasure. My perpetual pleasure, actually.
Literally. Yeah. That includes you finding, when I say three of you, I mean you two. Unless you're probably thinking of having 10 children.
No, definitely not, bro. Definitely not. I'm personally not thinking of it, but
and I like the fact that all three of us, me, TP, and Finding Gnosis, all three of us are very reasonable, level-headed, chill antinatalists. We're not fanatics about, or I mean, Finding Gnosis, you may not classify yourself as this anymore, that's fine. But what I'm saying is our viewpoint, whether we still class ourselves as antinatalists or not, is basically the same. Like all the points you brought up, I 100% agree with in terms of antinatalism is one little thing, but there's so many more nuances to reality about that. That's just one little teeny element.
Extremely. We are in the gray area.
Exactly. So I'm saying it's like, just like you, I'm 100% on. I understand all sorts of scenarios and situations where, even though it's still a bad, one among many bads, bringing a kid here may not always be the worst possible thing. I can understand the nuances to it, right? Where, the continuation to achieve technological advancements and blah, blah, blah. And that's why, I like that all three of us are on at the same time, because.
And by the way, I never say it's good. It's horrible. It's all horrible.
Right. Of course. It's all horrible.
I agree with that kind of outlook. Like it's the lesser of two evils sometimes.
Right.
It's that bad.
But see, the difference
that's how bad it is. It's like sometimes it's like the lesser of two evils.
That's right. And me and TP were talking about
it is here.
we were basically talking about how, like, we, within the antinatalist or at
Well,
least child-free fold, we basically have an agreement that, okay, not bringing a kid here is a good idea in general, if especially if you're not fit for it and all sorts of other things. However, it's one among a big conglomeration of bad things, and it's not this like
but
standalone
also
above
there is
everything
something,
else
and I've said
terrible
this on my
thing.
channel before. There is something I call myself sometimes jokingly, but it resonates a little bit. I call myself a neo-Jew, in that I don't believe in like the Talmud or the Jewish doctrine in terms of its theology, but I do kind of vibe with, like, we're in such a bad place. We are waiting for a Messiah to be born. We're waiting for a human that can, do something amazing to kind of elevate us or help us transcend the suffering, help life transcend the suffering, and that will take some bizarre individual, some autistic kid in a basement somewhere, like who's able to work with AI or something. It will take someone or something of magnificent intellect, and they may well be our Messiah. And when I say Messiah, I'm using that term as a descriptor to just show that they might do something that we all need, that will
I
I see.
benefit
accept
us.
your worship, finding
Perpetual.
gnosis. I accept your
Do you
worship.
see that happening?
Good man, PP.
Perpetual.
Go on, Patsy.
Perpetual. Do you see that happening at all? I don't.
That's why I made that joke. Just I was like, realistically, probably not, but that's why I made the joke. I was like,
But
I
it is
accept
our.
your worship, finding
You
gnosis.
look, Patsy. Whether you see it happening or not, it doesn't matter. There is still that hope, and you can't kill hope.
Put it
No, well,
this way.
hey, that's what religion's all about.
Put
That's
it
what
this way.
religion's all about. Is hope.
Without
Yeah, but
classifying
Patsy, I've said
yourself
this before. We all have hope, whether we like it or not. Even you. You saying there's no hope.
Speaking of hope, finding gnosis. Do you remember that
But
other
hope
name
is
that you
not
had?
substantial. Hope is not concrete. It's like a damn feather in the
But we
wind.
still have it, and
Yeah.
and my advice is to craft it in your favor, okay? Because if none of this means anything, you may as well try and stop yourself being crazy and think positively. I know that sounds crazy to someone like you who views this world as a hellscape reality, but if it is that bad here, you may as well do what PP suggests and think positive thoughts sometimes to elevate yourself. Because in actual fact, if it is that futile, why? If everything is that futile and there is no hope, well, why cause more suffering to yourself by thinking negatively?
Yes.
You might as well. You might as well have those sacred
if that's
delusions.
the case,
You might as well have those sacred delusions that PP talks
if
about.
that's the case, you might as well be a Christian.
You might as well do whatever the hell you want to try and be happy in this hellscape.
I'm just saying, you might as well be a Christian, or anybody or anything else that believes in a Bible, God, and all that stuff.
There are elements of Christianity I vibe with. Like there are elements
Hello.
of lots of religions I vibe with, but I'm not going to knock someone for it. But I will say I can't get to grips with the texts, the Bible, etc., etc. But you know that already. The same as I can't get to grips with any religious text. I find them words, and words are open to different interpretations. Sorry, Tipa, you were saying something.
No, I want to ask you. Oh, sorry. No, go on, Patsy. I'll let you finish.
You can't separate the Bible from God, because that's what God is, the Bible, according to Christians. You can't separate those two.
Yeah, but there are other religions in the world and other spiritual
views.
I
understand. I'm just saying, any religion, for that matter, is based on hope. And that's all it's based on.
Well,
hope is all you have. Even you have hope. Even you have hope. You're a walking. You're full of hope. Your hope is oozing out of you, dripping out of every orifice of you, whether you like it or not. Even people who end their lives do so in an act of hope, hoping that will end things. Yeah. But they don't know for sure. So everything is hope, Patsy, whether you like it or not. Now you might as well jump on the happy train and try and have some happy hope, because at the end of the day, I don't even know if it makes any difference. So you might as well.
Well, actually, there's an interesting
it doesn't make any
difference.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Can
it doesn't make any difference.
You can have happiness without necessarily having what people generally term hope, and I can explain that a bit more. But I wanted to answer your question better, Patsy, that I was in the process of answering. But when you were asking me, do I realistically think it's going to happen? Here's how I would answer that thoroughly. On my end, I personally have wanted my whole life to be able to be that person or one of those people that actually does fix the stuff for real this time. However, I wanted to do so in a way where nobody worshiped me as a messiah in the process. If they did, whatever. But my point is, I'm not interested in that dynamic from people. But my point being is that realistically, from what I've seen in my own life and that of others, I've had so many scenarios in my life where I would have so easily been able to improve things by leaps and bounds everywhere I was, specifically in the regards to edible landscapes and other things. And I articulated my points. I was there willing and able to help people do all this stuff. So many scenarios where I could help them, but it was because people themselves refused to accept my help and my assistance, and they perpetuated their own issues in spite of my ability to help them fix them. So I look at this and I'm like, okay, I think already throughout
Oh no.
history, plenty of people have popped up who have been able to majorly fix stuff, like Nikola Tesla, many other people. But what happened was the way other people behave makes it to where the people who would be able to fix things, if they were dealing with a rational, sane population, die before they can, because they're dealing with a crazy, insane population that doesn't allow them to fix anything. So I think we've had many people who have been able to fix stuff throughout history. It's just the mass of people around them never allowed it, so that's why it didn't happen. In other words, I think we've had many what we would call so-called actual messiahs or something like that popping up, but the actual messiahs never get recognized by anybody as the problem in their own lifetime, ever. And so what happens is, if they ever get recognized as some sort of so-called messiah, it's after they die, too little too late, right? And either some weird cult gets formed around them, like in the Christian world, or if it's not some weird cult shit that doesn't really solve anything, it's some other fucking branch off nonsense that wasn't connected to what the person actually was trying to fix. So, in other words, instead of actually continuing on to fix the problems the person was trying to fix, they just idolize the person and continue on with the bullshit without fixing anything. So, like, this is the problem. I think this Judaic idea of, there's going to be the Messiah that comes in the future to fix things. Every single time we've seen this, where somebody comes and claims to be this Messiah figure, this or that, it doesn't actually fix anything realistically.
Yeah,
This has
but
happened
I
many
mean it
times
in a
throughout
kind of
history.
secular sense, in that it's not some kind of religious entity or spiritual entity.
But that's
It's
what I
literally
mean too. I mean,
so
also
someone
secular.
pragmatic, a bit like what you're saying. If you had the reins, you could do this or that. It's a
Yes.
pragmatic individual who does something substantial to
Right.
elevate humans.
Well,
But what I've
and
noticed
all life.
is,
By the
yeah,
way,
you know,
couple of beers says I sound like Simon Cowell. I never heard
you
that one
know,
before, but
as far as I'm concerned, like for instance, let's say Jesus, that he was supposedly the Messiah. Okay, let's just say that. I'm not saying anything
yeah.
about truth or right. I just let me get this thought out. He was a Messiah, and as far as I'm concerned about a Messiah, it would be somebody that just merely came to try to preach or whatever you want to call it to other people, uh, guide them in a way that would make life better in some way. Make living better in some way for everybody, to get along better, to make the world better. That's what I would call a Messiah. And I can't see somebody, but what I'm trying to say is I can't see some Messiah coming and fixing the way it operates, the way the
Well,
system
just because you can't
operates,
see it
the
doesn't
way
mean
the
it might
can I
not happen,
finish?
Patsy.
Go on,
I
go on,
can't,
Patsy. Go on, go on.
I can't see anybody being born a Messiah or something in the future that's going to fix the way this system that we live under, how it operates. And it operates on the dollar bill. Okay? I don't see that happening anytime in the future. As long as this world is revolving around on an axis. Okay? That's the problem. The world revolves around a dollar bill, and you can't escape it. No religion's gonna escape it. Nothing's gonna escape it. That's my point.
What about when
Mammon.
we get to like free energy and stuff like that?
You're still gonna have money. You're still gonna have the dollar bill to live.
So
It's the
here's
way it's set up that way.
I
It's
think
set
even
up
once
that
we
way.
once we get to free
Some
energy, I think even
genius,
then.
some fucking genius, whoever the hell that was, I'd like to slap him if I can get a hold of him right now, is the one that set this thing
Who's
up.
violent?
Yeah, violent, me. I mean, I would like to really just, bust their nuts.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow,
for setting this
bouncing on
up
them.
this way where everything revolves on a dollar bill. I mean,
It's horrible.
even the air you breathe, you pay for it.
Well, whether you
Yep.
like it or not, it is an efficient way of doing business.
Right, whether I like it or not. And I'm saying it's going to be
Because
miserable.
I understand that
Miserable.
there aren't really any
It
good
will be
alternatives.
miserable as long as you're breathing in this world.
There haven't been very
under
good
this society,
alternatives. There haven't
under
been
this
very good
system.
alternatives.
And the only
Everyone,
thing that you can do is to try to prevent the pain you're feeling by giving yourself these illusions, these dreams or these hopes or the illusions that things might get better, and it ain't gonna get any better.
well, thank
I'm telling
God
you.
you're
As
not
long
the
as the
minister.
system stays the way it is now, and it's gonna stay this way, whether you like it or not.
So this is
Because
very
some
interesting.
genius, some fucking genius from I don't know who it was, but they made it this way.
Okay, so let me interject. Well, actually, before I ask Finding Gnosis a question, go on, PP. What were you gonna say?
I'm just saying it's interesting. The history of how this money system we have came to be is heavily connected to the fact that the vast majority of the human population are obsessed with exact transactions, and they cannot tolerate, uh, in other words, they can't tolerate errors of exact exchanges in like dollar amounts or things like. In other words, even though so the gold and silver system, the gold and silver backing when that used to be the standard, gold and silver before dollars, people in the past were more willing to approximate and be okay with approximations. But there was a psychological shift in societies throughout the world where people became sort of hell-bent, almost like psychotically hell-bent on literal dollars and cents to the T being exchanged to them in exact proportion to somebody else and vice. In other words, like if there was a little piece of silver that wasn't the exact same size that somebody else had, they started flipping out about it. In the past, it was not like that. They were okay with approximations. So we actually have the entire population almost to blame, except for us. I mean, I'm okay with approximations. I don't mind if I get paid $1 less here or there, or somebody else here or there gets paid $1 more sometimes, and vice versa. But most people flip out about this. So this is why the dollar system came into existence. And here's what's interesting: the entire society, the whole time, every individual thought they were the exception. All these whiner, pissed off people, they got paid more than I, biting each other's necks off. So literally, that forced a dollar bill exact cent change system to come into play, because instead of being reasonable, calm people being like, okay, I'm okay getting a slightly smaller piece of silver here or there from this other guy. Nope, not good enough. I gotta be paid exactly motherfucking 1550, you piece of shit. You don't pay me 1550 exactly this time. I don't care. I've got to get paid the exact same or else. It's like, okay, this is why we have this problem now. You're crazy people.
Wait,
It
hold on.
caused
Can I
this.
interject, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I understand where you're coming from about, there could be moments here and there where someone gets paid like $1 more, but shouldn't we be holding, the people who are in charge of the payments accountable for that?
No, here's what I'm saying. When you're dealing in the past, when we were dealing with gold and silver physically, okay,
Okay.
a lot of the stampings of the coins, they weren't exact. Like a coin wouldn't have physically as much silver on it as another
Okay,
coin
so,
in a
so
lot of
there could be a
cases.
very, very, very minuscule difference in
Yes.
size.
So, but it
Okay.
balanced itself out because the amount of times you got paid a little more, another person would get paid a little more. So it would overall balance itself out. It was
Okay.
approximated so it was close enough to everybody getting what they were supposed to get paid, right?
Okay.
Whereas, but there was a shift that happens, especially in the late 1800s up into the early 1900s. It started like in the 1700s onwards, where people started getting really adamant about having exact coinage. It's got to be this exact motherfucking size of coin or else, otherwise we're
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
gypped out or cheated out. It
That's
wasn't
damn near
like that in the
impossible.
1600s before. No,
That's damn
because
near impossible, yeah.
because the technology didn't really exist to make exactly perfect coins 100% the same size. That only came into existence later, right? That exactness factor. So then, now that it exists, oh shit, now we have the technology. Now it has to be this exact amount or else. And so it's kind of a psychosis almost, that a mass psychosis that people don't even realize. The thing about how many talk to in the modern world, okay? Notice how many people would be incredibly pissed off to no end if, let's say, okay, one day they got paid 1550, and then the next day somebody else got paid 1550 and they got paid only $15 or 1450, and then the next week they get paid 1650, somebody else gets paid 1450, in terms of like the amount they're getting handed, right? But it balances itself out because they're getting paid approximately the same overall, right? Now, most people nowadays would flip out about that shit. No, God, motherfucker, he's getting paid $1 more. Why? Now I'm getting paid $1. What the fuck's going on? That's craziness.
Even
Because,
though
like,
PP, even though I get the point you're trying to make, but again, I'm not. This isn't to take
What
away
I'm
from your
saying is
point.
the reason, TP, what I'm saying is the reason we have the money system we have is because we have people making your exact argument. I'm not saying you're flipping out. What I'm saying is the argument you're making right now, the point you're
Hmm.
making right now is why we have this unnecessary money system. Because most people, not you or me or us, most people do flip out about minor shit like that. Most do. I don't.
Okay,
You
but
probably
still, I
wouldn't.
want to
Most
ask
do,
for
though.
your opinion, even
Yeah.
though it might be obvious. But what are your thoughts on a business that runs like that, where they're constantly incorrectly paying their employees? I just want confirmation.
What I'm saying is this.
Hmm.
It's if we had a money system that accounted for and was okay with minor variations in
Hmm.
amounts that are a little higher here or a little lower there, right?
Hmm.
Then we would have a society of people that were far more calm, far more laid back, far more not fussing about all this money shit, to where we would actually be able to still have a society that operates on gold and silver, where we have a little bit of not exactness going on. So, in other words, that would allow us to still have a gold and silver backed society. We can't have that anymore because most people throughout society flip out over shit like that and cannot tolerate someone getting a little teeny amount more silver than them in a payment here or there. And that's
Hmm.
why we have to have this cash system, so it is 100% exact. Otherwise, they flip out. And
Okay.
most people don't realize they're part of the problem. You talk to them and you recognize that they would flip out in this type of situation, and they don't even recognize that they are part of the
Like
problem
in the
by
gold
having
and
that
silver
psychology.
situation, right?
Yes. So in other words, that's why we would be better off with a gold and silver standard. We could have it. We would have it if people weren't like that. People
Okay.
are like
Okay.
that though. That's why we can't have gold and silver.
So
No, this
that's
is
why
why
we
we
have
can't have
cash
nice
instead of.
things right
So
here.
so you're saying that's why we have cash instead of gold and silver.
That's one of the reasons. Not the
Okay.
only reason. That's one of them.
Can,
One of
Yes.
the
can I
reasons. All right.
can I go a little deeper here?
Sure.
That's what
Let's
she
go
said. I'm
back.
joking. I'll be back. Continue.
PP, let's go back further, okay? Let's go back further than the 1700s.
Yeah.
Tell me what was going on. When did this exchange shit keep this
Okay.
exchange crap start? Okay, that's what I want to know.
So the
I mean, when
history.
did this start? When did that crap? I don't care what it is that you're exchanging, but
Right.
when did that start? I mean,
So
and why did it start? I mean, why
right.
did it have to start?
It's a very.
There had to be a time when it wasn't even in existence, any kind of
Oh yeah.
exchanging at all.
So basically, there's a very specific history to this, and there's okay. So coins first came into existence in known use historically, archaeologically, in about 600s BC in terms of a standardized currency of some type, right? Aside from just barter and trade. Obviously, before that, trading involved like okay, I hunted a deer and I got the skin, and you grew a crop, and I want to trade you some of your crop, your corn, for this deer skin, right? That's originally how it went, like bartering like that, way back in the day. I've got something you don't have, I've got, vice versa. The other person has something you want, and so you exchange what you want for, what they want from you. And, that's how it went for most of history up until coinage came in. The reason coinage came in was because barter, in that sense, was overly arbitrary. It was overly generic. And in other words, what would happen was, because people are corrupt pieces of shit for the most part, there were a lot of corrupt pieces of shit in ancient history who screwed people over in barter and trade. So they would basically they would end up getting the upper hand on others and get more than they actually traded for. So in other words, they would give somebody else something cheap that wasn't very highly valuable, and they could get away with it because they were the guys with swords and weapons who could kill them if they complained about it, right? So it's like if you're the guy that owns all the bronze and all the metal, right? So at first, in the Bronze Age, it first started with if you were the person who owned the bronze, the copper and the tin to make the bronze, you could just dictate however you wanted your society to run because you were the guy with the swords and the spears that could kill people if they disagreed with you, right? That's how it originally was. You had the axe that had the bronze head to it that nobody else had. So it was bronze before coins that was the trade medium. And that's actually how a lot of this hierarchical shit developed. It was bronze first. Then when coins popped up in Western Asia, Asia Minor, so modern day Turkey, in around Lydia in about 600 BC, they noticed that, hey, here's a medium of exchange that we can all agree on, at least in our area, that, okay, this amount of coins, 5 coins is this value, and we all agree on it in our area. Okay, there's no more arbitrary. 5 coins is the value of like 1 chicken or whatever, whatever that they agreed on. And so basically they had a list of, okay, this is worth this many coins, this is worth this many coins, blah, 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 blah. And they noticed it smoothed and streamlined and sped up transactions and trade. It made it less complicated, easier. So originally it was helpful, but they also still had barter. So you weren't required to use coins. You still could barter instead of coins. You could do that instead of money. And that's how it was for most of history, all throughout the Middle Ages. Literally, coins up until the late 1600s just made trade and exchange easier, but you
And,
still could barter without coins,
and
and
then
it was totally
and
yeah.
at that point, nobody was actually working for somebody else, right? They were just getting along. They was
Well, what
existing.
I'm saying is, up throughout history, up until recent era, the majority of the problems were because individual people who were borderline psychotic were tyrannical people, completely independent of the money system, and they were just tyrants. Period. So they would just go around stealing money and taking it and harassing people, saying, "Hey, you're going to work this field for me, motherfucker, and I'm going to protect you, and because I got the weapons. So I say you work the field, you feed me, I protect you." And that's how it's going to be. That was feudalism. That's what the kings and nobles did. You work for me, you piece of shit, and I will protect you. I don't care if you don't want my protection or not. That's how it's going to be. I got the swords. I can chop your head off if you disagree. That's
Oh,
how it
so
was.
that's how it came about.
That's
In
how
other
it
words,
originally. Yeah.
the people that didn't have any money to give the person that had the big field,
Yeah. Exactly.
they worked for them so they
So
could get the
basically,
crops back to feed
bingo.
themselves,
So what
right?
happened was, in feudalism, the kings and nobles hoarded all the coins, the physical
Mm,
coinage. In most cases, they hoarded it. They'd have these giant chests and coffers where they'd hide it all. Like you hear about all the pirate stuff that went on the seas, because they would have all this gigantic stack of coins that they would
uh,
hide somewhere in the woods or underground, and then they would go and use those coins to like trade with other nobles and whoever the fuck else they want to trade with. And for the most part, the poor people had to deal with mostly barter and trade and very little money exchanges.
uh-huh.
But up until once it got to the late 1600s, early 1700s, then coinage started to be like mandated into law as this really hardcore medium of exchange. And more things started shifting away from trade being accepted as legitimate. And by the time the late 1800s kicked around, up into the early 1900s, just general trade and barter was almost completely delegitimized by the fact that there were these draconian laws insisting in a hell-bent way that people use coins or else. They use physical gold and silver or else. So it started there. Then it shifted over into people being obsessed with
Mm,
getting exact numbers exchanged. In other words, like,
mm,
nope, I'm going to get exactly the value of
yeah.
$24 paid to me every hour, period.
Hmm.
Nope, you cannot give me a piece of silver that's slightly smaller than that other piece. You're going to give me a goddamn exact size piece of silver to that guy over there. God damn it. That's basically what their psychology
Can I
was.
ask you a
So,
question? What
So wait a
difference
minute,
did it make?
hey,
No, no,
perpetual,
Patsy,
perpetual.
Patsy, hold on, hold on.
Oh, shit,
PP, no, no, don't worry, just hold that
I'm
for
gonna forget. No, I will.
no, no, just remember it whilst you're yeah, just keep it in your mind. PP,
yeah.
what? Just out of curiosity, where, Patsy, please just keep it in your mind, or even write it down. You know,
Okay, I'm running.
awesome, awesome. You can even write it in the private chat. Anyway, PP, yeah. So regarding all this, because I just came back regarding all this gold and silver, right? So about this being the exact same size as the other.
Yeah.
What different did it really make much of a difference on the sizing? Did it really make much of a difference back then?
Originally, no, it actually didn't. And in fact,
Right.
it
So
had
it didn't
nothing.
make a difference. So like at the end of the day, one person has a piece of gold, the other person has a
No,
piece
it,
of
it
gold.
didn't make a
Did it,
difference until draconian laws got passed insisting that exact amounts had to be paid and exchanged and minted that exact size. In other words, back in the day, 1600s and earlier, before the tech existed to get things 100% perfect in terms of the exact same size of coin, right? People accepted if there's a little end piece of their coin that's not there. Like, if you're missing out on like, a partial little piece of the ounce of silver or whatever. Even with gold, like they didn't flip out about little teeny things like that not being there, right? But what happened was as time went on, especially late 1700s onwards, a lot more laws got passed that started demanding and insisting that all coins and all things were 100% uniform in size. Otherwise, people would be held legally accountable for screwing others over, not paying them the exact amount, and all these other things. So
Okay, so the
they
ones
didn't,
that would be flipping out are the ones who are receiving the coin, like
at
as in
that
like
time,
so.
after the laws got passed, that the coin had to be that exact size or else
So
it
let's say
wasn't
if
that
I had,
exact amount.
so let's say if I was the customer and I was going to a pawn shop or whatever, and I had this coin, but there was a tiny, tiny piece missing. So the person who I'm giving the coin to, like the person who owns the pawn shop, they would be the ones flipping out.
Yes, because there's a combination of factors here. Because it became illegal to pay someone that on one side, which is a really dumb law to pass. Like, in other words, once things got minted and standardized to a point where you had to have the coin be that size to equal that value, exactly that size, with literally only microscopic variations and nothing more than that. Basically, at that point, when things got to that level, um, that was on one side. And on the other side, because that was the law that was passed, the double sided thing was now it induced in the masses rabble of idiots within the population. Oh, because the government mandates it, now I should flip out if I don't get that exact amount. Now they're doing something illegal by not paying me the exact coin. Hey, look, there's a little chip off the end there. Hey, that's not the exact amount, motherfucker. Pay me the full amount. By law, you're
So
required to.
basically, the law was dumb. Basically,
The law was dumb, and it created this other problem that they didn't think about enough and didn't think thoroughly enough into, that caused more problems. And now here we are. They didn't think ahead. You know what? This is going to cause people to become obsessed with getting paid exact amounts or else. So that's going to lead to other problems later. People, they just never fucking think far enough into shit. It annoys the shit out of me. I run into this every aspect of life. People never fucking think or feel deep enough about the goddamn thing, and this is one of them. So, like,
So
this is
so
how, in
so
this regards, they didn't also. So if they just kept it like this, okay, the law states that within this range of size, range, not exact microscopic to this exact fucking size, but within this range of sizes, that's gonna count for that amount of silver or that amount of gold or whatever, or range. It doesn't have to be this exact fucking amount by weight or that exact size. It's a range, like a couple millimeters in either direction, even up to like maybe a full centimeter even. Like, if that was the case, we would not be in the situation now where we ever had to take to paper currency or anything else. Paper currency came in because people got tired of carrying around a shit ton of fucking coins, right? That was part of it. But here's the thing. We can easily have a currency paper system that is still backed by gold and silver, which means that there's no new paper currency printed unless that physically exists somewhere in a verifiable state in gold or silver. Once again, if we had that system to where it wasn't 100% exact to the microscopic amount, we would be better off even with the cash system, and we'd still be able to use gold and silver for trade and exchange at banks, at stores, wherever. You could literally bring in your gold or silver to a grocery store and be like, here, I'm going to pay these gold coins instead. The reason they don't do that is because they passed all these laws to where, oh, guess what? We're going to pull ourselves off of the gold and silver standard. That was not designed, pulling us off the gold and silver standard was not designed to help anything. It was designed to enslave people to having to have specifically cash or else. And it was designed to enslave everybody else in terms of making a tighter funnel effect for making those who already had shit tons of passive income make more of it, and everybody else having a harder time getting there to a passive income state. It was very intentionally done. And that's exactly what happened. What do we have? We have a world full of fucking billionaires now. I shouldn't say full of, we have a small handful of billionaires that have an unbelievable fucking amount of money. And everybody else that fills the majority of the planet has nothing, literally nothing, or maybe up to a couple $100 total. You go to India, the continent of most of Africa. Myself, my own situation, I make no money outside of disability, and a shit ton of people I know make barely anything. It's scraps. So it's like, okay, the rest of us are in this situation. However, if we were allowed to use gold and silver for exchange, guess what that would mean? Everybody would make a point to work and engage in trades for gold and silver, right? So gold and silver would have more value because it's limited, it's scarce, it's not this unlimited thing you could just make out of thin fucking air. So everything would have more value. Everything you bought, everything you purchased, more value to it. The money you
regardless
received would
of
be
the
worth
minor
more.
pieces missing from the gold.
Yes, independent of the minor fucking pieces missing. But now, because motherfuckers don't study history and they're just stupid. We're surrounded by a stupid fucking population, as you well know. So when it comes to money, they're especially stupid. They'll complain all day and night about this fucked up money system, not realizing that when they complain about getting gypped out of 50 cents from their paycheck, they're causing and contributing to that problem. It's not that their complaint itself, in terms of being bothered by not getting that 50 cents in and of itself, by itself, is an issue. Obviously, if you get gypped out of some degree of money, that's kind of annoying. But what I'm saying is, if we had that system in place, it wouldn't make a difference, because you would make more than make up for that next week or the week before in you getting paid $1 extra or $2 extra. It balances itself out, is what I'm saying. Like, you know,
Okay.
that little coin you got is a little coin somebody else is going to get, and then that bigger coin you got later is a bigger coin somebody else is going to get.
It's kind of like relationships where you do the dishes, but the next week the other
Yes,
person does the dishes.
it works itself
Okay,
out. It
that's
does.
good. Okay,
So
Patsy Cline. Hopefully you still wrote it down or kept it in your brain. Hopefully you haven't forgotten. Or...
No, I was gonna say that going back to what PP said about 30 minutes ago, when he was trying to explain it to me, um, it was the birth of capitalism. Because you got the person that's in power with the silver and the bronze or whatever, okay, and they're the other people are kind of under subjection to because they need them for
yes.
what they can give them. Out of what they have, out of the bronze and all that they have, they kind of have them under subjection, which is what I call capitalism. Am I not right about that? It's a form of capitalism.
Okay, here's a very interesting thing about the history of capitalism in the sense we understand it today. So capitalism, as we understand it today, mostly started with the Spanish conquistadors onwards, for the most part. There were versions of it that existed before that, but it started with them mostly because they're coming to this land that's full of just simply native people who have a very different culture, lifestyle. So the majority of stuff they're needing for their lifestyle, you know, the lifestyle they had in Spain being transported to the US, they have to ship with them or take from elsewhere, from different parts of the world. So in other words, the majority of what they have is they have because they traded for it or paid for it with money. And so their system they live in as colonists to the New World was a system of almost constant money and trade exchanges of things, right? Contrary to the system that was before, which a lot more of stuff was barter and trade because you didn't have to ship stuff over across seas to get it to your area as much in the past as you did, or I should say, until the New World was discovered, there was things were somewhat a lot closer compact in terms of the trade routes and everything else. Yes, you'd have to do a lot of work into it, but when they came to the New World, they were basically having to build stuff from scratch. So you have to build all your settlements from scratch, farm from scratch, everything else. So basically, paying people, giving them an incentive monetarily to come over and do stuff was very important and a very big deal, because very few people are just willing to risk their lives with no promise or guarantee of anything at all in terms of like reasonable pay, or you have to entice them with something, right? So the best thing to entice them with is obviously monetary pay or land. If you come here for a while, you get physical land. Land is worth a shit ton, as it always has been. And so basically, within that system, they encouraged people to be entrepreneurial. So there was an encouragement, yes, go out, do colonize the New World, do claim lands, do this so that we can expand and get more gold and all this other type of stuff. And so them doing that, basically, there was this encouragement to basically find the gold, gather it up, you know, make coins out of it. Like when they went over to conquer the Aztecs and Mayans, the conquistadors, they basically it was heavily about the gold because that's how they were going to make all their money. That's why for them, there were very little of it for them was about appreciating the culture that already existed there. Now, of course, the Aztecs had a fucked up culture also. Let's not joke about that in terms of anything else. You know, the Mayans had a fucked up culture. They were all fucked up. So were the conquistadors. But basically, um, those were those early days of that, the entrepreneurial stuff and everything else. It was to encourage people to actively go out and expand and claim land and to basically get the fuck out of the country they started in because it was overcrowded, right? And so it's like, okay, go out there, do that, make yourself money, you know, and bring wealth back. Now, what we had happen over the 16, 17, 1800s as time went on was instead of it being actually this free market capitalism where it was actually quote unquote free, where people could actually just decide, hey, what was that? Oh, sorry, I thought somebody said something. Where you could actually basically go out and just, hey, I want to build a log cabin over there, and I want to, claim for my safety and my family that acre of land over there in the woods, right? Back then it was like, okay, yes, do that. And basically, I want to take this wood on this land and I want to make chairs. And I want to say this chair is worth $10. Pay me, or pay me, you know, pay me 5 pieces of silver for this chair I made out of wood, right? And you can not pay me 5 pieces of silver and I'll just keep the chair, but that's what it costs. So if you want the chair, 5 pieces of silver. And then they make 10 different chairs, right? And so that was encouraged in the early days. That was actually originally what free market capitalism was. It was encouraging people to make money from raw materials using their own ingenuity. So you were encouraged to make stuff with your hands. Go there, grab the iron out of the ground, make gun barrels and make guns so people can hunt and survive and all this other type of stuff. Go there, go dig out of the ground the gold and silver so you can make coins. Go dig out, go gather the wood so you can build stuff for people. So you can build dressers and drawers and tables and whatever. So that was originally what free market capitalism was. However, the problem is, what contaminated that and what screwed that up. In fact, what was going on in England before that was called the granting of monopolies. So King Charles in England in the mid 1600s was granting monopolies to different groups that were making stuff, which was not going on. In other words, he would say, okay, soap makers, I grant you exclusive rights to make soap in England that you can sell for money. And this pissed off a shit ton of people throughout England because guess what? Everybody else who's making soap, they weren't granted the monopoly on it. So they're like, oh, fuck, we're shit out of luck. We can't make soap anymore, even though their soap was better quality. And he granted a bunch of monopolies to a bunch of different people. So what people wanted to do in escaping England at the time to America was so they could be free of that monopoly bullshit. They were wanting to escape this monopoly crap that was going on in Europe, where a person who makes a shitty soap product is the only person allowed to make or sell soap legally. Otherwise, they get legally harassed by the king or others. Even though they make shitty soap, but somebody else who makes great soap, he's not allowed to sell it anymore legally. Shit. Basically, that's what they were dealing with in Europe
So
as
just
to
so I'm
why they
clear,
came to the
so what you're
U.S.
saying is in Europe, someone who you got someone who's making shit soap and selling it, whereas
Yes,
other people who wanted to make soap, no matter the quality, they weren't allowed to because this one person who's already selling the shit soap basically is selling it first.
correct. So in other words, they weren't allowed to legally sell it for money. They could make it, they just couldn't legally sell it for money within the king's kingdom.
Because this person was already doing it first.
Well, because that person had a cozied up relationship with the king on a personal
Mm.
level. That's why. So you see, you can see the corruption there. So you can see why
Mhm.
this pissed off a lot of people and was a huge factor in the English Civil War. So during the English Civil War and after, a lot of more people came to the colonies because they wanted to get away from that monopoly bullshit that was happening, right? Because like if I want to make fucking swords, right, but somebody else
Mhm.
is granted a monopoly on only that guy can make swords for money, I'm not going to want to live in that country. It's like I can make better swords than this motherfucker that break and chip off on
So
first
the
use.
king was the one who gave that person monopoly on making
Yes, and
X,
he did
Y,
it
and Z.
based on their relationship with him and how much they praised him and mollycoddled to him.
Isn't that
So
nepotism? Huh?
yes, nepotism. So those were, and that was the problem with a lot of the people in England at the time. The only people who were making bank off that were the monopolists, and everybody else suffered because of it, both in quality and just lifestyle. So
Okay.
when they come to the New World, the original free market capitalism was actually a beneficial thing in that regards, as long as there was no outside artificial dominating force over it. In the sense that okay, you can make as many chairs as you want, sell as many as you want. Now, on the flip side of that, there's what we have nowadays is that capitalism went too far in the other direction, in the sense that what happened as America went on was there was an excessive amount of claiming land, of digging up gold, of doing all this type of stuff in order basically where it wasn't regulated to like cap off at a certain point. Like for example, if you have an acre of land, uh, there's a healthy dynamic to having laws that say you can only chop down a certain number of trees, but not past that point, even if it's your land. So whether you impose that on yourself or somebody else imposed it, that's a good idea because it's going to keep those trees alive and ensure you don't have a dead forest with no trees in it. Okay, so like basically, okay, Yep, make as many chairs as you want, sell as many you want, but cap it off at this point, and there's your cap point to where you can't go beyond that because that's too many trees at that point. So here's the issue. Originally, you had the opposite problem of monopolies being granted that people wanted to escape from so they could have free market enterprise. But now we have the opposite issue. There's too much gung ho. I'm just going to buy up land as much as I want and do whatever I want with the land and mine up all I fucking want. And I'm just going to keep doing this forever unlimitedly and fuck anybody else who says I can't do it. And that's the problem. They don't have healthy caps on how much of it they can do. They don't have healthy caps on how much oil they can drill out of the ground, or caps on how much gold they can pull out, or how much iron, or how much trees they can chop down. It's just this gung ho. Chop down as many as you fucking want. You own the property. Farm as much goddamn land as you want. You own it. It's just that's the problem now. And
Yeah,
so
just
that's
basically I can buy 100 properties and fuck everyone else.
Yes, exactly. So what's happening is what you end up with is situational monopolies. So even though there's no formal guy saying, yes, you have a monopoly, what you have is a situational monopoly where one person has bought up so much goddamn land everywhere and is using it for whatever the fuck they want legally, because there's no law saying that there's a cap on what they can do. And they're just giving the middle finger to everybody else. So nobody else can buy any land. Nobody else can do anything entrepreneurial because there's no cap on what the other entrepreneur can do, right? It's just gung ho. If he can fucking buy and afford a gazillion goddamn acres of land, then basically you're shit out of luck because he can legally do it. And there's no cap. He's not capped off at only being able to buy 100 acres of land or whatever. There's no cap. It's just
Have you, speaking of this convo, so have you personally thought, at some random time, like how much you, in your personal opinion, like the cap should be, like what should the cap be when it comes to like the amount of properties you, like the amount of houses you choose to buy? Like, have you thought about that? Should it be 2 houses, 3 houses? Have you thought about that?
uh 2 hours to three. Can you say that one more time? What you
Okay,
were
okay.
explaining? I
So
was reading some of
regarding
the
this
comments. Sorry.
conversation about, buying as many properties as you want legally,
Yeah.
and it not being a problem, I'm saying, have you thought about, in your opinion, like what the cap should be when it comes to the amount of houses you can buy? Like, do
Yes,
you personally
definitely.
believe like it should be 10 maximum?
What I'm saying, it would have to, if it goes beyond, and there's very simple laws that could fix this so easy. So, in other words, for your own individual living residence, that basically you have a 100% say on, that you do everything you want with, and there's no outside law that can say anything about it. One property, piece of property, house, building, and land. However, you can buy more land and more property. However, those extra additional pieces of land and property that you own, you basically only semi-own. In other words, the government, other groups, other sources can checks and balance those by saying, hey, this extra house you have needs to house a certain number of people in it, aside from just you. Whether friends, relatives, homeless people, whatever, it has to be used for this so we don't have homeless people on the streets. Anything extra you do beyond your baseline, right?
So it's
So in other
basically
words,
private jet versus public plane.
yes, basically you can have. So the perfect system would work this way, or I say as close to perfect as possible, and it eliminates all the corruption problems, where you have both sides balancing each other out, because the laws would reflect both private and government stuff are regulated in the sense that there's a cap on private stuff and there's a cap on the size and scope of government stuff, both on both sides, right? So you have a limit in terms of government land, government stuff. You have a limit in terms of private land, private stuff, both ways. So what happens is anything in addition is now regulated and checks and balanced by everything else. But everybody, as much as possible, is at least allotted a minimal size of land to be able to buy as their own or claim as their own. And if all the land gets bought up and there's no more available, then within that fold, the next people that come into existence, they now have and this is actually would self-regulate the excess amount of kids being brought here, because every kid being brought here would automatically have rights to at least their minimum amount of land for themselves. So basically all these extra plots of land would be partially owned by the new people that pop into this world. So in other words, there wouldn't be a situation where anybody that pops in this world would not have access, or at least shared access, to property that they co-own with somebody else in terms of those extra places, those extra situations. So what this would mean is All the buying and selling and exchanging of the individual private properties would go on. Same thing with the government properties and lands and everything else. So they would change hands, it would shift around. But nobody would ever be screwed out of having their own actual private piece of something ever. In other words, you would have this balanced system of everybody has their own factual private stuff protected by law, but it would be checks and balanced by nobody could misuse their private stuff in a way that would screw others over in any notable way. That would be how you would work it. And so basically everything that was done would be self-regulated by, hey, the laws say this is our cap on our own individual stuff. Anything we do past this, we have to do communally with others. There it is. So it would eliminate also this issue of people, this paranoia people have of socialism and communism of like, oh my God, you know, if we have if people just all are working together and all, and it's like, no, that's exactly the point. You have your own private thing, but in addition to your private thing, everything outside of that has to be communal in nature.
Noted.
Everything beyond your private property, right? That's the
Okay.
difference.
All
So
right. Cool.
yeah,
So, Patsy, what do you think of what he said?
I think it's a great idea. I like it.
Cool.
I do.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, so PP, can I ask you a question? Just slightly off topic for a brief moment, but regarding finding gnosis, is it that he's still an antinatalist? It's just that because if you're an antinatalist, it simply means that you are of the belief that procreation is unethical or unjustifiable. Is he still an antinatalist, but he just chooses not to identify with the label itself?
more or less, yes. In other
Oh, okay,
words,
okay.
he's basically the type of antinatalist that we are pretty much exactly to a T. Like he agrees
Okay.
with our points 100%. He just doesn't kind of like I don't use other labels in other areas. He just
Yeah, fair
doesn't
enough.
label himself an antinatalist. And I
Okay, he
understand
just
why.
doesn't wear the label. He doesn't wear the label, but he,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, okay.
In
Noted.
fact, I've gone out of my way to continue wearing the label because I've noticed if I stop doing that, then the entire antinatalist space is going to be taken over by promortalists and ethalists overnight. Like in other words, there has to be a demographic of us that identifies as antinatalist that is not promortalist or ethalist in nature. It has to be.
I understand
Otherwise,
what you're saying.
right. That's why I decided to keep on with it, basically. So
Noted. All right, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. Shout out Finding Gnosis. Still part of the club. Okay. So let's see. Wage slavery. So, Patsy, what's one thing? By the way, thank you for that history lesson, Perpetual. Thank you for all the history lessons during this live stream. They're very useful.
no
We've
problem.
learned a lot, genuinely. So, Patsy, what is one thing you hate about workplaces? You know, whether it's from colleagues to managers or whatever about the workplace. What is it that you hate about the workplace? Could be anything.
Um, having to answer to somebody else.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Have you had any experiences that you disliked in the workplace, like was
Yes.
a colleague trying to tell you how to do your work, or
Oh yes. Yes.
so many of them are like that?
Yeah, that's pretty much rampant. Anytime you work for somebody.
Is there a workplace that isn't toxic, everyone?
Well, the only one would be if you were self-employed and you were working for yourself in your own business. But even then, if you had any employees that work under you, okay, let's say you have a small business, and you have workers that work that help you get your company working, operate. You're still having to work with them. You know what I'm saying? You're still having to. There could be disharmony there with your workers. That
Yeah,
come to
yeah,
you
yeah.
with complaints and all kinds of shit or whatever. Anytime, what I've come to the conclusion of, and even what PP was talking about, that long conversation he just got to have about money and all that stuff and how it works. And this is going to sound like a crazy statement that I'm going to make, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. But it seems like the main problem comes when you have more than one person involved. There's more than one human being involved. That's when everything goes shitty. Okay? I mean, if it was just you on this earth by yourself, let's say. Look at just you, and you would be able to work for your own, whatever you get, take from the land or whatever. But anytime you put another person, even one person, into the picture with you, you got a problem. That's when the problem arises. Am I wrong
Mhm.
about that?
You're not wrong, like to a
PP,
significant
am I wrong
degree.
about that?
I would say the specific you're talking about is if you have any person involved that is either unreasonable or unskilled, the problems begin. If you have someone who's reasonable and skilled, the problems actually diminish. So the
Well,
majority
you're
of
still
humans,
gonna wait a minute. You're still gonna have a power struggle there going on
not
between the two.
necessarily, not if they're reasonable. So if
Well, yeah, but yeah, how often do you get reasonable?
Well, what
How
I'm
often do
saying
you get
is that's
somebody reasonable?
exactly the point. There's too few people who are reasonable and skilled. So if you have, for example, like I know individual people in my life, like my girlfriend, for example, my maid partner, she is extremely reasonable and so am I. So us being together helps our situation. She helps my situation, I help hers. And it's an improvement in our situation all the time. It's everything's better because we're together, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a statement I like to say a lot. Our situation here, being in contact with each other, is an improvement versus us not being in contact with each other because we're reasonable people who are also skilled in various ways. So basically, what we're dealing with is the problem is like what you're saying is the vast majority of humans are either not skilled or not reasonable. So even if you have someone who's reasonable but they're not very skilled, they're not going to be able to do much physically with their hands or achievement wise. So even though they might be reasonable, they're not going to be able to do much contribution wise. Whereas the person who's skilled but not reasonable, they might have the abilities, but if they're impossible to talk with and communicate with, they're also going to cause problems. So you have to have
And so
someone
that
who's both.
so it went from one person to two people that you know, when you get the third person in there, maybe, okay, and then you
Yeah.
start having problems. I mean, it's going to come in there eventually. The
Yep.
problem they're going
As
to
soon as
start
there's
having.
anybody unskilled or unreasonable,
Yeah.
immediately
So I'm
problems
just talking
begin.
about the whole. Let's say the whole world is nobody on it, okay, except you. Okay, and you saying, well, that'll be fine, but you need another person in there. You got to have another person. Uh, do you have to have another person involved at all?
Well, that's why I like outdoor survival stuff where I spend a lot of time alone. And that's one of the main reasons I like being completely alone because I have the least amount of problems that way, usually.
Yeah, that's what
Because
I'm saying. That's my
because I
point.
don't run into the bullshit of anybody when it's
That's
just
the
me.
point I'm trying to make. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
why I stay by myself a lot. I'm a loner. I just
Yep.
I try to be self sufficient, you know, and only when I have to interact with people or I
Right.
choose to, like I'm doing with y'all. I mean, do I do that? You know, that's just
Yep.
because I know that when I do get around them, there's going to be problems. So
Yep.
eventually, some kind of shit's going to happen. That's going to be bull. It's going to make me unhappy in
It's
some way.
very unlikely to come across a disagreement of some sort. In other words, when it comes to having a partnership, when it comes to like owning a company, for example, pretty much, it's kind of like with relationships in a way. Like it's very difficult to find someone who you know agrees with you like 99% of the time, or
Well,
can or is able to cooperate with you, and not be difficult. But go on,
yeah,
PP.
I would argue that the main cause of that is because most humans are incredibly unreasonable and incredibly unskilled both. That's the main fuel to this whole isolation epidemic, right? So in other words, where everybody and his uncle is basically just isolating themselves in their room on their phone or on their TV or computer like 90+% of the time, it's because all of them mutually are unreasonable and unskilled. So and or one or the other basically. So it's the problem is they're all contributing to the problem together at the same time. And on top of that, they have this weird, unhealthy, toxic need, and most people do, for other people to be around them nearby or just there in some capacity for them to feel calm. Most people are ambiverts or extroverts. That's why. So very few genuine introverts. And so that's another contributor to the problem because so if they're unreasonable and unskilled, but they have this weird over consuming need to be around other interactions, other people who are also unreasonable and unskilled, what do you have? You have a toxic world of unreasonable, unskilled people where the only people getting anything done at all are people who are either reasonable or skilled or both, period. And so anything done tangible, and the rest of the population are just whining, complaining, and biting each other's throats off their entire existence. So it's like, it's interesting because so many of these things are solvable if people just think and feel more about stuff. You're right. But the problem is we deal with a population that doesn't think very much and doesn't feel very much about anything. And so therefore you run into what? You run into these problems. But here's the other thing. If someone thinks really deeply and feels really deeply about stuff, but isn't in addition to that skilled also, they also remain a problem person. And I think this is actually what's plaguing a lot of people within the deep philosophical world, like within the antinatalist discussion world. We're probably dealing with a lot of people who are really intellectual in terms of, they might be reasonable, but they're unskilled. In other words, they can't make shit properly or carve properly or do hand skills properly. So they don't really have skills. So in other words, they might be a good quality person interactively, but since they can't really contribute anything useful physically to the world, all they can do is consume and gradually wear stuff down. They also are part of the problem. And that also causes them to feel suicidal, depressed, and everything else. So I think um, everybody really needs to analyze their own situation. It's like, you really look at it deeply. Am I both a reasonable person and a skilled person? Both. Or am I lacking in one or the other? If you're lacking in either, you're going to have a lot more problems than a person who has both in place. The biggest reason why my life has been relatively smooth, in spite of being chronically in poverty my whole life, is because I'm both reasonable and skilled, both, and I always have been. And that saved me from a lot of extra additional torments that other friends I have faced who are either one or the other. They're reasonable, but they're not skilled, or they're skilled, but they're unreasonable. They're an emotional basket case, but they might be able to, do mechanic work like it's nobody's business, right? So it really all depends. And it's what I call the hodgepodge problem of society. Everything's too randomized, too all over the place, discombobulated, that it makes it impossible for two reasonable and skilled people to come together in the same area and achieve stuff together because it's too much of a hodgepodge, right? You just, in any given area you're in, you're probably going to deal with maybe, a couple miles from you, somebody who's both reasonable and skilled. But everybody else is only one or the other or neither, right? And this is the issue. It's like, so when we talk about the masses or the rabble, that's what we're talking about. Did Patsy exit herself or was okay? I didn't know.
Holy shit!
I should have been looking at the screen. I was just looking at the sky while I was
She just
talking, but I
left
should
like
have.
probably no. To be fair, she probably left just like 1 minute ago. So
Oh, okay,
no
okay.
longer than that, I promise.
Yeah, all right. I hope she didn't leave because I was talking too long or something. Because, like I said, she can come in, or you could have her come in anytime. I don't need to talk forever. But I think if you find that useful, great. That's nice. But
Yeah, no, I don't think that she would do that. No,
I don't
but
think so either. Probably
that
not.
is funny though. But no, but listen, like regardless, like you've given us great, a great historical lesson. Genuinely, like there are a lot of things you taught us I didn't know about, like the whole cargo and the bank and all these terms that we use today, like current account currency, being related to, you know, like having a correlation with the sea.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating stuff, man.
It
Fascinating.
is very interesting. I never thought about that.
Jordan Maxwell, check out his stuff. He's really good stuff on this topic. Jordan Maxwell. Jordan
Oh, just
Maxwell.
put it in the private chat, please.
Oh yeah, I'll put it in there.
Fantastic. I'm breathing like that because I'm in bed. That's why. No kidding.
Yep. No worries.
Being in bed is so relaxing, but nonetheless.
It is. But thanks for hosting this chat so far. It's been really fun, man.
Yeah, no, it has been. It has been. Let's see. Perpetual Pleasure says Jordan Maxwell is a good reference. All right, cool. Jordan Maxwell. Is that where you learned some of your stuff from?
Oh yes, he's the guy specifically where I got he's actually the main source of most people getting their information on the correlations with that. The law of the sea stuff, maritime admiralty law. Yeah, he's a great reference for all this type of stuff. I think
Mhm.
I think one thing a lot of people some people try to avoid his stuff because they notice he kind of has a conspiracy leaning towards it. But I just tell people it's like his information on those things is solid in terms of the correlation. But in other words, I emphasize to people he has a hypothesis that it was conspiratorially intentionally done that way. But I just say it didn't need to be. This you can see how this stuff would have organically developed without a conspiracy either way, because it's the automatic correlation they would have just naturally made
Okay,
when they
so
set up
PP,
forks
PP,
and things.
so
So
PP, do you watch his stuff on YouTube?
yes, that's where I came across this stuff originally back in the day, was on YouTube. Yep.
All
He's
right,
written a bunch
cool.
of books too, actually. But the
Okay.
sad thing is, most people who use his material and use his stuff, they never give him credit for it, almost ever.
Oh,
They try to pretend like it's their own organic information, and they like never mention his name.
I
So,
see.
but he's deceased now. He's passed on. But I just, in respect for his legacy, he's the guy behind almost all of this stuff that people go on about with the,
And when did
these
he die?
terms and everything. I think he died in, I think it was the 20 teens, maybe early 2020s. It wasn't too long ago. I don't remember the exact
Okay.
year, but
All right,
pretty
cool. Well,
recent.
rest in peace,
Yeah.
Jordan Maxwell. Rest in peace. Do you wait? I don't know. Maybe it was Patsy that answered this question, but is there any workplace that isn't toxic, dude? Because it seems
There
hard to find.
there are some very hard to find, very rare though. Yeah, very rare. And it's because of that problem, because most people are unreasonable or unskilled. So that creates the problems that cause the conflict and quarrel and everything else. Um,
Hmm.
so
Okay. Unreasonable and unskilled. Okay.
both unreasonable and unskilled. And when unskilled, I
Definitely
especially mean unskilled
unreasonable.
with their hands.
Definitely unreasonable. That's a very big one.
Yeah. And so most of the population, in terms of unskilled regards, think about how many people can carve with a knife really well. Barely
Mm,
anybody, right? So
mhm,
that's lack of skill in the entire population. Whereas in the past, you had a much higher ratio of skilled people who could carve just about anything with a knife alone and make anything they wanted, right? In the past. And it was just kind of a pretty standard skill that a lot of people had compared
mhm,
to today. And the really good craftsmen were especially highly paid and, highly
mhm,
considered and everything else. But nowadays, look at the world we live in. Most people, they cannot for the life of them actually long term improve the quality of things around them in terms of creating new things, producing new, fresh things that are useful. Very few people do this now, and they
mhm,
do it at very small ratio. Almost most people, almost entirely, their whole life only consume things that already exist or already manufactured by other people or factories. They use and use and use that thing until it wears out and falls apart, and then they buy the next thing, and then they use, and they never produce anything, right? And so the lack of production contributes to what? It contributes to others devaluing them, not appreciating them very much, et cetera, et cetera. So the reality is, whether most people don't admit this, but the majority of humans get pissed off and really annoyed if they're around people who are not very skilled. Because what happens if you got a room or a house full of guys that all they fucking do is play video games and that's all they know, that's all they're good at, they can't
mhm,
do anything else for the life of them,
mhm,
then they're all going to eventually start biting each other's throats and getting pissed off at each other and hating each other. Why? Because none of them can actually improve or go beyond consume, consume, consume. They're all going to be stuck in different wage slave jobs their whole lives and pissed off at each other because the other
mhm,
guy isn't also doing anything additional. So in other words, they're all just playing video games all day. They go to work, come back, play video
mhm,
games, and that's it. That's their entire existence. No skill,
mhm.
no outer abilities.
It's a catch
And
22, but in the sense, right? If we're taking time into consideration, like how much time you have to invest if you want to get a certain, let's say, qualification in this particular area. You know what I mean? Like being, you know, going to uni for 7 years just to get a doctorate. Like what's the degree? You got a master's degree. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Something like that. That's a huge amount of time. You know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What I'm saying is not even in just degrees. Like you could be a highly skilled person who doesn't need to get degrees, and people are going to like having you around more. And here's why: if you're good at fixing bikes and tweaking things, if you're good at teaching people new stuff and more efficient ways to do things, and you're always improving your situation like that by teaching and showing people stuff and helping them out with things, and if you're doing that and you're that type of person, people are going to like having you around more. This is why people like having me around when I'm physically around them, because every day is some variation of them learning something new from me or me learning something new from them, me showing them a new skill, how to refine a skill they might already have, a new piece of knowledge they can add to
Are you
their
talking specifically
repertoire.
for getting jobs or some kind of career?
Not
Or you
just
just
that, but the things I teach will help with that also, because I talk to
Mhm,
people about social skills and how to carry yourself, how to do this, how to do that, what makes people tick emotionally and otherwise, how to convince people that you're better for the job than others. So that's within the stuff that I talk to people about, in terms
cool.
of how to go about. But mainly, my main focus in terms of what I teach people that I know is uh, skills with their hands, like how to make stuff, how to do stuff, how to make stuff from scratch. So where you're not dependent on buying as much stuff at all, anywhere near as dependent on it. Maintaining what you have better, like how to maintain stuff properly versus letting it fall apart. It's all of these little things add up a lot. And I noticed that the majority of conflicts I hear about with other people, when they report them to me and say, oh, I'm having this issue with this other person, it's almost always related to lack of skill or the person being unreasonable. Always.
I think it's mainly due to the person being unreasonable, but basically being an asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually the case.
That is usually the case, but usually it's combined with lack of skill too. Because here's the thing, even if someone's an asshole interactively, if they got mad skills in terms of craftsmanship or whatever, they're still going to be valuable in terms of at least that one area. But the problem is, of course, yes, their asinine behavior and stuff like that. Um, but as long as leave them to their garage or whatever to do whatever they're going to do, craftsmanship wise, what they're passionate about, at least they can produce some good shit for you, material wise. So basically, it's like it's a situation where yes, it usually is the unreasonable, but it's almost always combined with lack of skill in most cases, from what I've seen, sadly. And that's really what it comes down to. Most people don't like to admit their lack of dexterity with their hands, but it's a common what's the word? A common folly, common foul, common sad thing that so few people have that skill. Because
Okay.
that's literally the thing that makes it possible to live efficiently and live well as a homeless person or as a person living in the woods. Like, if you lack skill, you're fucked. Like, you have to be good at that stuff. Whereas the homeless people that do terrible are the people who don't have skills with their hands in terms of craftsmanship very much. So, like you look at the bike touring guys and all these guys that do the long-term nomadic type stuff. If they do it with very little money, then they have to have more skill. Whatever money you lack, skill has to make up for it. But the problem is most people don't have the skills. When they end up homeless, they just end up completely fucked, not able to do anything for themselves, because nobody's handing them money to buy shit that they can consume, right? So, um,
Okay. Noted. Let me read some comments. So Anamaj says, I think meritocracy could be a good solution, and that only the ethnic people of respective country have voting rights. We should be masters in our own countries. I have no thoughts on that. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, you guys can talk amongst yourself. I have to do something for like a couple of minutes.
welcome back, Patsy. Is that Patsy? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I bumped myself off by mistake. I'm
You guys
sorry.
can talk about whatever you want. It's free for all now.
But I think that's
I'll be back.
actually a good point. That idea of, or I should say that what the person is suggesting, the ethno. I would suggest that, as basically, here's the thing. I think going that far would be unnecessary, but I do feel that at least, the countries that do exist or that end up organically, naturally forming as time goes on, they should have it should be encouraged for countries to maintain a majority of their ethnic raw population and basically be able to decide the amount and ratio of other groups that they allow in from other places, basically. In other words, those other people that be allowed in should have voting rights also, but not to the degree where it's any type of gung ho. Let's just let people in waves, like what's happening now in Europe. That's totally insane. Like, basically, they're shooting themselves in the foot and self-destructing because it's just this gung ho. Let them all in. Let's babysit other people in other countries. That's a dumb idea. You need to make sure first and foremost that whatever country you live in, that your ethnic group is the main central ethnic group. Just like the Japanese are a great example of this. Japanese are very ethnocentric in their own country, but they allow plenty of other people from elsewhere to come in. They just won't ever allow those other cultures to subsume or overcome Japanese culture unless it happens in an organic fashion, like, American culture being really popular in Japan or whatever. Stuff like that. Japan's a pretty good example in the modern era of that being done pretty well, in my opinion. So, if you think of Japan, you think, okay, Japan, all the things that are associated with Japan, right? very distinct architecture, styles, historical culture, all these types of things, principles, the way they bow and behave, all that stuff they're very adamant about maintaining, which is great because it distinguishes them as Japan from everywhere else, right? But if they were to ever do a thing where let's just let everybody in and flood the gates of Japan with everybody from everywhere, yay! Then very soon you're going to see, well, it's not Japan anymore. It's just another, it's a generic country that nobody knows about. Like,
Right.
so basically that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is, I hate to say it, kind of brings immigration into mind. Um, we got to be careful with that.
Yeah. I
You
think
know
it's
what I'm
very
saying? We
reasonable.
don't want immigrants coming here and changing our way of life.
Right. In the United States.
They supposed to conform to us.
Correct.
Not
Exactly.
us to conform to them.
Bingo. That's it. So whatever the predominant culture is should be the thing that determines what comes in, basically, in terms of how much influence it's able to have and exactly how much influence it's able to have. Very important. And that's why I have this conversation a lot with a friend of mine. We suggest that we should basically cap off the level of expansion and, in terms of how far stuff expands to basically the nation states that fill the world. So, the country of Germany and UK and Italy and all these different distinct countries, that's how it should remain for the rest of forever. Like China, Japan, America, like instead of ever having this situation where the entire planet is this one united thing, that's going to be really dumb because it's going to eliminate so much variety and interesting culture and, it's going to just eliminate a lot of the uniqueness that makes this country unique and interesting, right? It's like it's going to just make it more bland if the whole fucking planet is this one monotone thing. And actually, we actually can see this within America, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. All of these countries in this what is called the Anglosphere, they're overly similar to each other. They're kind of boring because of that. Like, so the Anglosphere, we're all wanting to leave the Anglosphere to get to other places. Like, yeah, we might go to Australia or the UK for like the historical stuff of it, but very rarely is someone going to go to Australia or the UK for the modern world of Australia or the UK. Very rarely. They're going to go for the historical stuff in most cases, the castles in Europe or like whatever. They're not going to go, okay, you know, I'm going to go from America because I want to experience British culture because it's really not that different from American culture. I mean, some differences, sure, but nothing that's notable enough to be like really exciting, right? It's just kind of like whatever. They're basically us in just a different country. So, we already see the problem of over monotone, monotony in the Anglosphere. And you kind of see that sort of within the Latin world also, where it's overly monotone, like there's like too much everybody everywhere being Catholics within the Latin world. It's like overly similar. You go to Venezuela or Mexico or Ecuador, all these types. But yeah, they have differences, but they're not that noticeable differences. They're just because it's the Latin sphere, right? It's all kind of boring. It's not really that exciting. So the more you have this expansion of beyond a single country, the same similar culture, it dulls everything down versus making it more interesting.
Hey, PP, let
So
me ask you a question, if you don't mind. When it comes to working hours, like, what have you ever thought about, like, how long we should be, like, in terms of reducing the amount of working hours currently? Like, how many hours would you reduce it to?
I would, if there's going to be some sort of requirement that they're going to pass in law no matter what, I would say, you mean like per day, like on jobs on average
Per
or
week.
something? Oh,
Per
per
week.
week. Okay. Let's see here. Per week, I would say, um, if I'm thinking in terms of something that might be reasonably able to be achieved, right?
Like 10 hours?
I'm not going on my standard here, which is none, obviously, but I would think, yeah, I would personally
I'm the
probably
same.
say 10
It's funny because
hours.
I
10
would prefer
hours.
0. Yeah, 10
Yeah,
hours
obviously I
maximum.
would prefer 0, but I
Wait a
would
minute.
think
Say that
something that might be achievable though is 10 hours,
10
especially with
hours a
AI
week
coming
or
in and
day?
everything like that.
A week.
Week,
A week
a week,
of working hours. Yeah.
especially with
Wow.
AI coming in
Really?
and new tech coming in. Yes, in the decades ahead. I think
10
that's
hours
something that could be
maximum, right?
achievable.
Then
That
that
would
ain't
be that would be basically if we're going to get something passed into law as like, if we're going to reduce the minimum from what it was to that, at least achieving getting it down to 10 hours, I think would be a great achievement. Ideally 0, of course, but at least 10, I think would be a big step in the right direction. Anything more than 10, like 20 to 30 or more required, that's just too fucking much. Way too
Yeah,
goddamn
man.
much.
10
Even 20
maximum.
is too fucking much.
Emphasis on maximum. 10 maximum.
Yes, 10 maximum. Any more than that? But
You're
here, if we
speaking my
had a
language,
system, where people could do extra if they wanted to, that'd be awesome. So like basically, you have a baseline, like if you're employed somewhere, okay, there's the legal requirement of a baseline of whatever the fuck it is, which obviously shouldn't be a legal requirement, but if they're going to insist on a legal requirement, okay, it's just a really small baseline, but then if somebody wants to keep working, they can and still get paid, but they're not going to be forced to or required to. So I think this can be a possible benefit of AI starting to take over most things, because it might start to free a chunk of the population up for being able to have lower workloads in terms of hours, but still getting paid decently well, because AI is taking over more stuff. But in other areas, it's going to hit people even worse. So it really depends on what area, what sector of the society. It heavily
PP, hold
depends
on.
on that.
Hold on for 1 second. Let me read this. Loho says, I'd say indeed 10 hours a week and 11.5 hours per week solely for TP. You absolute troll. I'm joking. That is hilarious. Have you seen
That's
this?
funny as hell. I love it.
An extra 1.5 hours for
In
me.
relationship to what we were talking about, probably with the money as a joke.
I know. No, I know he's joking. Hey, Loho,
It's
is your
actually funny, dude.
is your first name silent? No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. Don't cancel me, please.
But that
Don't
actually
cancel.
was another thing historically where people were more chill about the exact number of hours too. Like people
Did
usually
I
didn't
hold
flip
on? Did
out
I offend
about.
anyone on this panel? I was only joking.
I don't think so. I know Pamela keeps mentioning she's really, really, really prefers Patsy, which is fine. I don't mind somebody preferring someone over me. I
I
prefer
didn't even.
Patsy's
I
voice
forgot
over
about
mine,
that.
for crying out loud. But like, I mean, I understand that, but I just don't understand the constant emphasis. I prefer Patsy. It's like, okay, great, cool, prefer Patsy, but I prefer her voice too. But I hope what I'm saying is being taken as something useful and helpful. I mean, by Pamela versus not.
No, I
But
understand. Yeah, no, fair statement. Hey, Loho, I'm only joking about. I said in return, I was like, "Is your first name silent?" It's a joke. I'm kidding. Anyway, uh, nonetheless, I joke about I joke with him about that sometimes.
yeah.
Do you get the joke, PP?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Anyway,
honestly, it's a genuine big concern. We don't have to talk about it now, but I bring it up a lot. Is the Islamic crap flooding into Europe is a dangerous concern, because they have a shit ton of kids on a regular basis, and they're taking over entire cities in the UK and elsewhere. And this is known and documented. And they're smiling about it and laughing about, look, we're taking this entire town is run by Islam now. Blah 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 blah. We filled the entire town. All this, and where people are afraid to even walk into churches or wherever else they're going to go, because they're surrounded by people who could potentially stab them or kill them or just harass them out of the town. Like, it's bad. It's just a fucking bad situation in Europe that they brought on themselves that they shouldn't have. It's dumb. Like, it's inviting too many people in of the wrong ideology, who have an ideology that teaches them to kill you and subsume your culture and infiltrate it and take it over. Like, you don't want to invite people in who are taught to take over your culture. That's going to help. That's going to fuck everything up when it comes to wage slavery more than anything. That's going to fuck everything up.
good thing I'm gonna
So
be dead before that happens. Nonetheless,
yeah,
this is for you, by the way. JE. I mean, PP. The comment.
JE's comment.
Yeah, JE's comment is specifically for you.
Oh, he said, so would you say the United States are evil given that they want to get rid of individual national sovereignty and countries having their own distinct identity? That is definitely an evil act. It's more dumb than it is evil. It's more idiotic than evil, because obviously they probably believe they're well intentioned, but trying to do that never, if we look at history, that never plays out well as time goes on. Like, it always leads to some version of dictatorship, always, in every case. Like, look at anything historically, the Persian Empire, any of the big empires, it always leads to some version of dictatorship, right? Anytime you try to unite people artificially outside of their sovereign identities, you have an overruling dictatorship. It's that simple. So,
Mhm.
like the Persian Empire is a great example for it. They would go into other countries and they would try to get others to join them peacefully without having to physically take them over. Usually, other groups would agree, like Egypt and all these other groups would gradually join voluntarily. Now, I'll have to look back into the history on Egypt. I'm not sure exactly if they joined voluntarily or fought the Persians and then joined, but point being is a lot of areas and regions, people were just like, oh, Persian Empire, big, strong empire coming in, they'll allow us to practice our religion. They have their state religion we can take part in, but they're not going to force us to have to practice it necessarily. Cool. Let's join them. Let's, be part of the empire. Extra food, extra protection, blah, blah, blah. And so they did that. But guess what happens? They lost a huge chunk of their national identity. Now their culture got drowned out with Persian culture. Now it's like, oh, the Persian Empire. It's like, the culture that used to be there 10 years before is now not even known anymore, right? It's like, oh, they're the Persians now. The Medes are now part of Persia. The Babylonians are now part of Persia. The Western Indians are now part of Persia. They no longer have their identity that they had. And so it just
Mhm.
kind of like dulls everything out into becoming this amalgamated thing that they weren't before. And what the Greek city states had a really good system going for hundreds of years, where they maintained very distinct identities per city state within a very small geographical region. They had pretty good self autonomy per city state. Where their government extended pretty much just to the city state level, where it was just like one city, right? And then the other city had their own government. And they just basically had a cultural unity between these different cities, similar to like the Celtic culture, right? They had a unity of culture, but they had very distinct government systems and stuff. And you had different Celtic branches because of it. Like you had a unique
Mhm.
French culture of Celts, you had a unique British Celtic culture. And so, like, even within the fold of the same culture, you're still better off allowing multiple variations of that culture versus trying to amalgamate even that one culture itself. So in Europe, we definitely want to have Norway separate from Sweden, separate from Finland, separate from Germany, separate from Denmark, like we have it now, because that way you have a healthy checks and balances between the world system of things. And because if you don't have those checks and balances, what happens, right? What do we see? Napoleon, when he tried to take over Europe, what did that look like? Oh, it was a dictatorship. That's right. And it didn't last for very long because people got tired of it. And guess what? What did they want back? Their individual sovereignty. Surprise, surprise. It happens over and over again. Alexander, he conquers the Persian Empire. Everybody gets pissed off. They fight each other because what? They want their own individual sovereignty. That's why. So he gets probably assassinated, passed off as a over drinking death, and then his empire gets divided up into smaller
Mhm.
states,
Hey,
right?
can I ask you a question, PP? Regarding regarding the whole what was it about the money situation, about the gold and the silver? Have you spoken about that in one of your videos?
I'm pretty sure I have. I'm trying to remember which one exactly. I can find it for. I've spoken about it off and on it in various videos. Oh, I think the sovereign citizen one, as far as I know. Uh,
Mm.
that one I was emphasizing the fact that Americans tried to hybridize kings with citizens and
Okay.
or I should say kings with serfs basically, and they tried to hybridize the two into one thing, or a king and a citizen, and we kind of sort of did it successfully, but not really.
Okay.
Uh,
So with this particular live stream, has it given you any ideas of what you has it made you think, you know what, I've got an idea for a next video? Like,
Yeah,
has that come up?
I'm gonna actually do a dedicated video to exactly that topic, the money thing, and why we have these specific money issues to do, and how it's because people flip out about,
Mm.
differences of amounts and stuff. And that's the single reason we can't actually use the gold and silver standards. So, I think I'll do a dedicated video on it because so many
All right.
people say they want the gold and silver standard, but very few of the people who say that would actually be okay with getting a smaller piece of silver than the next guy. Like that's what it comes down to. So they don't even realize that they're themselves stopping it from happening, even though they're saying we need to return to the gold and silver standard. What they're
Interesting.
saying in
So a
most
lot of people
cases,
today, so you're saying what a lot of people today, a significant amount of people today want to go back to the
yeah,
gold and silver days.
lots of people do, especially within the conservative fold. Tons of people emphasize, well, conservative and left is any. There's people from all walks of life, all political views who vouch for this and who know about this problem. But what I run into with those people, even those people who go on about that, they start to get all wiggly in their seat and queasy and uneasy about the idea of it not being exact anymore. In other words, are you actually, if you ask people point blank, are you okay if you were to get here and there smaller pieces of silver from someone else or bigger pieces of silver from someone else, vice versa? Would you be okay with that, or would that bother you? And usually the answer across the board is that would bother me. We need to have an exact, we can have silver in exact minted sizes and everything. I was like, but that's the problem. If you demand it to be exact sizes, it eliminates people being able to have wiggle room outside of that. So you're going to hinder
Mhm.
people being able to buy and sell stuff
But
independent
why do
of the
they care
exact
about the
sizes.
sizes if all that matters is that you have the coin?
Because it's not the exact amount according to weight microscopically. That's why.
No,
So
but I'm saying, okay, no, no, but
it's not the
can't we?
exact value. It's not, what I'm saying is it's factually not the exact value according to weight on a weight scale. In other words, it's
Oh, the
less
weight.
valuable. It's less valuable because there's not as much rare material there. That's why.
So so the correlation here is weight and value.
Yes, it's correlated with weight. So silver, in terms of they make it a certain size, but they base it on the weight of the silver and how much
Uh
silver
huh.
is in the thing. Just like with
Oh, so
gold, they base it on the
so the
weight.
bigger the weight, the more valuable that coin is.
Yes, and it's only going to weigh more if it has physically more material, obviously. So
Mm.
because it's a metal that you're dealing with. So basically, that's the issue. People flip out about not having exact amounts. And so, unless and until people can stop flipping out in mass, which they never will, the masses will never stop flipping out about lack of exactness in money amounts, then we'll never be able to go back to a gold and silver standard. And it's going to be because of all the rabble doofuses that fill the fucking planet. They're
And you're
not going
talking
to
about
allow us to.
minor differences, just so we're clear, right? You're talking about
Of
minor
course,
differences.
minor. Of course. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously, you're not going to be okay getting paid like a little
like
pea-sized amount of
like ten
silver
pounds more.
compared. Yeah, I mean, within reason though, like within a range of size, like where there's it's approximately that size, like
Hmm.
where it's close enough, basically.
Okay, so if
It's
we were to, so basically, if everyone were to stop, complaining about the differences in payment, like, oh, I got this amount, whereas this other person got that amount, and we're talking like minor differences. If we stop complaining about those minor differences in payment,
yes.
we could get back to those. Um, we can go back to those. The currency of gold and silver.
Correct. And mass, if people got that reasonable about it and were like, hey, we need to adjust the laws to allow for variations in size of silver to be worth the same amount, right? We need
Hmm.
to get back to approximation world, and we need to pass, because it would have to get passed into law that you could legally go into a store and pay someone a range of size of silver pieces that are approximately the same size and have it be worth the same amount. Like if you go to buy a loaf of bread, right? And you pay a little teeny piece of dime-sized piece of silver for that loaf of bread, the law would have to reflect that, okay, within this range of sizes, this
Hmm.
amount of silver is worth this. So where they eliminate this exact microscopic weight bullshit from
Hmm.
the
Hmm.
system.
Hmm.
That way it would solve so many goddamn economic problems immediately.
Okay. All right.
Because guess what that would also do? Because the only way you can have a system where everything is hyper exact like that is if it's computerized and computer based. It would free us from needing to have a computer based money system,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Computer based money systems only need to exist, quote unquote, need to exist for a population when everyone's hell bent on exact amounts. If
Hmm.
no, if people aren't hell bent on exact amounts, people are going to look into their bank accounts and be totally fine with a dollar here or there being higher or lower than it was
Okay.
before. It's not going
That's
to flip them
interesting.
out,
Hmm.
right? So
Hmm.
there you go. It's that simple.
That's
Um,
why, like when we had cash, it's like, the whole cash versus paying by card. Like, with
yeah.
the cash, there's more, leeway in terms of how much you can give and, pay back next time versus
Yep.
with card, you have to pay the exact amount. There's no
Yep.
leeway.
Cash is still king compared to cards for that reason. You can have private
Agreed.
exchanges that are not tracked. You can have, easy, convenient exchanges that nobody has to have any type of money, computerized system attached to at all. That's why it's better.
Hmm.
Doesn't need computers, basically. Whereas
Hmm.
everything to do with debit or credit cards requires computers to exist for it. So that's the
Hmm.
problem.
Noted. Okay, so let me ask you this now. So let's say if everyone today or tomorrow stopped complaining about the minor differences in payment, my question now is how likely do you think, you know, what is the likelihood of us going back to the currency of gold and silver?
If that was the case, if everybody became super reasonable about it and they demanded a law to reflect that new reasonableness and wiggle room, we would very quickly be able to go back to a gold and silver standard for the majority of our expenses at the individual consumer level. Okay. So, however, when it comes to things like, let's say the space program or some shit that costs like an insane amount of fucking money that's
Wait, hold
based
on,
on
hold on.
stuff.
Sorry, so bear with me. So,
Okay.
okay, so you said the space program.
So what I'm saying is there's a threshold here. So that we would be able to get back to that if people became reasonable overnight. And that would cover the gold and silver backing of all our money. All our money would be way more valuable for monetary exchanges that have to do with everything within the consumer world. Okay. So buying cars, houses, items, supplies, things, daily life, right? It would cover all of that. The gold and silver standard would. However, when it comes to things outside of that are like military expenditures or things in the trillions or billion, like huge expenditures and shit like this,
Mhm.
that basically are just astronomical, way beyond the amount of gold or silver that exists in the world, we could easily have a separate monetary system that might continue operating on what we have now for those things, independent of what we operate on at the consumer level interactively. So if we separated out the money system, that would actually be the best system because there's a reality to a lot of the modern tech we have, because this whole trillions of dollars in debt that the world's in, that's only trillions of dollars in debt because it's money that doesn't exist in gold or silver form. That's why.
Hmm.
If it existed in gold or silver form, it wouldn't be trillions of dollars of debt. But we could eliminate it being debt if we shifted what that money was based on. If we shifted that money into based on something that's limited, right? We would have to shift it to being based on something that's limited in nature in some form, in some tangible way, right?
Hmm.
Something that's in abundance, but still limited, right?
Cool,
That could
cool.
be done.
All right,
So
cool.
that's
So,
what would have to happen with that.
noted, noted. Thanks. Uh, PP, let me ask you this, and then I'll ask Patsy. Um, if you regarding the whole £50 million, winning the lottery tomorrow, and winning £50 million, uh, what what would you, just for fun, what would you spend some of that money on?
What would I spend? Oh man, I would put a good amount of that money into the deepest research into life enhancement tech, life extension tech, body modification tech, all that stuff. I would put a good amount into that. Another chunk of it I would put into guaranteeing a huge amount of it into edible landscapes being guaranteed and passed into law throughout the world. First in the city that I lived in and spreading out from there to where like, hey, we're going to pass into law. New plantings have to include a certain ratio of edible plants, period, no matter what going forward.
But the
So
thing
there
is, right,
wouldn't,
wouldn't you have to create a petition or something like that for everyone else to agree?
you would, yes. But the thing is, I would
And
be able to push it because I had the money to push it. You can convince people of a lot of shit if you have the money to do so.
oh,
Most of it is
bribery, huh?
money. Most of it's money. Very little of it is actually convincing people. So all the stuff that Trump was doing, most of that has to do with money, promoting messages with money. Very little of it has to do with people
So,
actually agreeing on anything. They'll just be
uh,
convinced if you promote something long enough, you'll convince them if you have the money to promote it long enough and loud enough. So it's just making enough noise with it, promoting it long enough, and getting everybody convinced that they agree with it, whether they do or not. Right. And the result is now we have edible food everywhere.
okay,
So,
cool,
you know,
cool, cool, cool. All right. But in terms of fun, like, what would you spend your money on? Like trampolines or what?
I would spend that on
And you
mostly
can say
things to
prefer
do.
not to say if you want to keep it private. It's
Oh,
fine.
dude, I'd spend it on all sorts of stuff that would incense my romantic and sex life by gazillions times more. In other words, uh I'd make all sorts of fucking cool places where people could come, that are centered towards intimate interactions and like, all sorts of cool theme park shit catered to that and everything. Oh, dude, I would have so much fucking fun with that. It'd be awesome. I would
So say
make
that again.
places
You
that
would
would
buy a lot
be
of theme parks.
what's that?
You said you would buy a lot of theme parks.
Yes. Oh, I would probably buy or make multiple theme parks. What I would do actually is I'd make centers that were like mall type centers that
Okay.
had a lot of really cool looking stuff from all the different eras that look awesome. Like 1950s looking stuff combined with 1980s looking stuff, the arcade vibe, the mall scene vibe. And I'd have
Mm.
in those places all sorts of different really badass like stores and community centers for people to come in and discuss deep philosophy stuff, just all sorts of cool shit, like a place that's tailored for people like us to come and just have a great time, whether it's gaming, whether it's discussing deep philosophy, whether it's, if people want to do sexual stuff, whatever they want to do. Basically, I'd have
Okay, so
sections.
arcades, theme parks.
It'd be
Okay.
like it basically. I'd create like a mall for all sorts of interests, basically.
Okay.
So like malls that contain all
Especially like
sorts
theme
of.
parks and arcades and whatnot.
Yeah,
No, 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 no,
exactly.
no.
Stuff like
Arcade, sorry. No, because the theme park is separate. Anyway,
yes,
yeah.
precisely.
Sorry, it's because it's 2:27 and my brain is half
Oh,
asleep.
no worries.
When, yeah, it's because we've been doing a live stream like for over 4 hours, so there's only so much info you can take. When like when you're in school and there's only so much info. You know, you know what I mean? No, no,
Yes.
yeah, like yeah, no, yeah, damn, it really is 2:28 in the morning.
Holy cow, dude. Well, we can call it good if you want.
Oh no, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking.
But yeah, I know
Mm.
exactly what I'd do with the money, like to a T. What I would create is huge, massive theme parks dedicated to LARP live action role play, huge simulated medieval Renaissance battles and shit like that. That's one thing I would do. That would be fucking awesome.
Wait, say that line
Um,
again. What battles?
medieval/Renaissance themed battles, basically. In other words, and like living areas to where you'd have like, a castle and you'd have like fortifications and you'd have big fields where people could fight and or simulate combat and stuff. Do
Damn.
reenactments, like a continual, never-ending Renaissance fair worlds, basically. And I create one of those. That's all year. So the whole year, nonstop, all around. People could live there, people could do stuff there. Basically like its own city state of just Renaissance stuff,
Mm.
medieval Renaissance stuff
Okay.
where, yeah, cool shit
All right.
like
Cool.
that.
Wow. All right. Hey, everyone watching, if you had 50 million pounds, if you won 50 million pounds tomorrow, what would you do with what fun things would you do with some of that money? Let me know in the comments whilst me and PP chill.
Yeah, I've never been able to understand anyone who wouldn't know what they would do with it. For me, it's just like, oh my God, what wouldn't I do with it?
Good one.
Right? For me, it's
Good
like,
one.
I just, and that's what's another irony of life. It seems like those of us who know exactly how we would put it to really good use never, for whatever reason, can come across any source of tangible, notable passive income or notable significant amount of income for whatever reason. It's
Mm.
weird. It's not surprising, but it's weird, and it's like a constant Twilight Zone episode, and it's annoying. It's annoying as fuck because it's like, damn, I could so
Mm.
easily conquer the world for beneficial purposes with $6,000 a month easily. And I hear about these people making, like, or a 6,000. Yes, I hear about people making, like, what is it like, 20,000, 30,000 a month. I'm like, I was like, what are you people doing? Not taking over the world. I'm not. Come on, what are
Is
you
it this
doing?
comment that made you say what you're saying?
What's that?
Did what you say
No, it's not.
come?
What I'm saying is, it's like, it's not. I'm not hounding on Leah
No,
for
no, you're
being
not. We
poor.
know you're not hounding. No, I'm just saying.
What I'm trying to
Was
get
it?
at, though, but I'm no,
Were you
I'm
saying
telling
it
Leah
before
this.
this comment or after this comment?
What I'm saying that to inform Leah that that's not what I'm saying here. Like, I'm not hounding on him. I trying to remember which one it was. I think it was a guy with it just uses that face or something. But my point is, no hounding here. It's just like I'm just saying I can't relate to anyone in that situation. So
Mm-hmm.
is that, and no, that's not why I made this comment. I can't relate to anyone in that situation who wouldn't know what to do with it because I see people nowadays even like who are making $30,000, $50,000 a month or whatever crazy amount they're making, and I'm like, all they're doing with it is like buying new cars and like refurbishing their house that's already fully intact and just adding. It's like, really? I just, dude, it's like, why? I look at that and I'm like, why are you not going around conquering the world and filling the planet with edible fruit? Like, why are you
I
not
guess it's
doing
a
that?
mindset. It's a mindset, and there's some fear. Because when you're so used to being broke, and you one day become rich, you're still in that broke mindset of you have this mindset where you're afraid to spend a ridiculous amount of money on anything because you fear that your money will just go to zero like in you know within a month. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And this is why having physical backup, having physical cash on hand at least, and ideally gold and silver, a lot of it in gold and silver, be important. Obviously, a huge chunk of that I would also invest in physical gold and silver as well. So that way you'd have the physical backup assets in case the cash system disappeared overnight or whatever. So the point is, it's like, for me, there's never been a question what I would use it for. It's like, there's so many things I know for a fact
Sorry,
I would use
PP,
it
forgive me.
for.
This comment's funny. Leah says I would spend it all on weed.
Yeah,
All
I
of it?
laughed at that. That was funny. Fitting for
Let
a
me read.
perpetual pleasurist. Well, hey, I appreciate that they identify as a perpetual pleasurist. That's a compliment. Very rarely do people identify as such. So that's great. Welcome to the fold.
Okay, okay, nice. Weed. Have you tried weed before? You can say prefer not to say, or no comment.
I've done it once in the form of brownies, and honestly, the only reason I did so is because I was
How
wrongly
fitting,
informed.
brownies. Nah, I'm just joking, PP.
But
I'm
see, here's
joking.
the thing. I was misinformed. I was told that if I were to eat them, all it would do was make me feel relaxed and tired. Maybe that's it. That's it. I
The
was
brownies, yeah.
not informed, and I should have fucking looked this up online instead of just taking my relative's word for it. I was not informed that it would make me have one of the worst experiences of my entire life and make me feel like I was literally dying. So basically, uh, just like my body reacts really weird to other stuff, for whatever reason, my body reacts really in negative, bad ways to weed. It seems like at
To
least the
weed.
eaten type, the eaten
Mm.
variety. And here's the thing: I never had an urge or desire to smoke it or anything else. I have nothing, never have had anything against people that
Okay,
do it
so just so I'm
whatsoever.
clear, sorry, my brain's so slow right now due to the time. Okay, so you're saying that when you had um brownie, so weed brownies, right?
Yes. I didn't
You
actually want to take the weed. I only ate it because I was hungry as fuck and I wanted to eat some brownies and I hadn't eaten for a little bit. So I was just like, okay, whatever. And I
so the
asked him,
weed was in the brownies, right?
yes, but
You ate
I
brownies, but
I didn't eat them for the weed. They just happened to be in the brownies. So basically,
so no one told you that the weed was in the
no,
brownies?
here's the thing. They did, and I probably wouldn't have eaten them unless I was so hungry to the degree I was.
Oh, so you
And
were
so
aware that the weed was in the brownies, but because
I
of
was
you were so
aware.
hungry, you chose
Yes.
to eat them anyway.
I didn't eat them because of the weed or trying to get high or anything like that from it. So in other words, I was like idiot. I shouldn't have fucking believed them because they're fucking liars in so many other areas of life, or I should say exaggerators. Long story, but the point is, it was dumb of me to listen to them because sure enough, I ate a handful of them, a pretty decent amount, and they tried to chalk it up to the fact that I ate so many, but I was like, you fucking assholes, you told me. This is what I was thinking in my head. I'm very calm in real life, keep to myself, but I was thinking in my head after that experience, you fucking told me that I would just only get really relaxed and tired. That's it, if that even. I wouldn't get high. None of this other stuff would happen. So what happened to me was it was like everything started turning green, right? I felt like shit. I could barely move from the couch. I was painfully tired, like I was held on the couch by the degree of tired I was,
Oh wow.
and I felt like I was literally dying, bro.
Oh wow.
I was like, this is the lamest fucking death ever, and here they are behind me
Were you
laughing over
like
the fact.
extremely fatigued?
Oh, dude, I was so fucking goddamn tired. I couldn't barely move, and it was from the fucking weed. So I was like, I was sitting here. I was like, I don't like this feeling at all.
How
I
many
can't
brownies did you eat?
move. It wasn't like an insane amount. It was just like it was a pretty good size amount. I'd say maybe I don't even know the exact number. It was
Oh, it
just
was just a single brownie?
no, not a single brownie. It was quite a decent number of brownies, but
Like 5?
I don't know. I don't know the exact number. I guess according to them, they thought it was like a crazy number of brownies. I was like, I don't think I ate that many
Okay.
fucking
Okay, let
brownies
me put it
though.
like this. Was it more or less than 5?
It was, I think, at least five ish,
Okay.
more maybe. I don't know. I just don't remember. It's been so
And that
long.
caused you to be extremely fatigued, painfully.
Painfully fucking fatigued. Like the point is, like I didn't want to be that fatigued. It hurt me how tired I was. Like
Oh wow.
it was not a relaxing experience. I felt like I was dying. I was laying there and I was like, oh shit, I'm probably gonna die when I fall asleep here. And I feel like shit, this is horrible. What the fuck do
Mm.
people eat this or smoke this for? What the fuck? I was like, this doesn't seem like this is what's
Valid
supposed to
question.
happen here. And I was just like sitting here. I was like, I was really enraged inside myself. Like they were laughing behind me over the fact that I was laying there unable to move, so fucking tired, falling asleep. And I was like, here I am. I'm gonna die from eating just fucking weed brownies and just die while they're laughing behind me. God damn it. Just like these fucking
Mm.
assholes. It's like I want to fucking live my life, achieve epic shit, be known for cool ass fucking crap. Like, and here I am dying from fucking weed brownies. God damn it! Like, that's
Mhm.
basically what was going through my head. And then so I eventually went into the bedroom and just slept. And I was so happy to have woken up from that. And I was like, fuck that shit. I will never ingest that shit ever again.
So when you
Fuck.
woke up, did the pain go away?
When I woke up, yeah, it did. I was still really like super tired. I think tired-ish. Or I don't know, because I don't even remember how long I slept. It was just like once I finally did wake up, I was like, okay, now I feel okay again. Damn, let me never eat those ever again. That was horrible. And I could never understand what people found pleasurable about that at all. I couldn't get it because I was like, I don't find anything pleasurable about losing control of my awareness or my motor functions or my control of my body at all. I don't find that pleasurable. I find that very disturbing, actually. So, I don't have anything against people who smoke weed or eat it or whatever. If they have a different effect and it feels good, perfect, great. Keep doing it. Keep using it. That wasn't my experience. My experience was shitty with the thing. So I don't know why. Maybe my physiology has a weird reaction, like the saw palmetto, like most people don't have, but I did. I don't know. Maybe that's it. But it's just I was from that moment on, I was mind boggled at how people found pleasure with anything to do with ingesting pot, at least in edible form, right? So
Okay, so
it's
so
horrible.
in
It's
short,
terrible.
so in short, so in short, and by the way, 1K, I'll get back to you. Just one quick moment. So PP, in short, your relatives, so cousins, right? Just for clarification, cousins, yeah.
Yeah.
Or okay, so your cousins told you that there was weed in the brownies,
Yes.
and you they told you that it was gonna make you feel relaxed and tired.
Yeah. They said if
And
that's going to be the most effect it has, if anything, basically. That's
oh,
it.
okay, that's what they told you regarding
That's what they
the
told me.
weed, regarding the weed brownies.
They're like,
And
that's
on
the
top
extent
of
of it.
that, say that again.
They said that's going to be the extent of it. Nothing getting high. No, that's nothing. No, no, no. You're just going to feel relaxed and tired. All that other stuff is just
Oh, okay,
propaganda
just
and
relaxed
myths
and
and blah blah
tired and
blah.
nothing more. Okay,
Right.
that's
That's
what they
it.
told you.
Yeah. They didn't
And
tell me I was going to feel like I was literally dying and like,
okay,
like that I was going to feel painfully fucking tired. No, they didn't tell me that part. They just, oh, you're
cool.
just going to feel. It's like it wasn't a relaxed tired. It was a hurting tired. Like I was like, this is this is excessive
Were your
over the
muscles
top
aching?
tiredness. It was like a weird, like, how do you describe it? It's like it was like my muscles were relaxed too much to an unhealthy degree. That it
Oh,
was
like
like it felt
sluggish, like
bad.
extremely
Like,
severely
yeah,
sluggish.
like this jelly feeling or something. I felt
Oh,
like a fucking jelly cake melting on the couch. Basically, I was like, "This can't be
uh,
good. This can't be good for my health." Like when I'm thinking relaxation, I'm thinking about feeling actually good, not this. Fuck, I feel like I'm literally dying. Shit, like
your
that's not what
cousins
I
almost
associate
got
as
you killed.
relaxing. What's that?
Your cousins almost got you killed by that.
That's
You
what
know.
I felt, and I never trusted them ever again after the fact. Especially the fact they were laughing about it. I was like, "These fuck." And they actually, I know for a fact they had good quality products because they grew and grow it to this day in Northern California for quote unquote medicinal purposes. They legally grow it in huge,
But wait,
gigantic fields and
when
shit.
your body was like extremely fatigued, like aching, like to the point of extreme sluggishness.
Yeah.
What else was it? Just that, or was there more to it? Just checking.
Oh, dude, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't need, the only way I can describe it is I felt like I was literally dying. And so,
Okay.
in other words, all the horror and terror and anguish and oh fuck, and like you like a person would feel like if they're dying against their will, right? Oh
Were
shit,
you a
I'm
bit
fucking
dizzy?
dying. I was very yeah, as I was very dizzy. I could barely move, bro. It felt like I was
Okay.
being forcefully held on the
For
couch
everyone
by
watching, do not do pot, otherwise you will end up in that scenario. If you eat too much, at least,
oh god, I
or you
don't
can
see.
just avoid it altogether.
And they tried to chalk it up to the fact that I ate too much, and I was like, yeah, whatever, sure. You could have just informed me that if I eat more, it's gonna have that degree of effect.
If they
Like
had
you could have
told you, you
told me
wouldn't have
that.
eaten that amount.
I wouldn't have at all eaten that amount if they told me that. I was
So
only
there
eating
you
that
go.
because I thought, oh, it's just leaves. Okay, whatever, cool. It's totally fine, totally safe. You
Cool,
know,
cool, cool. All
like
right. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you've come. I'm glad you're still in one piece, and yeah, I can understand you not never trusting your cousins again from that.
yes, never again,
Yeah,
never.
I wouldn't trust my cousins if they ever.
Whatever little trust I had in them, which was very small by then, was gone, just
It's gone
completely
now.
gone after that. None, no trust
Noted.
at all.
Just
Done,
like the
finished.
brownies out of your system. But yeah, I
Fucking
I
guess
used to smoke regularly.
Say that again.
I used to smoke regularly.
What? The weed.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And how was it?
It was okay. I mean, I
Oh,
started when I was like 19 or 20.
okay. And how
And
long
then
have
I
you been
recently
smoking weed for?
stopped when I was like 32.
Oh, okay.
So I
All right.
smoked it for some years. I don't know when once I became vegan and I tried to smoke, it was just terrible. It made me
Mm.
nauseous. It made me too aware of things. It made
Wait.
me
So
think
hold on.
too
So you said
much.
just for clarification. So since you became vegan, you stopped smoking because.
Well, I'm back to eating meat now, and even
Oh,
now
okay.
I still can't smoke. So,
But
but
what
once I
what was the
became
reason?
vegan, I don't know what happened. I just got really turned off by it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So do you think veganism influenced you to stop smoking weed, or was it a different reason?
There's something about it. I don't know.
So, okay, so you've been smoking weed since you were 19 up until you turned 32. Okay, so what was it? Was it just making you feel relaxed, or
Yeah, relaxed,
am I missing out on it?
funny,
Am I missing out on it?
happy, chill.
Okay.
But then
So,
after I became vegan, I became super, super, super aware, super paranoid, nauseous. It just,
mm,
I couldn't do
okay.
it anymore.
Was it the weed that made you super like hyper conscious, or was it
Yes,
the veganism?
the weed, because only
Oh,
when I would smoke would I get
okay.
this. I'd be
All right.
like looking around at everybody, like, "Do you guys know we're living in hell? We're in hell!" Like I would go off, like,
Oh, okay.
and I was like, "Okay, maybe I shouldn't smoke no, no more."
So, so guys, both of you, am I missing out on weed?
Nope, you're
No,
not at all, bro.
Uh,
no.
Interesting. Okay, because I hear a lot of people talking about, this is some good shit, bruh. I'm like, what
Mm-mm.
am I missing? Am I? Yeah, but I guess I'm not missing out on anything.
Here's what
No.
I've run into. If you're around a lot of people who smoke weed regularly, they won't notice it until they stop or are outside of that culture. But if you're outside it looking in, like all my relatives, I know this firsthand very well. My relatives and a handful of my friends were part of there's a whole culture to people smoking weed, especially if they're doing it illegally in a state where it's not legal. There's a whole subculture of people, way they behave, way they go about stuff. That they smoke weed together. There's a certain way they talk, behave, and what it is they don't notice that when they are not having regular access to weed, that they're more noticeably irritable. They're more bitter and pissed off about shit like constantly until they have their next weed hit. But they don't know that they are. They don't notice that they are, but you notice it. Like if you're not a weed smoker, you notice it when they're like that. They don't notice it when they're like that though, and it's
They
it's
don't know. They don't
interesting.
notice what, like the way they behave,
They
or.
don't notice that they're displaying withdrawal symptoms from the weed, from not having. In other words, the withdrawal symptom is irritation from not having it, right? So if unless they're using, like they're the nicest people in the world as long as they're
I
smoking
did.
weed regularly, but they're going to be some of the nastiest, bitterest, most pissy, petty people on the planet as soon as they don't have regular access to weed. Like, but
Hmm.
they don't even notice they're being that way when they haven't had their next hit of weed within a certain timely fashion. All my cousins were like this. My friends who had this issue were like this as well, but they didn't notice it. Like they just it's like there's this blind spot that where when they're irritated, they don't recognize that it's a withdrawal symptom from weed dependence in their body.
Did you
And
tell
they
them?
I told them what I noticed. I said, "Hey, this is what I notice about people around me who smoke weed like this. I notice that they're irritable. This is what goes on." And then I actually would wait for the person to recognize in themselves if they notice that pattern instead of pointing directly at them. I would just say, as a culture, this is what I notice. And they would always, every time, even if they were one of the people I was implying, they would always act as if they were the one exception to that. Right? They would always act, "Oh yeah, it doesn't affect me, but not everybody's fit for a blunt." Every time they would always act like they're the exception. I was like, these are addicts just like everybody else on the fucking planet. Just like alcohol addicts, just like their addiction is just to weed, but they're not willing to admit it to themselves or others. Holy shit, these are withdrawal symptoms. Like, I was like, it's amazing they can't fucking see this, that these are withdrawal symptoms. It's unbelievable. Like,
Have you, 1K? Have you ever reached to a point? Like, have you ever gotten to a point of withdrawal symptoms? Or
No, because I didn't smoke like that. I
oh,
would
okay.
only smoke when I got around people who smoked.
Okay.
I wasn't like smoking every day.
Just
Uh-uh.
okay. Just for the sake of the mood, just for the occasion. Like,
Right.
oh, okay, cool, cool, cool. No peer
Because I never
pressure or
wanted to
anything.
buy my own weed. Then I would really feel like a real junkie.
No, no peer pressure or anything. You just thought, it's for the occasion. They're
Well, the
smoking.
first
Me,
time
yeah.
I smoked weed was after a breakup. And my friend was like, just hit this and you'll feel better.
Okay.
And then that's what got me. I'm like, oh, okay, this shit feels nice.
Fair enough. Hey, Patsy Cline,
Yeah.
have you ever smoked weed or eaten, like weed brownies or stuff like that?
Um, yes, both.
Both.
No, not weed brownies. No.
Oh, just smoked weed though, right?
No, but I've had. Well, I smoke pot, rolled, and and I do it at night right now before I go to bed.
Hmm.
And it's mostly just to kind of have good sleep,
It
because
helps you have good sleep.
oh yes,
Can
and
you can you?
not only that, but I dream like it's going out of style when I'm after I smoke pot. Yeah, I mean, my nights are full of dreams. You know,
You
matter
dream
of
like
fact,
it's going out of
last
style.
night it was like a movie theater. Okay,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. So and I'm sure it depends on what kind you got. What variety of the plant you got when that you were supplied or whatever when you rolled it. But anyway,
So
uh,
when you
but
smoked weed, you were having wild dreams
yeah, just active dreams. Um,
beyond your imagination.
yeah, just dreaming about people I knew, I know, people I haven't talked to in a while.
Okay.
Uh, just stuff like that, and maybe even scenarios where I'm in a different scenario I've never been in before, where I can't even recognize the place I'm in. But anyway, um,
Hmm.
and I noticed that when I lay down, right after I lay down, after I did it, right before you go to sleep, you get these real deep thoughts, intensive thoughts that you go deep into your recesses of your brain, that you don't think about normal, you know. And then I just drift off, you know.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
what I noticed about it when I first started smoking it, when I like my first experience, when I smoked one for the first time, oh boy, it was like it was nothing like that because that was like oh the giggles, like everything was just hilarious, just like man, it couldn't get any happier, life was just you're on the top
So
of
the
it.
weed was like happy gas.
Oh yes, definitely. Now I don't know if you build up a tolerance to it or what, but that kind of wears off after you do it a certain amount of time.
Oh, you get desensitized.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a lot of that giggle stuff kind of goes out the window a little bit, but I did eat some gummies one time,
Eat
and
some gummy worms.
yeah, and I am not a fan of those at all.
You're not a fan of
Not at
gummy
all.
worms. All right.
They gave me a bad feeling. I can't tell you what it was, but it just wasn't a good feeling. It was almost like a headache or something.
The gummy worms or the weed?
Gummy.
What?
The chew
Gummy
'em in.
worms gave you a headache?
Yeah, yeah. I did not like the experience,
Oh,
the after effects,
wow.
and it took a long time for it to go away.
This
Um,
is interesting. Guys, have you ever heard of that? Like someone getting a headache from gummy worms?
From gummy worms laced with physical weed.
I don't know whatever. Yeah,
Yes.
gummy. Yeah, weed in gummy form. I'm talking about the.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh.
yeah.
So the
There's
weed
different
was
forms of it.
inside.
It's just, I think,
Has
what
different
was
effects on everybody.
for me, it just had a horrible effect. At least the edible variety, and I never had any desire to get smoke in my lungs at all for any reason. So that's why I just never smoked it. I never really, I just never had a desire or urge to do weed. I was never against it. I just never had the desire or urge. Because I've always been very happy and calm normally, right, in spite of what irritates me and stuff. So the impetus is in the reason peer pressure has never been a factor for me my whole life. I've never done things out of just peer pressure that I can, as
No,
far as
no.
I can tell. But my point is, what I think because there's new evidence coming to light now that's scientifically verified that excessive, or I should say overly consistent weed consumption does contribute to epigenetic changes in the brain, not all of which are beneficial. Some of them are actually detrimental. And I think part of that's probably why the relatives of mine who didn't notice, and friends, that they were displaying withdrawal symptoms of extra irritation when they hadn't smoked weed in a while. Because I would actually track this, how long they had gone without the smell of weed on them or without, having smoked one. And it was a different person. It was like a super happy person to like a really pissed off, irritable person. And I was like, why is it that unlike tobacco smokers, they're not noticing that they're more irritable
Well,
now by a lot? Like,
see,
why aren't they
I
noticing?
never noticed irritation with smoking pot. No, laid back, yeah, but no irritation.
See, this is what's
Irritation,
interesting because,
irritation with alcohol, yeah,
but
but
this
no
is what's interesting.
irritation with pot. No.
Even these people that I knew who smoked pot, when it came to cigarettes and stuff, they would notice irritation. Like for example, whether they were a weed smoker or not, when it came to the tobacco side of things, they would notice that they're having the beginnings of what would be a withdrawal symptom. Obviously, they're not actually withdrawing; they just go back to smoking. But that's basically the beginnings of the withdrawal symptoms, or I should say, dependent symptoms. Is the tobacco smoker would notice, hey, I'm feeling irritated right now. I need a cigarette. Whereas the pot smoker would be irritated. They would express irritation, but then they would, and I'm not saying this was your case, Pat. So I'm just saying what I experienced with this and other people. What they would like be totally confused and oblivious to, like, even if you pointed out, hey, you seem more irritated. Like, no, I'm not here. It's like they wouldn't even notice that they were irritated more. And expressing that towards others, like the way they talked was like more bothered and like like hurried and rushed and more. Their face was frowning, and it was like all these things. It's like they didn't even notice that they were doing that. And I notice this with every person I've encountered in real life who regularly uses weed. It's very strange. It's like exclusive to weed. It's like they'll know they're acting or feeling differently when they haven't had alcohol for a while or tobacco for a while. But with weed, it's like they still imagine they're the same behaving person when they're not. It's very odd. I've never seen it with anything other than pot, personally. So can you guys explain this to me? Like, why is that the case? Is it due to what's happening with the brain chemistry, the epigenetic changes? Is that why with weed or what? I don't know. Has anyone else noticed this in regular, consistent pot smokers? If you're someone, if in the comments, please let me know. If you don't smoke weed yourself and you're looking at people and watching them and around them who smoke weed regularly, have you noticed this? Like, or am I the only one who's noticed this or seen this pattern? Please let me know, please.
Well, I can't. I mean, I normally do it by myself. So, uh, but anyway, I'm saying, and I don't do it during the day. Um, First of all, because I don't want to get the munchies. I don't want to be eating everything in sight. So I make sure I've already eaten my meal for the night. You know, and then I do it right before I go to bed. But I'm just saying. But what I found about pot, just smoking it, not eating it, not ingesting it, not the gummies and not the brownies or anything. But what I found is the best thing to do is just to take like one or two puffs, and that's it. Just leave it at that. And if you leave it at that, man, you got a pretty good feeling there, but you haven't gone into a deep abyss or anything. Like you know what I'm talking about. You get that little whatever you need. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of
Yeah,
like alcohol the same way.
I'm
Like
glad
if
that
you drink
helps
a
you in that
glass, like you
regards.
drink a glass of wine, drink a glass or two of wine, you're feeling pretty good, right? If you
Right.
go beyond that, you get repercussions from it. You start feeling repercussions.
Yeah,
And that's the way I feel about it.
that makes sense. Yeah.
So, have you guys ever smoked cigarettes?
No, smoke Black and Mild.
Say that again. 1K.
I've smoked Black and Mild, but never cigarettes.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you. That's what I've done. Yeah,
I am so deaf today.
Tiparillos,
You said you smoked
Tiparillo,
what? Please, I'm so sorry. You smoked
Black
what?
and Mild is like
a
Black
Tiparillo,
black and mild.
mhm.
a
Wait, hold on,
Tiparillo,
hold on.
right?
Let me look this up. Type
Hey,
You said
against
it's a
life, against life.
mhm.
It's just like a Tiparillo, right?
A Tibarilla?
A Tiparillo, yeah. Like
not
the little
familiar.
cigar, miniature cigar.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, called Tupperware. Got the
Wait,
tip
could
on
you
it.
spell what you
Not
just
as
said?
strong at all as a cigar. I've smoked cigars
Right.
too.
I got
Almost
you.
killed myself.
Oh wow.
Me too. I did the same thing.
I didn't know I wasn't supposed to inhale.
I was on that for a while, yeah, and I got off of that, thankfully. But
It's
It's called
AMOUD, TP. Amoud, black Amoud. I think it's AMOUD.
talking about something that will really give
Thank
you
you.
a charge, man.
Black mood.
That uh, that little mini cigar, that little miniature cigar, Tupperware, that thing will get you revved, man. Like it really jacks you up, doesn't it? Are you there again?
Top Provoker is like, what is that? Black and mild.
Isn't it like some sort of
Again,
mushroom? Like
Hold on, hold on. Okay, I
ground
No.
up?
typed in black mood. Wait, black mood.
Black and mild. Black
Oh,
and
black
mild.
and mild.
Yeah, I just said it
Okay,
the like sling.
okay, black and mild.
they're little thin cigars,
Yeah.
tiny thin, with tips on them. They're
Yeah.
plastic tips.
Oh, black and mold.
No,
Could-
mild, MILD.
Oh, mild. Oh, okay, noted. Black and mild. Noted. Okay, black and mild. Smoke. Okay. Oh, so this is black and mild. Oh, okay. I see. Kind of looks like the, kind of looks like those branch like that comes from trees like where you pick your teeth. I don't know. I'm done. You guys won't understand what I'm talking about. But
Mhm.
yeah, anyway. Nonetheless,
No, but
yeah, this
that
is
was
interesting.
I got on those, for a while. And when I first started on them, God, it made me feel so revved up, charged up. It would
I like it.
charge you up, wouldn't it?
It actually calms me down.
Oh no, it did the opposite to me. It was like,
So I
uh,
gave you energy.
yeah. I mean, as soon as you took
Mm.
that first puff, bing, it's like, like I've never had cocaine. I've never done cocaine.
No, never did
But
coke.
if I'd imagined cocaine, that's what I feel like.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's like,
You are
dang, like,
hilarious.
just like bouncing off the wall. I was like, yeah, I'm feeling great now. You're like, that kind of thing. But the more I smoked them, the less that I didn't get that effect anymore. They kind of waned away.
Mm.
And it was kind of like it's something I had to do because I needed to do it.
Mhm.
And then I thought to myself, man, I've been doing this for about 4 years now. And I said, I'm not getting anything out of this anymore. It's like I said, I'm just doing this because I'm doing it. I mean, I'm not
No
getting what I
reason at all.
used to get out of it. I'm not getting it anymore. So why am I doing it? And I stopped doing it. I said, this is hurting me physically, and I'm letting it go. So that's it.
Cocaine. You lot are
The
different.
manifestation thing is interesting that JE was asking about. He was asking if I believe manifestation is real and stuff.
Wait, let me see. Hang on. Let me scroll up. Manifestation. Well, I can't scroll up anymore because there's a limit of scrolling on my
Right.
end, so I can't
Oh, I
scroll
see.
any further.
That sucks. But my
Nonetheless,
answer was that yes, it's manifestation is in fact I firsthand experienced it as a thing. However, it's a marginal thing and it only works within the laws of physics. That's why you can't grow a leg back if you get it amputated. Basically, that was my answer in essence. But
cool.
I don't know
So
what do you guys think about it?
wait, what did you say, PP?
Well, I was just saying I'm not sure what Patsy or Against Life 1000 thinks about the manifestation stuff
What
or
what
I
not.
I
used
didn't
to
know
be
what
a manifestation coach.
what
Oh
are we
wow.
talking about?
What changed? Oh, manifestation. To clarify, he's talking about Je was talking about manifestation in the sense of basically the process of fixating and focusing your mind and heart and feelings on what your desired ideal for your life is, and very specific things you want to have happen or achieve, or improvements you want to see happen, and basically that intense focus and methodology leading to a much higher ratio of those things actually occurring and changing for you in the positive direction. I've firsthand seen that that's very true for me, pretty much across the board, at least in terms of my overall situation, where I am, what I experience in some cases very specific situations and correlations with meeting certain people at the right time. So stuff like that I've confirmed a very solid pattern with based on how I focus and all these types of things. However, when it comes to more major things, like, if you, like I said with the amputee example, if you are an amputee and you want to grow your leg back, that's not going to happen, obviously, because it doesn't work outside of the laws of physics. And it's basically, it's the thing within the laws of physics, and it's a marginal thing. It doesn't mean like literally everything's going to change or anything like that. It just means overall in one area or another, things can improve and stuff like that. So I've experienced kind of a mixed bag with it, but I've experienced a pretty consistent, in the positive direction experience with the stuff. And I've had many experiences that have been very specific, like really exact timings, really exact synchronicities that are just like really bizarre, that like are really positive and uplifting, but like it's like the odds of it happening are so astronomically small that it's like it's weird to think about if it was anything other than manifestation being a factor. So, but anything that's, obviously outside a lot of physics, no. But, so I hope that makes sense, Patsy, if you believe in that or have had that experience. And it's interesting that Anti-Life 1000 is actually a coach of that. I'm interested to hear how you shifted out of that or why, actually.
And because I felt like you really have to continue to gaslight yourself with the positive thinking and all of that. And yeah, I just couldn't do it no more. But
I see.
I
Interesting.
had a couple of clients, who are doing good. But then after a while, they would text me and, they had the issues coming right back. So it was like, you can get rid of a problem or you can focus on something for a positive manifestation for a certain amount of time. But eventually, it goes right back to being what it was before, or it could get even worse. The situation could get
Yeah.
even worse because
Well,
who can really stay focused on something positive all day long?
right. So I think my hypothesis on it is that I think JE, and let me know, JE, if you think that this kind of correlates with how you see it. I feel like the evidence I've seen is there's enough evidence to tell me that there is genuinely some positive element of another world, another nature outside of this particular world that does exist in some form or capacity. However, because the influence of that world in reality is so small on this one, we only experience it up to very marginal, slight degrees. In other words, the ratio of work and focus we have to put into it way outweighs what we get from it for that reason. So that's why it doesn't affect the laws of physics here or anything like physically major in that regard to any notable massive degree, unless, unless it's something, once again, well within the laws of physics and actually possible. Basically, I think that that is evidence enough for me that there's another thing outside of this world, but it's not powerful enough to affect this world very much. So, what do you think about that, JE? Do you think that kind of correlates with your view on it, or what your experiences have been, etc.? Or what do you think about that against Life 1000 or Patsy or TP?
I'm not much of a manifestation. I'm too realistic.
Okay. What do you think about that against Life 1000? Do you feel that it's some form of evidence for, in terms, I guess what I'm saying is, did you ever experience manifestations in the form of like really bizarre off the wall, like one in a million possibility or one in 100,000, like synchronicities happening? Like,
No, not really.
okay, I experienced quite a few of those. So that's, for me, it's like, uh, for me, I experienced so many of those, it's impossible for me to deny those weird synchronicities. Like, this is just one of many. A recent one in an arcade where I was talking about, to my friend, about water, this theme of water pertaining to the pleasure goddesses of paradise, water, and how basically that correlates with the number, with silver, the silver sphere,
I'll be back.
the number seven, all these different things pertaining to this type of stuff. And sure enough, when I went to this arcade, there was this new arcade game they had there, which had to do directly with water, these three triple goddesses, this guy going down in the water. And no exaggeration, but when I shot the ball forward, it ended up landing and getting stuck at this spot, it's this weird spot on the in the pinball machine. And then the next one I shot up, boom, it got stuck in another weird spot on the other end of that in a quite a symmetrical way. So these were like silver colored balls, obviously the balls you use in those machines. And then they were stuck. And it was what was the number of the machine? I think it was the seventh machine from the wall. It was correlated to the number we were talking about. And we were specifically talking about three goddesses. There were three like siren figures on there. My girlfriend was talking about how her eternal identity has to do with this water entity, this mermaid type being, all these types of things like that. And sure, that's the game they have there. And then boom, get stuck one spot and then get stuck the other spot, like right away. And the next game I went, which is another water theme game, same thing happened. I hit the thing and it got stuck also on that game. And none of the other ones got stuck, just the ones that were the water theme ones. And I was like, so that's one among many weird synchronicities like that, that like two separate pinball machines getting stuck, and specifically that have water themes to them, but none of the others get stuck. The others work just fine, right? And it specifically gets stuck when I click it and when I push it right after I've had this conversation with my friend earlier in the day, not knowing that that machine was going to be there as a new pinball machine, not having any clue that that was going to be a thing at all. And there it is. And all of those get stuck. And I'm like, holy shit. And my friend, he was like, because he was really kind of semi-skeptical somewhat of some of the stuff I was talking about, although he was inspired about it, he was like, holy crap. He got really wide-eyed and really excited. He was like, dude, we were just talking about this earlier, and we were just tripping out over how much of an interesting synchronicity that was. Like, the fact that these machines are water-based machines, the three goddess sirens, we were talking about these three goddesses earlier that day. Neither of us knew that machine was going to be there at all. There it is. And that's the one where the silver, obviously the pinball gets stuck. And we were talking about the theme of the silver sphere associated with these goddesses, all these different things all at once. And it's just, I know he looked at me and is like, holy, because he noticed patterns like that after I talked to him about something pertaining to paradise or the deeper realities, we'd run into that type of stuff elsewhere. And I was like, yeah, you're going to see synchronicities and things. And here's what's interesting to me. I told him he would see synchronicities, but I didn't even expect for that to happen. I didn't even know that was the type of synchronicity that was going to play out. I've had experiences with them a lot, so I knew something was going to happen that was going to confirm it to him more, the validity of what I was talking about earlier, and there it is. So, that's like stuff like that. It's just, it's just weird stuff that is like, what are the fucking odds of that happening that way, that time, the very day you were earlier talking about that thing? Neither of you had any idea that would be there. And lining up with those themes, only those two machines, the balls got stuck first hit. All the other machines work fine. Like, what the hell? Like, it's just, in other words, I've noticed that pattern is basically what I've seen. The more I talk about paradise, deeper reality stuff, the more I see those things happening in my life where something works out. I'll meet the right person at perfectly the right time. Or situations like that arise, like physical confirmations of what I was just talking about popping up. Oh shit, there's the number 108. We were just talking about no 108. Oh crap, there's 108 over there and across the street. The place you got a job at is 108, like with my girlfriend. What the fuck? Like, holy crap. And it's just interesting. Like, it pops up so many specific places that correlate to the exact place she got employed. And across the street, there's 108 on the building across the street from where she gets employed, along with the corner building having that number on it. And, so and I've had more minor correlations where it's not so exact or so synchronized like that. But I've had way too many of those types of things happen in my life right after I've said or talked about a specific thing. And then the synchronicity lines up with exactly what I was discussing. That there's no way I can deny and just say, oh, it's only coincidence. That's it. And it's just because you were focusing on it. Because, like, think about it. Whether I was focusing on it or not, the pinball machine getting that thing stuck on the first hit that's not something I could control. You can't make a pinball machine get something stuck in a place just by clicking the button at will. Or, it's like, the thing is, I didn't even have that in my mind when I was playing it. I was like, oh, cool. I noticed the theme connection, but I was actually trying to play the game, just normally hitting the thing. I wasn't trying to get it stuck or anything. And these things barely ever, it's hard to get these balls stuck if you try with the pinball machine. Like, even if you move the machine or tilt it, it's hard to get those balls to stay stuck in one spot. Like, usually it's
I
very
don't mean to
good.
be rude. Sorry, just an interjection. So I'm literally just eating, so don't mind me. I'm just giving you a heads up in case you're probably wondering where I've been. I just ordered some food, so I'm just eating, but I will be back in like 5-10 minutes. I'm still here, but I'm just
Okay.
gonna mute myself.
So
But
have
yeah, in
you?
the meantime, oh no, no. If in the
Oh, I
meantime,
was.
just a heads up, Je, you can obviously, if you have something to say, you can say, or if you want to keep listening, that's fine. But
Hmm.
nonetheless.
Oh,
No, yeah.
anyways,
So
have you run into that JE?
no, I don't. I haven't really run into like any sort of positive synchronicities like that. I've only really had them with like numbers where like last year July I was only for like a good bit of July I was only seeing the number 247 wherever I looked. Um, I would just see all in these random like places I would just like see it pop up, but that's probably like like just about it. It's like just random things with certain numbers, but not anything like drastically positive.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, the number thing is interesting because I've seen multiple of those too. And usually the number things I refer to as more minor synchronicities, but like the pinball stuff when physical, really weird off the wall stuff happens. That's like
Hmm.
that you can't control, right? That's when I'm like, okay, that's like a big synchronicity now because there's physical stuff going on now versus only numbers, even though the numbers are significant too. Um, and that is a thing also. It's just that's where it really hits me with like, okay, there's something else additionally to just only me having positive thoughts. That's it. There's some additional element here that is not pinpointed yet by modern science all the way that needs to be
Yeah,
understood. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, the reason I asked you about manifestation is because you often hear people say that um we have an infinite mind since we're all one, and we can literally like control reality and create whatever reality we want with our thoughts, and basically like the universe or the cosmos will give us whatever we want if we manifest it properly. So I was wondering if you thought that that was true, that we have the ability to literally like manifest whatever reality we want and manifest whatever we want.
Well, we know that's obviously not true because every guy on the planet would have a 3 foot penis if that was the case. So obviously it doesn't work that way. But basically, the way, obviously I'm kidding, but I'm being serious about that part also, though. But like, even though it's funny, because like, think about it. There's so many things that everybody throughout the whole planet would do if they had the ability to make it happen that way, right? A specific way. And it just never happens for anybody, right? So, like, every
Hmm.
amputee on the planet, every amputee everywhere that's sane, that doesn't specifically like the fact that they're missing a limb, desires obviously for the limb to be there versus not be there. Most of them do. And guess what? None of them grow back ever. So obviously we can't. So that's major fucked up gaslighting, telling someone, oh, your desire for a leg to grow back, right? Or,
Hmm.
genitalia of the exact size and proportions you want being manifested for you, blah, blah, blah. Like any of these situations where a person desires something but it never happens, that immediately disproves this whole manifestation thing. Because you can think about anything you want in that regards, like, okay, I want this leg back, or I want this different body. I want to literally shapeshift into this other body. And it never happens. Right. So it's like, okay, obviously, here's the thing, they never account for that properly. They're just like, oh, instead of acknowledging, okay, it only works within the laws of physics, obviously, and it's very minuscule and minor. A lot of the gurus on it, they'll just gaslight the people doing it and just lie and deny, and that type of stuff I have no respect for, because it's a it's a very negative exaggeration that misleads people. That's
Yeah.
verifiably not true. Because if we could all manifest what we wanted, we would all be in more or less a situation that we liked and preferred in life, wouldn't we? All of us would be. If manifestation
Hmm.
was real, yeah, that's how it would work. It'd be like, okay, everybody's focused on what they really want, and people tend to focus a lot on what they want. Oh, I really want this, fuck. But it just doesn't happen, and people are frustrated because what they focus on wanting to happen doesn't happen, and that tends to be the reason people are frustrated, not because a lot of these manifestation gurus, they teach the wrong opposite thing that's not true. They teach, oh, the reason it's not happening is because you're so negative and not, positive enough, blah, 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 versus telling them, oh, wait a minute, the reason they're negative and not very positive is because what they desire isn't happening, even though they are focusing on it and are putting their positive intent into it, it's never happening. That's why they're pissed off, not the other way around in most cases.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like there's a source of them being pissed off and negative, and it's because they desire something and it doesn't occur. So there you go. So I think with
Yeah.
guys, the thing that plagues the world of men, and I've done many videos on it, is the penis size obsession stuff. So if people don't have the genitalia of the size that they want, then what happens is they experience a lifetime of misery, ridicule, jokes, directly or indirectly. And then they feel like shit their whole lives. And not on top of that, they can't admit it, because if they admit it, oh my God, everybody's going to hound them about it. And they're going to feel like less of a man, and they're going to be tormented. And people do. So they don't. So they suffer in isolation and kill themselves over it. And nobody has any clue that that's one of the reasons they killed themselves, because the whole topic was just covered with shame for them their whole life. And so there you go. Like, we have a bunch of guys
Mm-hmm.
dropping dead that's never, and nobody will ever know, because they couldn't talk about it, because everybody would just make fun of them if they ever mentioned it. So that's it. They die because of it. And, obviously, I mean, that's affecting huge numbers of men. If you talk to men at any large amount or to any degree, it's a very common thing that a lot of men go through. And so if they, you know, what to speak of that, what to speak of other things. I mean, there's a lot of guys that just want to adjust the way their face looks or adjust their height or something. They can't even do that. They can't even, like, hey, let me just will myself into being 5 inches taller so women will actually be attracted to my height more now, right? Like, that's the thing, that they can't even do that. So, like, you can't even increase
Yeah.
your height by willing it. How the hell are you going to increase, make anything else happen? Like, if you're if you're fixated on money, like, oh, I'm going to make $1 million or a huge amount of money or whatever else, realistically, that'll lead to you being in a situation where it's easier to come across money, right? But that's about it. It's not going to, like, literally give you $1 million or, you know, anything like that. It's just going to,
Yeah.
because you're focusing on it. Yeah, right.
Because they like to talk about, like, if it's like a magic spell. You can literally just focus and you'll have literally whatever you want in your hands.
Yeah.
You know.
So it's interesting how they try to wiggle worm and try to blame it on the person who isn't having it manifest as them being the reason it's not manifesting, right? Now,
Yeah.
of course, that's different from a person going out of their way to add on to the depression that they're already plagued with, right? In other words, looking at things from an even more negative perspective beyond what the facts of the negativity is. Like, for example, if someone has a severe sickness that's causing them to not be able to feel any degree of physical pleasure. Like, it's always causing them physical pain all day, every day, all the time. Their depression that lines up with feeling physical pain all day, every day, that 100% logically, rationally makes sense. They're not adding to the depression with some additional narrative that adds on to it or makes it worse, right? It's just, it lines up with exactly what they're feeling against their will. However, we have a large amount of people in the population who they tend to add, but via narratives that they put in their brain, extra negativity put onto their negative situation already, right? And it creates this, like, spiral effect. And this is what usually causes people to kill themselves. It's they tend to spiral further down beyond the situational thing that's causing them the baseline depression, right? So what I tell people is, like, what you should do with manifestation that works, the world of real manifestation that's not exaggerated, is do focus on positive in spite of those situations as a weapon of war against what's imposed on you, to help you not go further into depression and further into pain than you already are, right? That's what I tell people, which is very different from this idea of, oh, just magically think yourself into feeling better, which is a totally different thing, right? Which is not at
Yeah.
all what I'm saying. I'm saying use it, insist that you focus on positivity in spite of not feeling it, as a weapon of war to prevent you from being in a worse situation. Treat it as like a combative thing versus a, oh yay, positivity is going to magically make things better thing, which it doesn't. So, and that's helped a lot of people that I've talked to about it in that regards, when they see it as a combative thing against impositional reality versus a, think this and you'll feel better. It's like, no, you probably won't feel better because you're at war. You're not going to feel it. You're still getting shot. The enemy's still coming at you, still slicing at you, but
Hey guys, I'm
you're
back.
fighting. right? So fight with it, fight with your positivity, but don't expect it to cure anything or to magically make you feel better. Just keep fighting with it. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what I say to people because that's all you can do. It's either that or you kill yourself sooner than later and faster. Like just take your pick. My decision is to survive longer and not kill myself. So I'm going to go to the direction of using it as a weapon of war versus the opposite direction, right?
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I was saying it was similar to religion. Okay,
Yeah.
um, it's just a coping mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're fighting reality and coping with some other manifestation uh, that you conjure up in your brain. You know,
And I
same
think,
principle as religion. Same thing.
I would say a good ratio of my manifestations, I should say a portion of them I've noticed directly correlates with my knowledge and skill being in place where it's like, I've been able to save myself from a lot of other bad situations because I had skills to do so. Whereas a lot of other people who didn't have the skills didn't, and they got screwed over in the same setting. So I'd look at manifestation, that's one aspect, but I would encourage people to focus on it in the genuine sense as something that is real in the marginal sense of um something can happen with it that helps you and is positive in a genuine sense beyond only coping that is legitimate. However, don't expect anything unrealistic from it in terms of anything extreme or anything like drastically different from your current situation, right? Like
Yeah.
expect kind of like more minor tweaks to like, okay, if you have chronic back problems, you're gonna more likely end up with a better quality bed sooner than later, right? Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like very realistic stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess in a sense, I kind of understand where the manifestation like gurus are coming from because uh, if you believe that everything is one and every we're basically all God or whatever. Well, then if we're literally everything, well, then we should be able to use reality to uh do whatever we want, right? If if that is true, but do
Well,
you believe that we're all one? Ultimately speaking, TP.
what I've noticed is that narrative is obviously blatantly false, and for me, that's actually interfered with manifestation. This idea that we're all one has never jived with me really ever. It's just, I mean, connected is one thing. Saying we're all connected is a very different thing from saying we're all one. And there's a very drastic key difference there in the sense that, of course, yes, we are connected in the sense that okay, we exist in the same universe. All these molecules, parallel universes, maybe being a thing, Mandela effect, all that, but we obviously clearly have very distinct experiences of reality that are not one in any way, shape, or form, right? So it's like, okay, connected, yes, one, no. In the sense that, so going at it from the perspective of, at least what I've noticed with manifestations, actually having a war against impositional reality psychology towards it, of the type we discuss in these spaces a lot, that actually works a lot better for me in manifesting things than ever considering anything like being one with the universe or others or what. To me that just is a weird interference, and to me I think that explains why a lot of people don't have success with it. Because if you're the type of person like me who does not jive with this oneness narrative, it's probably going to interfere with manifestation working for you, because you should operate on the principle of you're opposing impositional reality and all of its negative aspects, and that's what's going to manifest you stuff, not working with the bullshit along with the non-bullshit to make less bullshit happen. It's kind of like this idea, there's a torturer existing in the world. No, I'm not one with the parents who tortured Enrico Suna to death. I'm not one with them. I'm not one with Jennifer Daughtry, who was tortured to death. I'm not
You're
one
right.
with Enrico Suna, who was literally tortured. It's really insulting to torture victims to say you're one with them, because you're not. You weren't the one tortured the way they were by their parents to death. You weren't the one tortured the way Jennifer Daughtry was by people she thought were her friends and who was going to be her first romantic partner to death. You're not one with her. you're a different sentience. Like it's very insulting to their experience and the horror and the magnitude of it to say that we're one with them. Because if that's true,
What does that
then
even mean when they
it's a
say we're
bullshit
one
statement.
with
What
those
they're trying to
victims?
imply is that, oh, you just need to realize that reality is this transcendental, merged together soup of a bunch of stuff going on. And so whatever you put your desire in, that's what's going to manifest for you in shining colors, basically. Because
Yeah.
reality, we're just all in this soup of like everythingness all together foreverness. It's a really dumb fucking thing to say. It's
What
obviously
the
not
fuck? I'm
true.
still confused. I'm sorry.
So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
they're basically insinuating that that there is no separation between anything. So basically, I'm you, you're me. I'm
Oh, is that what he's get? Is that what you're getting at, PP?
Yeah,
yeah,
that's why it's a bullshit ideology and not true, verifiably not true. You know, that's why
It's factually not true.
saying connected is one thing because that's true in various ways, but saying one is a very different bullshit statement. So we can say we're connected to Jennifer Daughtry and connected to Enrico Suna in the sense that we're aware of what happened to them via seeing the article about it. And once we find out about it, we feel a sense of empathy and compassion for them and desire for that to never happen to them or any other sentience ever again. So we're connected in that way, but by no means are we one, especially so. We're definitely not one or the same or directly connected to their torturers in that way or any way. Like it's very insulting to me for me or any of us to be referred to by somebody as we're all one with all the torturers that exist in the world and we're
Yeah,
all
and
this.
quick
That's
side
fucked up.
note, quick it is fucked up. And side note, those situations with Emmerich Osuna and who was the other one, Doherty?
Jennifer
Oh,
Daughtry. Yeah.
Jennifer Daughtry. Yeah, those two victims, those scenarios, those tragic scenarios. What was I gonna say? They just reinforce my child-free anti-natalist position. I just wanted to throw it out there. It reinforces it.
Oh yeah,
It really,
big time.
really
Because
reinforces
think
like
about it.
every day. Yeah, it
Every
just
day, man, we'd be able to like those cases that I read about Jennifer Daughtry, Enrico Suna, and various others. They just every day they fucking haunt me, bro. Like I can't because
yeah.
Enrico Suna was in my hometown where I live here. He was
Mhm.
tortured to death.
Oh damn.
There was a kid in my hometown that I live in right now, a few miles from me, not very far from me, who was tortured to death by his parents a handful of years back.
And the thing is,
And
one of them wasn't even like a biological parent. Apparently, one was like a step parent or something.
something like that. I think one was biological, the other was a step parent. But the point is, one was a
Yeah,
biological parent, as
it
far
was
as
the
I
step. I
know.
think it was a stepdad.
Yeah, I think so. But I think the mom was biological, as far
Yes,
as
the
I
mom
know.
was biological. Yeah.
But it was like, but they were both in on it, and
Mhm.
all the evidence showed that they were both in on it. It wasn't just one or the
What
other.
a sick
So
world we live in, man. How can
it's
you?
insanely sick.
It's psychopathy or sociopathy,
Well, here's
whichever.
the other thing too. I know for a fact there's no benevolent entities in this world that are actively able to assist me in doing much or letting me know about these things. Because think about it. I was living here in this town while this was happening to him, and I was not informed by any supernatural being, hey, this is about to happen to this kid. Do something to stop this. Help him. Make this not happen. I would have immediately made sure that that didn't fucking happen. I would have done everything I could. I contacted authorities, all this other stuff, everything I could personally do to shift that away from happening. Everything I could realistically do to stop it. I would have if I'd known that this was coming down the pipeline, right? And I would have at the very least told law enforcement and all sorts of people, all this type of shit that hey, this kid needs to be protected. We need to get him out of this situation. But whatever I could realistically do, so at least I could say, hey, I did something to prevent this from happening. But basically, not even that. I wasn't even informed that this was about to happen or going on or a thing, but I was physically there, and all the rest of us are physically here. Where are these benevolent, loving, supernatural beings? Number one, directly stopping that from happening to him. Number two, why would they implant him into a world in a body where he's going to be tortured by his parents in the first place, or allow that to happen? And number three, why don't they even let us know, who are physically here, able to do something physically about it, that this is about to happen? Like they don't
Mhm.
do anything. There's no being that does anything to prevent this from happening. Nothing.
Well,
Nothing at all.
one thing's for certain: there's no justification for any Christian to defend this type of God. There's
None.
no excuse.
There is none. No. And
It's
so
Yeah.
that's
dumb.
why
I'm just gonna be brutally honest. It's dumb to defend a God that created evil and all this nonsense. It's
it is
very
dumb.
dumb.
It's really
You
dumb.
know, I don't care how kind of a person you are. If you defend a God, who created evil and allows evil to happen, that's pretty dumb of you.
Exactly.
I
And
don't
that's
care
the
if you're
thing.
Christian, Muslim. I don't care.
Think about this one. All of us together, and there's tons of people throughout the world that genuinely
Mhm.
wish and desire this. There's people that pray for this every fucking day. Every day they go to church, big mass assemblies. There's an egregore throughout the fucking planet where all of us will for no more children to ever be tortured again, ever, ever, ever. And for that possibility to disappear
Mhm.
from the world. Guess what? it still fucking happens. It doesn't matter how
Mm-hmm.
many fucking ones of us will it or how much we will it. It doesn't even matter how
Mm-hmm.
many of us will it for how long. It never fucking changes. So how is that for disproving manifestation? Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't even
Yeah.
fucking change. And that's within the laws of physics. That's something that could change within the laws of physics just by society and people in it changing en masse. You wouldn't even that's the most pathetic part about it. You wouldn't even need a literal miracle of any kind for that to happen. All it would require is every human throughout the planet having a baseline increased standard of morals and ethics. Just a
Mm-hmm.
baseline. They might
Wait,
commit other
PP,
Mhm.
crimes,
PP.
might do other stuff.
Let me
Not
interject
even
quickly.
that though.
Let me interject. Let me ask Patsy a question. Patsy,
Yes.
if you don't mind me asking, and remember, as I always tell people, if there's a certain question you would prefer not to answer, you can say no comment, or prefer not to say, etc., etc. If you don't mind me asking, you see the person you're currently with, is the person Christian?
Yeah.
And how does that make you feel?
How does it make me feel?
Yes.
How did we get on this subject?
No, because we were talking we were talking about God being evil and the whole you know that we were talking about two victims like Emmerich Osuna and Jennifer Dotchery. They were victims of murder, and we were then talking about how God is evil and how anyone who defends God, who created evil and whatnot, is
Right.
basically what they're doing is dumb. Defending a
Mhm.
God that created evil, it's
Okay.
dumb. I
Okay.
don't care how kind they are.
Yeah, because I didn't hear that part of the conversation
That's
about.
fine. So with that being said, I was just wondering, like, hang on, let me ask Patsy a question. Like, and obviously you said yes, your partner is Christian, and I'm wondering, how do you personally feel about that as of right now in 2025?
About him being a Christian.
Yes.
I think he has a right to believe what he wants to believe.
And it has no effect on your relationship whatsoever.
Nah.
Okay. All right. Hey, if it has no negative effect on your relationship, that is fantastic.
And
Yeah,
I'm curious.
and he told me, he said, you have a right to believe what you want to believe.
Mm.
No,
Okay.
because I talked to him about the fact that I had, had kind of a change of mind,
Hmm.
and he said, well, that's totally up to you to do that, if you want to do it,
All right.
I'm not gonna, sit here and,
Does he defend God by saying he's perfect and whatnot?
I, I don't think he would ever change his mind. I just don't think. I think he's one of those that'll hang on to the bitter end, defending the way things are.
Hmm.
Which is kind of hard for me to uh,
So he
accept.
says God is perfect, and oh, we can't blame God and don't question God. Does he say stuff like that?
Well, I just don't think he will question.
Oh, he
Yeah,
won't even question. Oh, wow.
yeah, I just don't think he would. He's kind of like what you call it? What's his name? The one that's on
Shifted.
here all the time. Um,
Shifted.
yeah,
Okay, noted.
a lot like shit. Yeah.
Oh, okay, noted.
It's like
Go
certain
on,
people
PP.
certain people in the spiritual religious fold, they like, and I don't personally relate to it because I'm not like that, but it seems like
Mm.
a lot of people, and I'm noticing this more and more as the years go on, they basically have this thing where they treat like religion and spirituality as this thing they prefer to have this really overly simplistic narrative with, that they can just like, lay back and not have to overthink too much about. And so in other words, they prefer to focus on the other aspects of their life and just kind of have that as like this little in the background sitting there like assurance policy thing, and that's kind of how they treat it. It seems like to me
Yes.
that's a lot more how the majority of Christians treat their Christianity than me, where I was like obsessive about, okay, am I actually doing the right thing or thinking the right thing? Like, okay, does this actually line up with reality? Like, I was very obsessive about whether I was accurate or not, or how to what degree I was accurate,
Mhm.
whether it was a good idea for me to like, I couldn't ever shake high investment, emotionally, mentally, and otherwise, in all these layers of the thing, right? So because of that high investment, it was never good enough for me to just have something sitting there, in the background of my mind as like, some like insurance policy there. Because I was like, well, wait a minute. If that insurance policy doesn't line up with what's happening, and if it doesn't line up with evidence, then how can it be an insurance policy, right? Like, I couldn't shake it, and it's obviously we're the types that can't shake it. But it's really weird. I don't know exactly what the mechanism is in their particular brain chemistry, but there seems to be a lot of people who just prefer to have it as like this thing on the back burner in the back of their brain that they don't put any more anything into. It's just like, okay, here's what the teachings say, here's the simplistic, this, that, and the other. And yeah, I believe that. And then la di da di da, go on with my life. It seems it's weird to me because I can't relate to it, but it seems like to be a very genuine psychology a lot of people have, where it's like important to them in the sense of an insurance policy, but it's not important beyond that. It's like, okay, here's an insurance policy that I'm told is exists.
Not only that, BP, you're right. But you have to also there's a lot of more elements involved there too with what they're where they're thinking. It's because they're thinking, well, my grandparents taught me this, my great grandparents taught me. I mean, generations we're talking about believed in this. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm talking about going way back. Okay, and you think they're gonna want to break the mold and go against the grain? And especially it's when you get up in age. See, I'm 66. It was a big leap for me. Big leap.
Yeah.
For me at 66 years old to turn around after 66 years, because again I went to church when I was a kid, all throughout that, and born and raised in it. So and I gotta tell you, it's been an experience, but it's kind of a weird experience that I'm going through right now. I almost feel like a different person. Um, kind of sad too.
Well, I'm glad, Patsy, that you were inspired by when you mentioned that it put you into tears, and I appreciate that when you were saying you were talking about reading and listening over my description of at least the type of Christianity I practiced up into my current understanding of the goddess and God. And I'm glad that that had a positive emotional effect on you, because that was my intention and hope for it. Um, is that I guess what I'm trying to say is that positive effect that it had. Have you noticed that has remained and continued ongoing since then, since that point of thinking about that specifically and going over those thoughts in your mind and heart that were discussed before, that I brought up about my previous Christianity, how I saw God then and how it shifted me out to where I am today, etc.
Right. Well, that's what the point I'm trying to make. It's when you open your eyes, okay, um, it can be devastating.
I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely see
So
what you're saying.
this is what I'm going through. Even though I have opened my eyes and I have read what's in that Bible, I have, you know, uh, it's just something was impregnated in you for all those years.
Yeah.
Uh, and you suddenly let go of it. Um, I don't know how to explain it. It's a surreal. It has a sadness to it. It has a freedom to it, but not totally free either, because you still have in the back of your brain. It's still kind of there. You know what I'm talking about? You
Oh
can't
yeah.
let it totally go.
Yeah.
It's
It's
still there,
yeah.
implanted back in there, and no matter how you would like to wipe it clean. Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's like there's something about it that seems to be ingrained in the epigenetics of the brain, because
Right.
it takes years and years and years and years to finally get
Mhm.
rid of those weird, like subtle traces in the back of the mind of it. And it's a long process. Like even for me, like there's still little microscopic traces that float back in from time to time. But like it's at this point, since it's been so many years of me going out of my way to resist those things from coming back, I'm almost there to where it's completely gone. But even with me, it's still sometimes just pops back up, linger in the back of my mind. Oh, there's just that slight little possibility that, oh my God, you're doing or thinking the wrong thing. And I just shake it off really fast. But it's just understanding that it's literally built into the way the brain works after so many years. And for me, it was built into my brain development itself because I was bombarded with that traditional Christian narrative from birth onwards, literally, even in the womb, literally. So for me, it was like, yeah, my literal brain developed with the thing being implanted into my
Yeah,
brains.
but you
You
said
know,
the closest I would say that if I had to draw a description of it or comparison would be, as cliche as it sounds, uh, realizing that Santa Claus actually doesn't come down to chimney. You know, realizing that fantasy, but you realize that as an adult instead of a child. Okay,
exactly.
you
It's a
put
good
yourself in an
example.
adult uh, body and mind, but you're having to, instead of a child realizing it, you realize it as an adult child, adult person, uh, and it's just all the more painful in that way.
Right.
You're taking away the comfort mechanism, more or less a security blanket, just pulled out from underneath you.
Yeah,
Um, it's raw. It's a raw feeling. It's
it,
raw.
it
Um,
is raw. And
and uh, I guess truth is raw. I guess. I mean, should I say truth is raw, and that's why you have to go through it? I don't know. But I remember telling my sister because my sister's 10 years older than me, and I was on the phone with her. I don't talk to her that often anymore, but anyway, I told her that I had kind of had to change of heart about it, and
interesting.
she's the one that had a lot to do with me getting baptized, into the church, and I told her that, and she was devastated to hear. And I said, and she said, well, I want you to talk to, you know, her husband. She said, I want you to talk to him and go over the scriptures and all. I said, I don't want to go over it. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Because I've been reading, I've been studying, I don't need to be taught by somebody else what she thinks. All I know is what I've read and what I've come to conclusions of. And I said, is it? I said, you said everybody in the family is still going to church and everything. She said, yeah. And I said, you've never had any thoughts otherwise. She said, no. And I said, she said, I, I said, well, what about those other religions out there? All the other ones that have their God. How do you know that they're not right? And she said, well, I'm going with what Mama taught us. That God. And that's all she said.
Oh,
Simple, I
geez.
mean, as simple as childlike answer, such a
Oh my God.
childlike answer to what I asked her. That's what she came up with. I'm believing what Mama taught us. That God,
That's a very pathetic answer.
and
Like
she's
really
10 years
fast.
older than me.
Yeah, that's a very pathetic answer.
She's
Like, I mean,
77, and I'm 60. Yes, she's 76, and I'm 66.
well, here's what's something that's really interesting on that point, like especially the Santa Claus topic too, because it connects to a very interesting thing I ran into in a conversation with my girlfriend about this. So when I was a young kid, I was literally taught at 3 years old that Santa Claus was Satan. So I never was taught that Santa Claus was real ever. I was never
Wait,
taught
at
that.
3 years old, you were taught that Santa Claus was
Yes, I
Satan.
was taught verbatim that Santa Claus was a version of Satan deceiving the world, especially through the Catholic Church. Blah 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 blah. I was taught this at 3 years old, so I was taught exactly the opposite of what almost every other kid was taught when I was a young kid. This is my world as a little kid. Okay,
Wow,
Santa
and who
Claus
taught you
is
that?
Satan, is
Who
what I
taught
was
you?
taught. My dad taught me this.
Oh
So, in other words,
wow, this.
Santa Claus is one of the deceitful forms of Satan to delude and deceive parents into convincing them to lie to their kids and into convincing kids to basically perpetuate this lie when they become adults. It's encouraging people to lie. And I was like, wow, that's really dark. That's really, I can see why though. Okay, I see it's a lie. They're telling untruth. So I talked to my girlfriend about this, and we were hypothetically talking if we had a kid. Obviously, we're not going to, but it was like if we did have a kid, I would be like, I would have no qualms of just informing him from the very get go. If he asked me, hey dad, is Santa Claus real? I would say no, he's made up, and here's the history behind him. But the history is interesting. He's an interesting archetype. You should understand what archetypes are. So I talked to him about the occult symbolism of what Satan is and how to understand the world and stuff that way. As I would do that. I wouldn't just say he's fake. I would explain the archetype aspects and things.
Noted.
But basically, which I wish my dad had gone further into with me, because my brain could have handled it. But basically, my experience from other kids was very drastically different from most of them. Because even most of the kids in our church were also informed that Santa Claus was real. And my dad was heavily against that, and he did not approve of that whatsoever. So my thing was like, he told me that, yeah, other kids will believe in this, but understand that this is what it is. It's just pretend their parents are make believing with them, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, okay. They're just imagining make believe pretend. So so as a kid, I basically looked at other families from the perspective of, okay, they're just make believing and pretend. But I thought it was very interesting because my girlfriend said she would, as a fun imaginative thing that she would reveal the secrets to later, she would play along with the Santa Claus thing like most parents do and say, yeah, Santa Claus, blah, 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 this and that. But later she would reveal it. And it was interesting how calmly nonchalant she was about that. Right? She's like the nicest lady in the world, really deep, really intelligent. And I'm just like, well, that's really fucking fascinating because for me, it's like, I have zero, I see zero useful function or purpose at all in playing along with the Santa Claus thing. Like you could have holidays, you could have fun, and just inform your kid that Santa Claus is just make believe. Let's make believe and pretend Santa
Uh-huh.
Claus is real. You could say that instead of acting like he literally is real, right?
Uh-huh.
Why not? Because kids have a fun time pretending, so why not just pretend? But they at least know they're just pretending, right?
Uh-huh.
That's fine, no issues with that. But
Uh-huh.
I just don't. I've never understood this. And this is not me saying anything against what my girlfriend said. I understand her logic and reason, but it's like, but it's in my mind, she respects me. She would tell the kid, like, if I said that, oh yeah, she would like, your dad, is very deep and he speaks the truth. That would be her response. She's like, your dad speaks the truth. If the kid went to her and say, hey, Santa Claus is fake and he's this made up character, blah blah blah, she would confirm with the kid that I was telling the truth. But I just found it very fascinating that a girl of her caliber of honesty and truth and all of this stuff in every other aspect of life was totally fine with pretending, not telling the kid that she was pretending, but making it seem like Santa Claus was real until later for a kid. So I looked at, wait a minute, this is probably what's been going on in the religious world as a whole, where you have generation after generation okay with perpetuating this mass lie that people come to realize is basically the very least a white lie, an exaggeration about God at the very least, but they don't admit this to themselves. And throughout their adulthood, over and over, they perpetuate this exaggerated myth about the love of God to everybody, knowing deep down it's not actually true. It's the same exact thing with the Santa Claus phenomenon, because to this day, I'm still kind of mind boggled how so many parents throughout the world are wholeheartedly totally fine lying to their kids about Santa Claus from day one. It's weird to me. It's like, how are they so okay lying about it? And my dad's point was, and this is one thing I think my dad might have had a good point on, actually, in spite of the other crap he went on about. I think his point on that one was actually pretty solid in the sense that he was like, yeah, there's something probably demonic or something dark convincing parents that this is an okay thing to blatantly lie to their kids. There's something really dark about that. And I was like, there is. It's like, I wouldn't lie to my kids. Why? You can still have fun without lying to them. Why don't they just tell them, hey, there's this make believe character named Santa Claus. So we're going to pretend like he's coming down the chimney and blah, 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 and whatever. And we're going to dress up like elves or whatever the fuck you want to do. Oh, yay, cool. Let's pretend there's this guy that comes down the chimney and gives us presents, from Santa. Like, but why lie to the kid and act like he's real though? That's the part that I have never understood. Like, what do you guys think about that, JE or Patsy? Like, what inspires people to directly lie to kids about both Santa Claus and then later lie, at least a white lie, about exaggerations about God they know are false? It's almost like the two things are directly correlated with one another, And I'm still trying to piece together how and why, because it's very bizarre to me that someone is okay lying to a kid only to tell them the truth later. There's layers of dark to that that I just am still trying to unpack to this day. So for me as
Well,
a kid, I was like, okay, if Satan's going to do that, yeah, lying, okay, he's convincing people to lie, and it's really weird they're convinced to lie, so that must be Satan, right? Convincing them to lie, Anyway,
well,
uh,
I got that's a good question. I just have a question. If if the general population tells people that Santa Claus is real to the kids, okay, um, and eventually they tell them, no, he's not real, or whatever, like when they get about 12 years old or 8 or 9 or whatever,
yeah,
they tell them that. Why in it that way with religion?
right,
When they
exactly,
indoctrinate them when they're little kids, why don't eventually somebody say with religion that there's no such thing as quote Santa Claus in religion?
right, exactly,
Why? That's the question. How come eventually you grow out of Santa Claus, but you can't grow out of religion?
right.
Good question, huh?
Exactly, because there's actually the dark irony of it is there's actually less evidence for the existence of a literal, all-powerful, all-loving being than there is for a Santa Claus. Literally, this is the most mind-boggling, darkest aspect of this. There's actually better evidence for Santa Claus being a real person that actually exists and goes down
Mhm,
chimneys than there is for a literally all-benevolent, all-powerful, everywhere fucking God. Literally,
mhm.
there's more evidence for fucking Santa Claus, goddammit.
Yeah. But
Because
the
think
thing
about it.
is, what they have to do is, what I'm getting out of it is, they can let go of Santa Claus, but they can't let go of something. I don't care what it is.
Right.
They can't let go of that one thing that's going to give them comfort, up until the time they die.
So it's funny. It's really funny too because they can let go of things that are potentially physically possible in some alternate universe, just not this one. But they
Mm,
can't let go of something that's literally impossible. A being
mm,
being literally all of these things all at one time, right? So, like in an alternate universe, there might be a being of a god level, power that's able to go down every chimney on a specific planet and bring a present to every kid on the planet or coal, right? Like it's not realistic in terms of this universe, but in an alternate universe, somebody might be empowered to do that, right? At least to like give everybody a present on one planet, you know, like some superhero type character or whatever. But or like the Easter Bunny, somehow, having enough power to give all these kids eggs and presents and baskets or whatever
mm,
on
mm,
one planet.
mm,
That's far more believable than an all powerful, all loving God that's everywhere all the time. Like it's that's this is the most mind-boggling thing that they can give that up. That is the way lesser of a claim, right? And they'll wholeheartedly recognize how that's a false, crazy claim. But when it comes to this vastly more infinitely exaggerated claim that's obviously false, they
mm,
can't let go of it.
mm,
And they believe that it's actually realistic and true. This is the strangest part. I had to unpack it from my own consciousness, actually,
mm,
why I originally bought into the narrative. Now, obviously, in my case, the main reason was it was built into my brain chemistry, being
mm.
read the Bible through my mom's stomach while I was still in the womb,
Right.
on upwards, shown the Bible, made to memorize Bible verses and all sorts of stuff.
Mhm,
It's so, okay, that was one aspect, all right, for me at least, how I had to unpack it. It was literally, okay, this is reality. Reality is there is this God who's all loving, all powerful, blah, blah, and he sent his only son here, and this is reality, right? So it's like, okay, I've got to literally train my brain and study science and understand reality that we're actually dealing with here, to understand it for real. And the other part of it, though, I was like, okay, what in my own brain, in my own personal convincing, convinced me that that was true, right? That there's this all loving, all powerful, everywhere being. And I think for me, it was the ideal of it that convinced me in the sense that it was a misplaced ideal, right? Obviously, but it was the ideal of, okay, my ideal is to have a being that's literally everywhere, hears everything, feels everything I feel, knows everything about me, cares about me, blah, blah, blah. It'd be so nice that is the case, right? So it's like for me, the ideal of it like dulled down the rest of my brain to not recognize that, well, there's a bunch of other stuff I idealize also. Yeah, I idealize, having a shit ton of money. I idealize having all sorts of other things that I want in place in my life also, but they never manifest either. So this ideal of this literally perfect being that loves me in all these ways is far more of a high bar of ideal. So I recognize these lesser ideals are not real and true and impossible in that sense, just money magically appearing in front of my lap. So how am I not recognizing that? But that type of logic, I noticed for me, did not start to kick in as a way my brain operated until I really heavily um, basically until I really heavily went into putting aside my ideals for a minute and looking at things. Okay, aside from what I want and prefer and would like to be the case, what is the case in spite of that in terms of the impositional as is sense, independent of my ideal? That's how I was able to train myself to understand what's actually going on, what we're actually dealing with, because as long as I was thinking in terms of my ideal of reality and stuff, I couldn't shake this traditional God idea, right? I had to basically shift what my ideal was in terms of the nature of that. And I sort of had to actually downgrade my ideal, honestly, in order to break free of it. Because it's like, no matter how much you have that ideal, it's never met. It's like no matter what happens over time, you just get ground down by reality as is to where, it's impossible to maintain that type of delusion
Mm-hmm.
after a while.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what do you think it was with you, Patsy, that made it so
Well,
hard to shift out of it?
well, I was just thinking while you were talking, we were talking, go back to the Santa Claus thing. Um, I, I know what it is now. We both forgot. Uh, or maybe you didn't forget, but I know it slipped my mind for a second. Okay. But the difference in telling the kid that Santa Claus isn't real, okay, and you can do that fine, but you can't shift out of the religion, and the God thing, is because the fear of hell.
Right.
There is the clincher, okay? That's the clincher right there. That's why people can't give it up, okay?
It's definitely a big
That's
one for sure.
that's that's the cataclysmic part right there that will not let anybody, along with the fact that they've been raised that way, ancestors believed and all that stuff. But the main thing is that fear of eternity in hell.
Right. I think
That's
that's
what's keeping everybody holding on to it.
I think that's one layer to it, but what I noticed is there's other layers that are also hard to get rid of. So, for example, like in my case, I was completely free of the fear of hell at a certain phase, and I did overcome that part, but I still couldn't shake this idea of a literally all benevolent, loving God who has a very specific, loving, calculated reason why he lets every single thing happen, including the torture of innocence and stuff. So in other words, that for me was a much harder to shake off than the fear of hell, which is to me was pretty easy to shake off because, like I said, in my theology, there was very little fear of hell anyway, unless you were a crazy, over the top, evil person. So for me, since I knew I wasn't a crazy over the top evil person, there wasn't fear of hell anyway in me to begin with. So for me, it was kind of off the table. But what was harder for me was the fact that I couldn't shake this ideal of a literally all loving God who's aware of everything I'm doing, who cares about me, and who's going to whisk me away to paradise after this state. Like a solid assurance of that. That was the hardest thing for me to shift out of because it's like I'm having to forcefully shift myself out of a very solid, cozy insurance policy right
Mm-hmm.
after death. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
it's like this really feel good thing of, oh, cool, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna most likely enter paradise after I die. Awesome, amazing, wonderful. There's like this cozy blankie effect it has, right? Like no matter
Yes.
what you face in life, there's like a comfort seated in the sense that you're going to be whisked away to paradise when you die.
Yeah,
So it's like, ah, you
it's like
know
a security blanket put over you.
Right. And so it's like, it's what's really hard. What was the hardest thing for me was to pull myself out of that security blanket by force,
Mm-hmm.
basically. Because it's like, it's really a painful process because you're like, oh shit, I actually don't have a security blanket
Mm-hmm.
anymore. Crap.
Mm-hmm.
This really sucks.
It's like
You
you're
know?
swimming without a life preserver.
Yeah, there's nothing pleasant about it. It's like literally you're floating in the ocean on a boat and you jump off the boat into a
And you
water
don't have
full
a
of
life
sharks.
preserver. No life
Right.
preserver.
No life preserver. And it's like, well, damn, this is what I have to do, but this really sucks. This is not at all comfortable. This is quite miserable. And I realized so many more things about reality and facts were the antithesis of what was pleasant and cozy and nice. And so really I noticed I kind of got on like hypervigilance against any type of like bullshitty, exaggerated new age ideas where they're like, oh yeah, cozy blanky universe and the whole oneness thing and blah 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 blah. I was like, yeah, those are obviously bullshit because it isn't a cozy blanky universe. Like there is no insurance policy here. It's really dark and there's actually is no guarantee that we're getting to a paradise state after this one for real. There is no guarantee of that, like at all. There can't be. Because obviously, if there was a guarantee of that, well, what happened to us just being in paradise to start with? And there's all these other things you go into layer wise that it's like, um, I was like, well, if it was an actual paradise state, we would just have always been there. We would have never left it. We wouldn't have come here if it was actual paradise. So obviously, it wasn't an actual paradise, was it? Now, oh shit. Even in the pre this life sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you think about all these things, and it's like, wow, we're really stuck up shit creek without a paddle here. I mean, all we've got is what? Each other. All we've got is each other's encouragement, our positivity, our own skills. And that's pretty much it. Everything else is just fingers crossed, hopity hope that we either, if you're one of those types, escape sentience forever at the time of death to never return to sentience, or to make it to a paradise state of some kind that you desire after death. But the fact that there's no guarantee of any of it is to me one of the darkest aspects of all. Like, I've always disliked and despised lack of guarantees with things.
Mm-hmm.
So, the world of not having a guarantee for sure of it has probably been my biggest disturbance of all, I think. Like, just that not being able to guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that some people report, oh yeah, I saw somebody come back from the beyond and all that. If there's really this actual beyond where people are able to come here from in any meaningful active sense, why aren't we having a world full of active beings from the beyond coming here in obvious clear ways that we can see and experience? It always seems like it's those of us who desire to have that happen more than others. It never happens for us. Like I have a lot of vivid lucid dreams that are dreams of my ideals and stuff, but I don't really have experiences of beings appearing and like on any consistent, reliable basis, in terms of like actually not only just appearing to me, but actually helping in the world actively. It's like, okay, you're appearing, so go to the children's hospital and end the cancer there. Go do that first, you divine, supposedly loving being. Make it happen, please, right? And they just never do anything like that. It's just at the most, it's like some appearance in a dream or this or that, some phrase or quote of wisdom or something. And it's like, okay, well, there's still the fucking hospital where kids are dying of cancer. Nothing's changed. Like these so-called benevolent from the beyond beings didn't do anything about that to change it. So what good are they really, honestly? I mean, what use are they? What are they doing coming to me in a vision or something instead of solving that problem? Like what it's on me. So it's like, okay, all the burdens of the world are already on me and JE and Patsy Cline already. So we're if anything's going to change, we've got to be the ones to change it. Otherwise it won't change. Oh, and now let me guess. Okay, so now this divine being is coming. Now there's another thing I have to fix and change. So I have to also be the one to solve the problem of childhood cancer on top of the gazillion other fucking problems I have to solve from my end that I can't solve effectively, right? So, oh, see, this is the part that I want people to understand about these so-called out-of-body experiences and stuff. What they need to start doing with these is demanding that these beings from these so-called benevolent beings from other worlds come here and solve the child torture and cancer problem first. It's like priorities, beings, priorities, folks. Like it's like what are you doing in these paradise states, floating around and just what,
Right.
licking each other's farts? I mean, come on. Like, what are they
Yeah.
doing? Like, where are they? Why don't they fix stuff here? Like, it's always on us. It's like, oh, you, Patsy, you have to be the one to fix all of it. I have to be the one to fix all of it. Why? Why do we always have to be the ones to fix everything? Why is there no help anywhere outside of ourselves? You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah.
um, it's
Yeah.
it's pathetic. It's really pathetic. So when people say, "Oh, but you have to think about out of body," this is basically what I call what's it called? It's the there's a name for it. JE, are you still hearing and active what we're talking about? You might know the term. Anyway, it's a term referring to a principle where basically it's like this ever disappearing thing. Anyways, it's basically the whole out of body experiences world of discussions and talks. It's like the last little holdout for anything implying or indicating that there's any kind of help ever to any of us here. But that's getting smaller and smaller and smaller as the years go on, that it's almost diminishing to nothing now. Because when you bring up this point of, okay, supposedly all these out of body experiences with these supposedly benevolent beings, well intentioned beings, none of them able to solve the child torture or cancer problem at all, not even that, or to solve the amputated limb problem. Okay, so what good are they? This is the point. Like, what use are these beings if they're not solving that? They're really pretty much useless, honestly. I mean, okay, you see them, they make you feel good. Whoop-de-doo. Like, you can see people here and they make you feel good. But like, what's the difference? There, there is no tangible difference. It's just, you know,
Yeah, feeling again. Feeling.
yeah, just feeling, oh, cozy, nice feeling, and then the
Yeah.
problem's still there. Kids are
That's
still
what,
dying
and
of
you
cancer.
know, that's like these people that say they have a relationship with God. Well, you know, I've been listening to some of these other stations, that, more or less atheist channels, but anyway, they have these call-in shows, and people will call in and say, "Well, I have a relationship, I feel him," and they say, "Well, a feeling is is nothing. That's no proof of anything." And that's
Right.
true. It's just so, it's like a feather in the wind, I feel this, or I felt his presence, or, just like, uh, what's his name that was on here all the time? We're back and forth with
Shifted
PT.
reality.
Yeah, I mean, he says he's got a relationship, with God, I mean, I'm telling you, that's a feeling, is what that is. I mean, it's so weightless. Uh,
Yeah,
I know, it's just I don't understand it, and it's like a crutch. I think they use it like a crutch.
right. They
Uh,
do.
and that's not it. I mean, I don't understand. And another thing too that really bothers me is people say they rely on Pascal's wager, and that really makes me mad because as far as I'm concerned, that's the sorriest, pathetic, most pathetic way of thinking about accepting God or something that you could ever come up with.
Oh yeah,
Because
it's really pathetic. Hmm.
let's say I was God and somebody took Pascal's wager, okay, and is standing in front of me because of Pascal's wager, okay. If I look at that person in the face, I'd say, "Get the hell away from me!" You
Right.
know,
It's
what are
insulting.
you doing up here? What are you doing standing in front of me?
Right.
That's what
It's
I'd say.
it's very insulting.
And I'll tell you
Pascal's
another
word.
thing too. I think everybody in those churches have taken Pascal's wager. Every one of them.
I think so because they don't
Every
seem
Christian or every religion for that matter. Uh, Anybody that's religious and believes in a God is on Pascal's wager.
more or less. Yeah,
I mean, yeah, a lot more than less.
that's true. Yeah, a lot more than less for sure.
Yeah, because
Because
they have nothing to go on.
well, see, that was one different thing about me. When I was a Christian, I was not a fan of Pascal. I thought it was really dumb even then because it's like, it's not about it's not about the existence or not in this gamble thing. It's like if I'm going to do something based on a wager or like a gamble, that's not even genuinely doing the thing anyway. Like
Yeah, you're being
it's
forced into it.
it's dumb. It's stupid. It's kind of like,
You're
oh
being provoked into it. You're being provoked into it, the decision.
yeah,
You're being forced into it. You're
because
being,
right,
what do you
it's so
call
many
it?
things.
Manipulated into it. You've been, what else can I say?
Yeah,
Uh,
an all-knowing God would know exactly what's in your heart, and that's why you're doing it too. Like
right.
supposedly, if that being actually existed, it's not dumb. It's going to be like, oh, yeah, you're doing this because of Pascal's, like you
But
said,
if you're doing it for the forgiveness of sins, you've been forced into it.
right? Any way you cut it, really, whether it's Pascal's wager or for forgiveness of sins, it's being gaslit into it. That's exactly it's gaslighted into
Exactly.
it.
That's my point.
So
It's
that's
not
the
because you
most
love God. It's not because you love God.
no,
It's
it's
because you're
totally
trying to
aside
save
from it,
yourself from hell,
right?
or save
Exactly.
yourself from immediate death and annihilism.
And
That's
this is
it.
why,
You
this
know
is
what I'm
why I
saying?
say,
You got me?
yeah, I got you
Uh,
100%.
yeah.
Because like this is why I talk about, like, when I was a Christian, for me, we actually regularly talked about that. We said it's a really horrible psychology to have if you're doing this to avoid hell, because we're dealing with, at least within the teachings, what I was taught was we're dealing with an actual loving God. So hell is just this thing that we don't even have to worry about as Christians. However, what is important is that we're supposed to care about this being who loves us. We're supposed to love them back. It's in other words, it's about this heart to heart connection thing, and hell is basically just this thing reserved for really especially bad people. But my
Mhm.
psychology even then was that, okay, so even if we're basing it ourselves on love and not fear of hell, in other words, realistically though, uh we're still not, in other words, we're still not actually being protected or cared for by this being. So for me, the much more hard hitting thing was whether hell existed or not as some after death thing, or whether whatever the heck existed after this state. For me, it was much more about what's happening in this world right now. Like, okay, wait a minute, children are literally being tortured in this world.
Mhm.
Not even to speak of hell afterwards. They're right now, this is happening to them. So there's no way in hell an all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving being would even be capable of allowing that to take place. Like the auto mechanism of preventing that from happening to the kid would be built into reality. Like it would just be automatically impossible to happen. Kids wouldn't be able to get tortured ever in a reality where there's a benevolent God to a maximum, who's also powerful and all knowing. Like it's just, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all. In fact, there would be no version of hell that would even be possible if we're dealing with a literally all knowing, all loving being. It's like, okay, even the worst person on the planet, even in their case, okay, it would only make sense that they got punished exactly for what they did, but not beyond that. It's like, okay, they get punished for, genociding 10,000 people. Well, okay, they get punished for genociding 10,000 people, but not literal hell forever. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, the over the top insane idea of hell even existing in any version with a
And not,
maximum level being. It's
not,
crazy.
let's just take hell out of the picture. Another thing they're very afraid of is just the fact that they would die. And that's it, man. There's nothing else. Just like boom, they're gone. I mean,
Yeah,
that scares the hell, literally, out of people.
it
And so
does.
that's why they can't give it up. I mean,
That's it.
they can't come to terms with the fact that when they shut their eyes, that is finito. You know,
Yeah, it terrifies so many people.
and that's why they're also having kids. That's another reason why they have kids, because they want to have their legacy, their lineage. They want some continuing. Okay, they can't stand the idea of death. You
Right.
know, the finito, end of story. You know,
They want to
that's what
live
I'm
on
trying to
through
say.
their kids. They want to live on through their kids. And
Yeah,
what they want to do is basically, they also, I think a big part of it is they want to be distracted by having kids so they can distract their mind from their horror of death, actually. Because
hmm
most people that have kids, they're always going on about how distract my kid this, my kid that. It's like, it like forces them to have their mind focused on the kid to where
yeah.
they can't really focus on anything else very much. So
It,
it's
it,
like,
it, make, it makes them focus on the youth of the child, the
yeah,
youth, the freshness, the new life, the
right.
new fresh start.
And it basically blinds them. It creates this artificial blinder over their own mortality to some degree, in the sense
Right.
that they're seeing with their eyes new youth, new life potential. So it basically is this way to create a delusion in them that actual positivity is going to follow their own death in some capacity.
Yeah. And if they have a
And
great grandchild, oh God, they're ecstatic.
exactly. So it's like this carried on thing. Imagine what it would be like if they saw their great 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 grandchild.
Yeah.
They'd be through the
Uh-huh.
freaking roof,
Right.
jumping off the ceiling, right?
But just shutting their eyes, not thinking, oh, my line is going to go on. I'm going to keep my cells, my whatever, my DNA is
Yeah,
going to continue on, and that's what they're going for, man. And
it
the
is.
same thing, this Christianity, the same thing, I'm telling you, religion. It's just the same, holding on for some kind of existence, okay?
Yep, that's it. And I think so. This is Anamaj. He's living an interesting comment. He or she. Anamaj, I think you're a guy as far as I know, but basically, Ghost Laxton, no one's asking big questions, too spiritual, too world. So Anamaj, your mention of we have technical apparatus to communicate with spirit world, all this type of stuff. I think so. Anamaj, the point I'm trying to make is with all of these experiences people have of this supposed spiritual other world and stuff. Now, let me be very clear. I personally have a very strong hunch and experiences that there are other worlds aside from this one, worlds that you might call spiritual. However, what I've noticed is what they're consistently lacking in is they're lacking in any beings that are benevolent and powerful in terms of affecting this world. They're lacking in that specifically. So, yeah, there might be benevolent beings within their own world floating around who can't do jack squat to do anything about this one whatsoever. That may be a thing that's going on. There's some bar for them acting here, but that's exactly my point, though, is that they're useless here for the most part. Like beyond like inspiring us on an individual level, right? To continue on with our life's mission or be a good person or whatever, they have no beneficial effect here in any tangible physical sense. They're not stopping child cancer. They're not stopping child torture. They're not stopping any of these most horrible things at the baseline up ever at all. They're not solving the amputee issue. None of it. None of it. And so the issue is basically like, however grandiose these other spiritual worlds are in and of themselves, if we're going to experience them or go to them or whatever, they're sure as hell not affecting this world very much. That's for sure. No matter how much we want them to or desire for us to do so. So, do you see my point, Anamaj, what I'm trying to get at and what Patsy is talking about with me? It's like the point that we're coming at it from is we're noticing the same thing about, yeah, these worlds may exist, but they're pretty much useless in terms of this world and what goes on here is the point. Right. So it's like you hear of so many cases with this out of body stuff. It's like, oh yes, I saw this and saw that, and this person said this, the Galactic Confederation, which is, I guess, within this universe, supposedly on other galaxies, like, and they don't even solve shit here physically. Like they're supposedly here caring for us and everything else. Literally since when? What was it like? The 90s onwards up until today, it's been 30%. Oh yes, the Galactic Federation is about to appear and solve all the problems in the world and fix everything and blah 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 blah. And guess what? All the bullshit, child torture still happens. All the bullshit's still going on. Child cancer, amputees are still a thing. Like they haven't fixed jack squat. Jack shit, even the ones that are claimed to exist within this universe haven't solved anything. What to speak of these beings that are beyond this universe, they especially haven't fucking fixed anything tangible. And it's always left us. Think about it. Every narrative you heard about the out of body experience, what is this person left with? Oh, it's up to you. It's up to you, the one that's still in this world, to fix and change things. It's on you. It's on your lap. It's like, oh, great, thanks. On top of all the mental disability, difficulties, and challenges and exhaustion, all the other shit that I already have to deal with. Now I got to solve the world problems myself single handedly. Thanks, motherfucker. It's like. It's kind of insulting. Like, this is why I think a lot of these spiritual narratives saying, okay, you're going to be the one to fix the world. Now, I'm all for positivity. Be that anyway. Let's try to fix the world. But if some being from some other world, just from their end, if, says to us, okay, you need to be the one to fix things, it's like, duh, tell me something else I don't already know. Like, that's kind of an asinine thing to repeat to me because, like, what are you going to contribute to me fixing the world? What are you going to help me out with fixing things in? Like, instead of just this, you need to fix the world, it's on you. Like, great, what are you going to do to help me fix it then? Spiritual thing from another world. You know what I'm saying? Does this make sense, Anamaj, what I'm trying to get at? It's basically like no matter what version of these experiences you have, there's always some variation of it's left mostly to us anyway at the end of the day. So it's like, okay, great. We already know it's left to us though at the end of the day. So why are these spiritual beings even appearing just to repeat to us more or less what we already know? Like it doesn't really make any rational sense in any helpful, meaningful way. It's like, okay, appear to tell us that we have to do more of what we already know we have to do, what we're already overburdened by and can't sufficiently do. Just repeating it. It's up to you to fix it. Unite together, work as a team. Great. How about you grow us a fruit tree orchard in this city so we don't have to be the ones to plant it? How about you help us? How about you convince the heart or mind of this city council person to fucking start planting edible landscapes? How about you do at least that much, please? You know? So I
That
think you
part.
understand where I'm coming at, Hanamaj, on all this stuff.
And I was thinking about that last night, actually. I was actually thinking about that last night.
Oh yeah.
Funny you mentioned that because I was sitting there thinking right before I went to bed. I said, all this stuff we go through, all this shit we go through in life, all the struggles, all the anxiety, all the worry, all the pain, all the stuff we have to go through it, pretty much on a day-to-day basis. Negativity stuff. All this negative stuff we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And then we have to think about what's going to happen to us after we die.
Exactly.
Like, have we done good enough to make it to heaven? Are we going to go to hell? Or are we going to be in the grave and not ever come back? Or, it's just like a cosmic joke.
It is.
The whole thing is like a damn joke. It's like a cosmic joke.
The whole thing reads like a horribly written, terrible, bad.
I mean, you think about it. Am I right? Are you thinking on my lines here?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like not only do you have to go through the shit we're going through now, but you got to think about eternity or no eternity or all that stuff too on top of it.
Because the thing is, we're dealing with a situation where, like, it's like the worst bad written play, cosmic stage play, where people are actually being tortured and actually suffering. So it's not a play, but it reads like the sickest, most diabolical joke ever concocted in a brain.
Exactly.
Like, and it's like, even if you just look at evolution, even if you look at the whole thing from like a secular perspective, the whole thing still reads like a sick fucking joke. It's like, really? Life developed that way to eat itself and devour itself and kill itself and fight and death
And
and
it's still
torment
doing it. It's still doing it, yeah.
for billions of years? That's how it developed and evolved?
Yeah.
What?
And it's doing it now. I mean, eat and consume,
that's what I'm
spit
saying. It's
out,
still doing
consume,
it now.
spit
Like,
out. It's just a damn it's like a damn rat on a wheel that does the same thing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
It's like a meat grinder. Okay.
There's like a malevolence built into it, because think about it. You look at this and it's like, holy shit, evolution could have so easily gone along any other line than that.
Right.
Like, could have gone along the lines of, oh, hey, let's optimize life, more life. No death at all. Let's just keep optimizing life itself, life. No consumption, no things dying, something important, none of this reproduction to grow a certain age and then die bullshit. No, let's life on top of life, ever more pleasured, ever more joyful, ever more happy. Like, it could have evolved that way, but it didn't. It evolved this way. So my thoughts on it are like, whatever a person's take is in the secular sense of evolution or not, it's like, if you understand evolution, even if you're a flat out atheist or whatever, and you don't acknowledge any other reality beyond this one, it's like, seriously, like, there's just a naturalistic only clunky, things evolve this way scenario. It's like, there's too many fucking holes and flaws built into this that are just diabolical, that evolution by itself, unless there's this built-in diabolical code behind it, it doesn't make sense. Like, it wouldn't do this. It wouldn't be this miserable, this painful, this agonizing. It would be vastly more minor in terms of the degree of pain and anguish if it was only a naturalistic, no malevolent anything attached to it. And this has always been just unbelievably obvious to me, to where, yeah, I'll study, evolution textbooks day and night. I'll watch videos on it. I'll learn everything I can about it to understand how it's operating. But I'm never going to be able to shake the sensation that this reads like some malevolent thing behind it. Like, there's some intentional evilness fucking behind it, beyond just the, la-di-da-di-da, clunkety-clunk, here we are evolving and here we are today. Like, that doesn't account for enough of it. Like, there's too much pain beyond when it's necessary to account for just that alone. And I think you agree with me on that, Patsy, in terms of feeling my vibe on that, what I'm trying to get.
I mean, it's the percentage of negative to positive. What would you say in a line?
Oh my God,
if you had to put a percentage of the negative things in life versus the positive things in life,
realistically, if we're being realistic,
your percentage ratio be?
I would say, in best case scenario, if somebody's really looking at their life and the lives of others.
I mean, the average person, okay? I mean, I'm not talking about a multi-millionaire. I'm talking about an average Tom, Dick, or Harry out there in the world.
I'm saying it for average Tom, Dick, and Harry, the ratio is at absolute best for an average Joe. It's maybe, and this is a stretch, 10% joy to 90% misery, if they're being honest about their life and what they experience. If they're being
Yeah,
honest and noticing.
I'm talking about that's incorporating all negativity you can
Yes,
think of.
exactly.
Negative versus positive. Okay.
Best case scenario, 10% to 90% misery. And in most cases, it's far less than that. 5% joy to 90% or to 95 plus percent misery. And, with very few exceptions, even in the richest case of all, they might get up maybe to 15 to 20% compared to the, 80% of misery or whatever. But the way I see it is like and that's only if you're really good at deluding yourself or tuning out the horrors that you're aware of. But in most cases, people, even just at 5% of happiness, people are basically tuned out from the miseries and brain dead because they get so hooked on that little teeny bit of just relief from the miseries that they basically treat that little bit of relief as this godsend, basically. Like, it's like, it was
That's
really
so
not that
sick.
great.
That's so
Yeah,
sick, man.
it is sick. It's
Somebody could
like,
be that perverted. They eat up that kind of a little bit of joy there that they might get. Um, and knowing it's not going to last.
no.
Knowing it's not going to last.
It's not going to last. And the thing is, it's like, I think
Yeah.
so. In other words, the actual degree of happiness is like a maximum of 10% to 90% miseries, but they're not aware of the 90% of miseries most of the time. So in other words, most humans will delude themselves into wrongly thinking, erroneously, that they have a lot more happiness than they do. Like a person with 10% actual happiness in life will be usually very good at deluding themselves that, oh no, I actually, my life is at least 50% joy and then 50% miseries, or, maybe 60 or 70% or whatever. But if they, as soon as they really analyze the horrors that they're involved in accidentally or intentionally, or that the actual miseries they're facing, right? Their wage slavery or whatever the hell else, as soon as they really become aware of it, then the degree of misery they're actually experiencing becomes apparent, right? So it's not even that there's the one factor of actual happiness, and then there's the other factor of stuff that's wrongly perceived as happiness that isn't. That's basically just them deluding themselves, So, and many would argue, I would slightly disagree with people on that point, but many would argue that none of it's actual real happiness. It's all just delusional happiness, even the things that we think are genuine forms of happiness. But the point remains the same, whether you think it's genuine or not. The ratio is so unbalanced, right? And that's what we can all recognize and agree on as the fact, is that the ratio of torment is so fucking vastly overweighing the pleasures that that's not what a world that has only evolution by itself and no other factors involved looks like. I'm not sorry. That's not what it looks like. You don't have a world with this much horror if that's all that's going on.
No, yeah, PP, I came up with a saying. I came up with a saying on life.
Yeah.
You
What's the
ready?
saying?
Life is the struggle to lessen or avoid the pain and suffering of our involuntary existence.
There you go. That's one way to word it. That is definitely quite an interesting, good way to word it. That's accurate, pretty accurate.
You know,
Because
you're trying to what do you call that? There's a word for that. Oh shit, what am I trying to say? When you're trying to compensate for something else,
overcompensation.
you're trying to alleviate the pain of the negativity in searching for a little bit of joy. You know, you know what I'm saying?
Coping.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say in that.
Right.
Life is a struggle and the pain and the suffering, but it's the struggle to lessen that, okay? Lessen the pain and the suffering
Right.
the whole way through. And
Yep.
that's why you try to grab for any little piece of joy or happiness you can get along the way, okay?
These
To
scraps. Yep.
offset it, offset,
Right.
offset that. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what it is. And you've noticed a very key thing built into this fucked up reality where that's how it is here. Almost, I would say, not literally all, but almost all types of happiness are attempts to offset misery that's already there,
Mhm.
in most cases. So basically, because think about it, like, yeah, if there's nothing missing or lacking, then where is the impetus to improve something, right? Like if the thing isn't lack, so obviously there's lack there to start with. Otherwise, there would be no impetus to, need to experience a better thing than that thing, right? So it's like, and then you can apply this to anything: romantic life, ideal life, wants, desires, of any type and variety beyond the baseline that you're already experiencing. And what we're dealing with here is, you know, it's a situation where once a person comes face to face with that reality of things and can never shake it off again, you basically have a very small range of options in terms of philosophies you can adhere to, viewpoints towards reality, and others you can have, and that's basically all you have to work on. Basically, you end up going into one of three directions. You go in the direction of promortalism and or ephilism, or one of those things, where your goal and ideal is basically to achieve escape from sentience forever and trying to help others achieve escape from sentience forever as much as you can. That's one route. The other route is you go the pleasurist route, which is the route I take, and you try to maximize pleasure for beings forever as long as possible as your focus and goal. You don't go the nothingness route. Or there's the other third option of basically you just have this complete total apathy path you take, trying to basically just tune out everything and just exists without attaching any narratives to stuff or philosophies or whatever, just so you can function. You just focus on very basic things. Okay, video
I think that's
games.
me. I'm three. I'm the third one.
Yeah, okay, there you go. So basically just chilling out, just doing
Mm-hmm.
whatever, hanging out, having just
Mm-hmm.
basically
Kind
whatever
of
you
numb
can.
out to. You numb it.
Yeah,
You
just
numb yourself.
whatever you can to just numb yourself to
Yeah,
the
you
horror of
numb
it.
yourself out.
Yep,
Because you know it's inevitable what's going to happen.
that's right.
It's a losing battle.
Yep. And so those are your three options. Basically, there's really no fourth option. Everybody I know who's come to these same conclusions takes to one of the three paths. Either the non-existence thing, ideation and all that type of stuff,
Mm.
the pleasurist ideation and path, the fight against what you know is a losing battle anyway, but you fight anyway, path that I take, and or the path of just apathy, tuning out to the horror of it, right?
But mine's not numbness without awareness. I've got the awareness,
Yeah.
but I'm
You've
numb.
got the awareness,
Okay.
but
And
basically
that's
it's a focus on
yeah.
tuning out to the full extent of the horrors just so you can function, basically.
Yeah, to protect yourself.
To protect yourself. Yeah,
Protect
exactly. Right.
yourself. Yeah, right.
Correct.
Self protect yourself. Self preserve yourself.
Yep.
Um,
There it is.
now let me tell you something interesting. This just happened, but I was talking about my husband or whatever. He's still a Christian, and he, he has been all his life. But anyway, it's kind of interesting. This happened just recently, like last week actually. But we've been going to this sushi restaurant forever. I mean, years. You know, and it's owned by these Chinese people. Okay, um, we know them well. I mean, they're like family. Okay. Um, I mean, they know us very well, and they always come up and talk to us when we're in there, and give us special little treats of food when we're in there, and drinks and stuff. You know how it is when you get real chummy with somebody that owns a restaurant. Anyway, to make a long story short, uh, one of the people passed away in an automobile accident. Okay,
I see.
and anyway, we were tore up about it. His sister came up to the table and told us that he passed away in an automobile. And so we were just all upset, just crying and everything. Just got back to the car and we were hugging each other and holding on to each other. And it just dawned on me. I sat in the seat when I got back in the car, and I said, Danny, you realize, according to that Bible you read, that he's not in a good place right now, according to what that Bible you're reading and you believe in.
Interesting.
I said, what do you think about that? What do you think about it? How you feel about that now? I said just about like that too. Kind of with disgust in my breath too, because it was just disgusting to even think about that. And he wouldn't answer me.
Wow.
He said I don't want to talk about it. And I said, Well, you need to think about that when you got your head on the pillow tonight. Just think about it. If you're willing to accept that
There
and
you
still
go.
believe in that.
Good on you for bringing that up to him.
I said because he sure didn't believe in that Bible.
Yeah. Where see is with me, if I was a Christian, it would have been a given if he was a nice person, right? If that Chinese,
And he was. Oh God, he said, and we were going on about how good a person he was.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So for me, in my Christianity, if a person like that had died and I was close to them and they were a nice person, I would have been like, of course they're not in hell. Like, so for me, at least personally, it would not have been an issue. But it's very interesting. So my answer to you would have been, oh, of course he's not in hell. No way. Because I believe in a loving God and I know for a fact that guy didn't go to hell because he didn't deserve hell. So of course he's not in hell. That would have been my response, right? So it's interesting to me that your husband does not have that perspective. The answer should have been, if he believes in a loving God, the answer should have been, no, he's not in hell. Of course he's not. Why would the answer be he doesn't want to talk about it? Because he actually on some level is disturbed and actually believes there's something to do with him going to hell. Whereas my
Right.
response would have just been, of course he's not in hell. So
Mhm.
this is the other thing that was interested when we were talking to Shifted, and I'm glad we're getting a chance to talk one-on-one now, is that when we were talking to Shifted about it, it was a very similar thing. I was like, Shifted, why don't you just adopt an ideology or view towards God that reflects an actually genuinely more merciful God? Why don't you at least do that? Like, why? Why don't you? Because it's going to give you better answers. It's going to be more sensible, more rational, more reasonable. Like, think about it, Patsy. If you had asked me that, and I was in the situation of being your husband or a friend or whatever, right? And we both knew this person, and my
Mhm.
answer was to you, oh, yeah, my God is a living God. Of course, the guy's not in hell. He's probably in heaven right now, most likely. Or if he's not in heaven, he's in some other realm that's heaven like of some type or whatever,
Mhm.
something like that. He's in a good place. He's not in a bad place because he was a good guy. That would have been my stance on it as a Christian.
Mhm.
So what would your response to me have been if I answered you that way as a Christian? That affirmatively, nope, he's not in hell. What thoughts towards the God that I worship would that make you think in terms of the God that I worship? Whether you believed what I said or not, what would you think about that?
Uh, I
So if
would.
I was a Christian tonight, if so, let's just pretend I'm a Christian, right? And you
Okay.
asked me, hey, you know, that guy, according to your beliefs, is probably in hell. I would say, actually, according to my beliefs, he's not in hell because the God I worship loves everyone genuinely and brings most people to heaven as long as they're good people because he understands their hearts. It's really hard to get into hell in my belief system. And that's what I answered you with. What feelings about my Christianity would you feel in comparison to the feelings about your husband's Christianity that you're
Well,
expressing or Shifted's
I just
Christian?
know that you know I don't know what he thinks about. I don't know what he thinks about the interpretation, but I just know what my interpretation. Well, I'm Church with the Church of Christ. He's Baptist, but I'm Church of Christ, and they're a little bit different there. But I'm saying I was Church of Christ. Uh, it's like the Bible says certain criteria you have to have before you get to make it into heaven. And it ain't just that he was a good person because the Bible says that nobody is good. Not one person is good. Nobody is good. Um, they had to be made good by, you know, being baptized into the church, baptized in remission of sin, that kind of stuff, and going on with the rest of their life in Christianity and all that kind of stuff. So, and I'm sure he feels that way too. Um, I don't think that he's thinking maybe he's in heaven. I don't think that. I mean,
Yeah.
or he'd have said
So,
it, or he would have said it. No, Celeste, I think he's there, in heaven.
wow, that's so dark. And see, that's why I'm trying to think of a name. I don't know if there's an official name doctrine wise for what I believed in that regards Christianity wise, but like in my worldview, it's like, yeah, we acknowledged everybody was a sinner and all that type of stuff, but basically our stance was that Christ doing that in the sacrifice, that was the visual representation of something that was already in place eternally. So even before he died on the cross and stuff like that, that was the dynamic that was already existing between God and us before the visual, here I am on the cross dying. So in other words, in my worldview, God already had taken upon himself, whether people knew about him or not, that dynamic of bringing them to heaven if they're kind-hearted people. So in other words, it was permeating reality, right? In my worldview, where it's like, it's not a thing where you have to read the Bible and know about Christ and accept him in that way. And on top of that, I had the view that they're brought to heaven and then clarified whatever things they didn't understand. So what's interesting to me about the majority of denominations of Christianity is that they have such a very dark, black and white, one and done, either you go to hell or you go to heaven, based on really, really, honestly, bullshitty criteria. Because, it's not everyone, like if you're raised in China, you might not have even heard about the exact Christian narrative that way. You might have just had your entire life filled with like Buddhist doctrines or ideologies or Confucian stuff, and that's all you knew about. So like, why that? It doesn't even make sense that you'd be thrown into hell for not being informed. Or even if you are informed, if you have an upbringing that makes, where the Buddha stuff and Confucius stuff makes more sense to you, like, why are you going to be thrown into hell for something that makes more sense to you than something else? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. So I just, I hear about these things, and I I'm very grateful the type of Christianity I was raised in, because it was a lot easier to escape than a lot of these other fucking types. Thankful I didn't have to escape the fear of hell in mine, which is, I'm so glad I didn't, because that would be way harder to escape if it was an actual fear. Uh, but it's just so dark to me. Like when somebody does that and they don't know how to answer, I don't want to talk about it. The only thing, if somebody doesn't want to talk about it, the only reason I could think to not talk about it is if he actually believes he's in hell. I mean, what other reason would you have to not want to talk about it? Like for me, unless obviously you don't want to talk about it for the context of, you're just really shook up and sad that he's dead, maybe. Okay, that makes sense. But in response to that question, like to me, it's, as a Christian, I would have been like, or as a Christian back then, I would have been like, hey, let's do talk about it, because hey, here we miss him when we care about him, but let's be happy knowing that he's probably in heaven. That's mostly almost guaranteed where he is, like let's celebrate the fact that he's there instead of in this horrible world. Let's celebrate that he's in a better place than this worst place, versus not talking about it. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't
Well,
really add up. Like,
it definitely wasn't that way, because we had a conversation before. You know, I don't know, years ago. We were still going to the restaurant and all that stuff, and talking to him and being involved with. And he said to me one day, he's up and said, they they don't believe in the God that we believe in. He said, gosh, he kind of said it with sadness in his you know voice. To the, what I'm saying.
yeah,
Um, like he acknowledged the fact that they weren't Christians. And that was a sad thing, the way he said it,
right.
in that connotation. So, which leads me to believe that, yeah, he definitely thinks that, he's not in heaven.
Wow. That's incredibly dark to think that. I'm glad I never thought that way about nice people that died. Like, I'm so glad I never thought that, actually. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Because holy shit. Like, all I can say is holy shit. I'm
But did you
horrified.
see the pressure, see the anxiety, see the fear, see the that puts on you? Uh,
Yeah.
uh, it's just not right. Uh, it's an awful feeling to put that on anybody.
It's
Um,
terrible. It really fucks with a person's head bad. Like,
and then
really
they'll
bad.
come up with excuses like, well, they weren't told about it. The God will make allowances for people like that weren't. But the gospel's been preached all over the world by now. Everybody knows,
Right.
So there's no excuse. They say. Uh,
Yeah. So my thing was, you'd only go to hell if you rejected the gospel knowingly in malice. So and on top of that, you were a cruel person, or I should say it was either or. If you were super cruel and evil and just a mean piece of shit like Stalin or whatever, or you heard about the Bible scripture and you rejected it with a sense of malice in your heart towards God, like a pissed off, angry, hateful sensation. Because here's the thing: there's a difference between someone who wishes the best for every sentience, including a God being, but simply opposes the way reality is set up, even maybe by that said being, but they don't wish any being actual pain or torment, right? So if that was the psychology of a person, if they had like, oh, this reality is really fucked up, and I don't agree with this for that reason, that's messed up. If their heart was in the place of they want others to experience maximal pleasure, including God, and they don't want God or any other being to ever be tormented, if that was their motivation seat in their heart or emotions, then in that case they would also go to heaven
Well,
because
let
their
me ask you this.
motivation
Let me ask you
was
this,
good.
Noah. Here's a good one. Here you go. Let me ask you this question. Let's say me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and put myself on it. Let's say I blame God for the way he set things up. I'm in deep trouble, right?
No, not in my Christianity you wouldn't have been.
Well,
No.
according to the Bible, I am.
Yeah, according to the Bible as most interpret it, correct. Yes, that's not how I interpreted it ever though, in terms of what I read. Um, Basically, in my Christianity, like if you had met me in my Christian days, basically, if you had rejected it in terms of being pissed off about the things that happen because of the way the God has the world set up, or the fact that He doesn't save it. In other words, as long as you didn't desire injury or pain or anguish onto God directly, along with as long as you didn't wish injury to God or any other being in your heart, right? Basically, the criteria in my Christianity was the idea was that Satan, his specific evil was that he wished harm on God and other beings. That was actually his sin and what qualified him for hell. In other words, he was a being who didn't wish for maximal pleasure of God and all of the beings. He wished actively for harm of other beings that didn't specifically worship him. Whereas God actually actively wished for and desired maximal pleasure to beings, but because Satan insisted on beings being tormented instead of pleasured, that's why God cast him into that state of being tormented, because that's actually what Satan wanted, uh, indirectly for himself via wishing harm on others, because he was connected to others, right? So this idea of us all being connected, if you wish harm on someone else, you get harmed in turn, right? It's kind of like a sort of a version of the karma idea, kind of, that I had, not exactly in the Hindu sense, but in sort of a different sense like that, where basically if you were just pissed off at how God arranged things or that God couldn't fix things, but you wished also for God and us together to just be happy beings forever, right? Like you wished that God experiences only pleasure and us, but you were pissed off at the fact that God didn't fix things or He caused problems and stuff. If your desire was for the pleasure of all beings, and not the desire for harm of anyone, then in that case you would still go to heaven. You'd still be qualified for heaven because you have, in that sense, you still have a godly heavenly psychology towards life and towards reality. You wouldn't need to agree with the narrative in the book. The narrative in the book is basically just kind of like a, hey, here's the layout, here's the book. It's ideal if you adhere to this narrative. However, if you don't, as long as your reasons are good and heartfelt as to why you don't, then you'll still make it to the same place, because it was about your motivation in your heart that led you to heaven or not, you know, do I dip my head in water? Do I formally accept Christ as my Lord and Savior in this specific way? Blah, 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 blah. That wasn't what got you to heaven in my Christianity. What got you to heaven was where your heart was at. Where your heart was at was what led you to where you were going to go, not, you know, dipping your head in water. Yes, I formally accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, blah, 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 blah. Like, that wasn't it. I just, yeah, that would especially assure you entrance into heaven if you did that. That would especially, ensure that that would be the case. But the idea was in my Christianity that God understands your heart, obviously being a maximally knowing being. So of course He's not going to punish you for not adhering to that exact narrative or whatever the hell else. My interpretation was that whoever put those extra threats in the Bible were men with motivation who misinterpreted something about the connection they had with God or that others connected with God. So in my Christianity, we didn't accept the disciples as 100% authoritative necessarily. We read it as, okay, this is their interpretation based on their experiences, but it doesn't mean that every single thing they're saying is exactly what's going on with us and God. It just means this is their experience. It's an inspired, written thing as far as they understand, but it's not okay, this is the reality, and if you don't accept what the disciples say about Christ, that you're going to suffer or whatever the hell else. That's not how we read it, at least not me and my mother. um And I think to my dad, to a great extent as well, didn't read it 100% in the sense of, okay, just because this guy says you're going to burn in hell if you don't do this, and he's saying God is saying this, that doesn't necessarily mean God for sure is saying that. It just means that that's according to this guy, what God is saying, right? But what you need to pay attention to more is what's in your heart. And so that's what I did. I paid more attention to what was in my heart and less attention to what was written in the book, in terms of ratio, right? So if only more Christian denominations could do that, the world of Christianity would be a lot better off, honestly. But basically, they don't. What they do, most of them, is just like, okay, what these disciples say in the Bible and what this Paul guy says, that's literally what God means and what he intends and what God's instructions are for us in life. And if you don't follow them, then I'll be damned, you're going to go to hell. That's just a horrible version of Christianity that I could never imagine adhering to ever. Like, that's just terrible. And it's really sad, and I'm sorry that you had to face that growing up in that type of a world, that kind of a Christianity. It's really dark, really fucking dark
Well,
narrative.
it's just kind of like, I think I said this the last time I was on here. I mean, you may have heard or not. I'm not sure if you did, but as far as just having a relationship that everybody says they have, most Christians say, well, a majority of them say they have with Christ. Um, I, 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 I can't say that I've never had that. I can't say that I've never had it. And as far as when I, accepted Christ or whatever and was baptized and all that stuff, I was baptized because I felt like I had done something wrong, okay, that needed to be forgiven for, okay, or I was going to definitely go to hell for it or whatever, that kind of thing. That's what made me go to the baptism pool, okay? That's what made me go up there to the baptismal pool, the fear of what I did. Not that it was anything tremendously bad. It was just, according to what the Bible said, it was definitely something bad I shouldn't have done, okay? So I found myself going forward and getting baptized. So I didn't never really get a quote relationship, unquote, with God. I never got it. It was more like trying to save myself from, being unsaved.
Yeah, if that's the
You know what I'm saying?
dynamic,
So that's the gist of my Christianity. Um, it wasn't this longing for God. Got to talk to him all the time. Um, it was kind of like a father with a rod in his hand, kind of, holding it over your head, saying, okay, do as I say or else, and you better, that kind of thing. And
yeah,
who can have a relationship with a father that's even that way?
exactly. It's really
So,
fucked up.
and it was very similar to my father. Actually, that's the interesting part. My father was very much a hard taskmaster type man, you know,
Yeah,
hard on you, very hard man. He wasn't one of these just sit in daddy's lap type, and do that kind of thing. Wasn't that kind. So I went from that father to this father. So
interesting. Yeah, it's basically he's really the God figure. He's really a replacement for most people's fucked up daddies, like the daddy issues. He's like a cosmic replacement for shitty fathers. Like, it's
exactly.
weird. It's very weird that there's so many people that have fucked up dad issues that are specifically Christian in connection to that, and it's unbelievable. Both men and women who have different types of daddy issues. It's like it's a high demographic of the Christian world. And so literally the sky daddy in the clouds, taskmaster on a cosmic level, he just
Mhm,
literally replaces the shitty father that's the temporal father. Like,
mhm, mhm.
it's a strange, really toxic Stockholm syndrome thing when you think about it.
And it was not that I had a bad daddy. He gave me a lot of stuff, everything I needed. Okay, don't get me wrong, but it was that part of the discipline.
Yeah.
Okay, the discipline aspect was definitely instilled fear. Fear.
Yes.
Okay. Wait till your daddy gets home. Just wait till your daddy gets home.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. I always.
Hearing his car come in the driveway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh God, I hated that dynamic with my dad. That was.
That kind of thing.
Oh.
And I would be, letting it go on the ground before he even got in the door. You know. Um, I don't know how many times I did that. So I'm just saying, that sounds blunt, but I'm telling you the truth. That's how um, I see the Christianity that I accepted. Uh,
It's really
yeah.
interesting to me too that like a large number of people voluntarily shifted into Christianity during the Dark Ages. It wasn't all forced. Yes, there were some groups that were intimidated into it, but for the most part, most people voluntarily took to Christianity, especially in Northern Europe, outside the Mediterranean. It was voluntary in most people's cases because there was a transition of a couple hundred years. What's really interesting to me is why did people voluntarily shift into it from what they already had? Like this is kind of one of the most things I'm still trying to unpack as to why they would do that versus what they had already, which was their pagan religions, their goddesses and gods and stuff. Even though what they already had, yes, it was fantastical and a lot of holes in it stuff, but at least they were worshiping beings that weren't claimed to be literally all anything. They were worshiping limited beings. And, at least you have a little bit more logic and rationale if you're worshiping something that's limited versus unlimited, right? So it's strange that people shifted voluntarily over to this literally unlimited idea of a being.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. It's very strange to me that it went that way. But I think there's a lot to be said for this interesting topic that some people bring up, that there was like this planetary astrological shift worldwide that shifted the subconscious of the world into a different type of subconscious state to where that was the biggest contributor of people voluntarily taking to Christianity over everything else. Because think about it. When we talk about God in the uppercase G sense, there's literally this collective consciousness egregore that we all basically have about what that means, right? Uppercase G God means a certain thing when we talk about him. So there's literally there's a series of images, of concepts and ideas within a very specific fold that pop into all of our heads and thoughts when we think about uppercase G God, right? And so instead of having a different version of God outside of that, that isn't boxed into that literally all this, literally all that type of a being, our subconscious is basically locked into that's what uppercase G God is. It's like, okay, first of all, that version and idea of God being literally impossible means and even if someone's secular and atheist and doesn't even believe in God, it's that version of God that's still in their subconscious as what God means. This is the weirdest, darkest part about it all. Like this is independent of even believing in God or not. There's literally a collective consciousness egregore that is uppercase G God in even the mind of the atheist or secular person. This is the strangest part because um, if we have like a different consciousness egregore, like if the whole world had a different definition of what God means, right, in terms of uppercase G God, that they're not referring to an all powerful anything type of being, not all knowing, not all powerful, not all loving. That's not what they mean when they say God, uppercase G. We would have a very different world around us developing. And we would have a very different world around us in terms of how people behave, what goes on here. It wouldn't look the same. But literally, it's because we have this weird, impossible, discombobulated egregore that is this like thing that's just in the subconscious of everybody. This non-real thing. It's a totally conceptual being, obviously, because it can't be real, but it's very real in the concept of all of our minds, right? So in other words, whether we believe the concept or not, the concept is real in the sense of, okay, yes, we all know about the concept of the all-powerful, all-loving, all-knowing God that's everywhere, right, all the time. Everybody knows this concept, including atheists, secularists. We all understand it very well, but it's like but that's not a being that exists, though. Factually, we know this is not a being that, because it can't exist that way. So I look at this and I'm like, why the hell can't we have a version of God that isn't that version? But in terms of the mass consciousness, why does it have to be that version? And what it comes down to is, I think there's a lot to be said for astrological cycles affecting the general subconscious of humans on the planet. Because before that, I think right now we're in the age of Pisces shifting into the age of Aquarius. As far as I know, that's going to happen and be fully shifted over by the end of this century, maybe into the next one. But we're basically towards the end of the age of Pisces, if I'm not mistaken. And so the two fishes, think about it, the Pisces, that astrological symbol encoded in the Bible, the 5 loaves and 2 fishes and all this type of stuff, right? Referring to an encoded form, the age of Pisces, the 2 fishes symbol, and the fish as being a symbol of early Christianity and stuff like that, with the 2 lines crossing. It's really interesting when you look into this whole astrological correlation with stuff in terms of the mass consciousness. And it's really intriguing that the age of Pisces shifting into the world being the next astrological era the Earth is in, directly correlated with people shifting out of paganism for the most part and into Christianity. And then later into Islam, right? Really trippy stuff when you think about it. So literally the whole world operates on this weird egregore that's not real, that people all acknowledge as a real concept, that pretty much runs the fucking show here. Like, whether you believe he's an actual being or not is kind of irrelevant. The point is, the world operates on the egregore of people going back and forth about, is that being real or not? I mean, the very fact it's even a debate at all is bizarre, because it's like the very fact it's not automatically obvious to everybody. That's literally impossible, and self-contradictory. It's strange. It's really odd that that's not an automatic obvious thing to everybody, right? Even if you're someone inclined to believe in a maximally benevolent being, it's still really bizarre that people believe in a literally all-loving, all-knowing being. It's still really weird, even if somebody believed that, in some kind of loving or benevolent being. It's still odd that they believe in a maximally version of that. Uh, it's strange. It's just really weird, because you have basically a world where, so many problems, specifically in regards to philosophy, religion, and conflicts related to that on such a large scale, would have gone a lot differently, and probably would not have been as extreme or as intense or as horrifying in terms of number of deaths, number of, atrocities and all this other type of stuff. Probably not. It probably wouldn't have been as bad, honestly. Um, you still have wars, you still have problems, but it would probably be more within the fold of the pagan world's wars and problems, where it's like, they didn't, like, for example, with Islam, one of the worst things that's ever happened to the planet, this idea of sweeping the planet with this one belief, this one ideology. It was never like that before Islam, even with Christianity being a big deal. The Catholic Church was kind of sort of like that a little bit in Europe to some extent, but um so I guess you could say, yeah, both Islam and the original early Catholic Church were kind of like, they were both like that. But before that, in the pagan world, it was never about, you know, sweeping the planet with this one ideology. It was just like, okay, we have our gods over here, you have your gods over there. We might even share the same gods, but I'm going to conquer your lands and your stuff. And it had like nothing to do with trying to forcefully convert them over to your beliefs or not. It was just like, I'm going to take your stuff over there, and this is what I believe, and let's go. We're going to war. Like, that's how it was between the Romans and the Celts and all these other groups. But it was never this religious sweeping war, other than the very rare circumstances. Most of the time, people didn't really care that much. It was like, you know, kind of religion and spirituality was just taken as like a cultural, ethnic thing that you did, and that's mostly it. It's like, there were very rare exceptions of like dictators who were like, all right, this religion is gonna sweep the planet, and this is what it's gonna be. Even within Persia, there were only, as far as I know, a handful of Persian kings that required people to take to Zoroastrianism, which is the first type of duo monotheism that we understand, like Christianity. Of course, before that, you had branches of Hinduism that were sort of that, but it was the first formalized like state religion belief, as far as I know, Zoroastrianism, in the sense that you either do this or else, sort of a psychology, right? You do this or else we kill you. You do this or else. But even in Persia, though, it wasn't like that for the majority of their history. Most of their history was they would allow people to still have their beliefs, and they just had a state religion that you could optionally practice or not, as long as you acknowledged them politically as your rulers. So, and then what happened after them was Islam came in. Islam was like, nope, no, you have to believe this. You must accept this version of God, or else we're going to kill you. Like, if you don't accept this, you're dead. And that's what Islam was, right? So nowadays, Islam still exists. The nightmare that think of it, the fact that, oh God, the fact that the Catholic Church, with all of the horrors that happened, and Islam both still exist, it's really nightmarish in many layers. And the fact that Christianity and as a whole exists is pretty nightmarish itself, also. Um, but
Mm,
you know, but
yeah,
here we are. Here we are today.
yeah, it's true. It's been a nice conversation. Um,
Yeah,
going on 7 hours here.
right. And I have, in homages, in response to what he's saying, I have some thoughts on the Buddhism thing. Maybe as a good wrap up topic to finalize it with. That's Buddhism is about 5,000 years old worldview, religion, no false god. There, Buddha was a real human who was enlightened. So Buddhism basically um, is, and then said here in Sweden it was Angsar who came with that false teachings about 1,000 years ago. Interesting. I'd like to look more into this Ansgar person in Sweden. It's interesting. So basically, in Buddhism, what you have is, I would say, for its time, right? For its time, Buddhism was ahead of its time in a lot of ways, because Buddhism rejected this need to worship all the gods. Buddhism acknowledged that all life is full of suffering in different aspects. Basically, Gautama Buddha he was the deep thinking philosophical atheist of his time, right? Before atheism really existed as a thing, right? So, in other words, before atheism existed as a formalized perspective towards reality, where everything was just automatically like some version of spirituality or animism, or basically the whole world operated on this given. Of course there's the gods, of course supernatural beings exist, of course that's reality. It was kind of just like this automatic, with very few exceptions, unless you were a hyper detailed philosopher in Greece or somewhere else. Almost everybody it was automatic supernatural reality, there it is. So basically Buddha, he provided basically a spiritual version of atheism for his time. However, since all this extra scientific advancement and knowledge and everything else, we've come to learn a lot more about reality than Buddha could have ever known, ever. Right? In terms of, that's why I say, yeah, if anybody's going to adhere to some sort of ancient belief system that has an ancient origin or whatever, it's probably, you're, in many ways, Buddhism is more on track than other views, right? In certain ways, but in certain other ways, Hinduism, certain aspects are more on track than Buddhism is, depending on which aspect, right? So basically, I would say like the Hare Krishna views, especially, are definitely more on track than Buddhism in very key aspects. However, Buddhism is basically like, if you're more atheistically inclined, then Buddhism is obviously the thing that you're going to see as more rational or philosophical in that case. If you're more theistically inclined, if you're more like heaven oriented inclined, the Hare Krishna views are going to be more your thing, what you're going to align with better. So basically, this is what I tell people all the time about Buddha. I think in the modern era, we don't really need Buddhism anymore, especially because we have more information than he could have ever provided for us about the nature of reality, nature of suffering. But he did pretty good for his time. And that's basically my assessment of it in essence. Are you much familiar with Buddhism, Patsy, at all?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't studied on it a lot. Okay, don't get me wrong, but I like I like a lot of the thinking on it. Okay, the way what it centers around the
Yeah,
thinking philosophy part. I like it. I like that part of it. It
yeah,
seems to be a more peaceful. Um, mm, um, to me, it seems to be a more meditative, peaceful type of religion than Christian.
yeah.
Am I
It's,
wrong?
in essence, as far as I understand Buddhism, it's basically, for all the different things I've read and seen about it, Gautama Buddha, his main thing was recognize that all forms of life involve various types of suffering, including the various heavenly forms of life, including the various paradise forms of life. recognize how and in what way all of those real forms of life we experience here or potential forms of life we desire to experience, they all contain some variation of suffering, right? Even the most heavenly ones. Notice that that's a fact about reality, and go forward in your life. Basically, live a balanced life here as much as you can. Keep yourself calm and in as much of a balanced, healthy state as you can, knowing that at the time of death, there's no way we can know for 100% certainty about the real nature of things. So his emphasis on nirvana. In fact, what's interesting is a lot of people don't know this, because my friend he's a practicing Buddhist for a long time. The Buddha actually, in real life, he emphasized amrita and the nectar of pleasure. So pleasure, maximal pleasure while you're alive. He emphasized that more than nirvana, actually. Balanced, healthy pleasure here more than nirvana. Nirvana was actually a secondary emphasis in his teachings, but most people have gone on about nirvana so much after he taught Buddhism originally. People after him overly emphasized nirvana more than he did, right? And so, in other words, the when he was talking about nirvana, he was talking about it in the sense of having a psychology that's transcendent from being bogged down by too much misery or anguish, or absorbed in pleasure in the wrong way, in a delusional sense, where you're absorbed in pleasure, tuned out too much from the reality of the horrors of life in spite of the pleasure, right? So he was very thorough in his thinking in a lot of ways, but I find it very fascinating and interesting that people after him emphasized nirvana more than he did. In other words, they made it out to be where his biggest thing was nirvana, when in fact that's not true. His main emphasis was a balanced, healthy life while you're here was his biggest thing, not nirvana. Nirvana was basically like his suggestion, his hypothesis regarding what happened after death, or the nature of the ideal fully balanced state once you experience it. Basically, he referred to that as nirvana, but it wasn't this, um according to the evidence that we can see, this like it wasn't this idea that people after him made it out to be, basically, is what I'm trying to get at, which I find very fascinating. So knowing that and learning that, I actually had a much more respect for Gautama Buddha, knowing that fact, that he emphasized amrita, the nectar of pleasure, more than the nectar of pleasure in a balanced, healthy way, more so than nirvana, right? Because he did two extremes. He did the extreme of when he noticed that when he saw a dead person, a sick person, an old person, and some other person, that were in states of misery when he left his palace, because he first experienced a life of total indulgence, of pleasure, and then after that he's like, he took the other extreme. He basically put himself through extreme, like, fasting and meditation, to where his body just withered away almost entirely, where he almost starved to death, and basically trying to transcend the delusion of false pleasures and things like this. But he noticed that that was also too extreme. It was basically too extreme in the opposite direction. So one side, he was too extreme in pleasure. The other direction, he was too extreme in terms of self-regulation and discipline. So he's like, hey, the perfect life to live is the life that's smack dab in between those two, a life of extremely regulated, healthy, balanced pleasure, that the middle path, right, that he was talking about, and going on that balanced way where you're not deluded by pleasures, but you experience them in a healthy, regulated, disciplined way, but also where you don't indulge in pleasure in this willy-nilly, just gung-ho indulgent sense that's irresponsible. But you also don't do the other extreme. You don't starve yourself to death. You don't overly discipline yourself, right? To where, and I was like, hey, that's actually a really good point that he's talking about. So in other words, his idea was that you can more or less transcend the problems of reality as long as you go about life that way to a maximum, right? That middle path as much as you can. And what's interesting was he directly spoke against the Brahmanas of India of his time, who were vouching for animal sacrifices and all this other type of stuff. So the Buddha was actually an early pioneer of animal rights and animal, activism, to not harm animals unnecessarily, um, and stuff like this. And so, yeah, and so because the Brahmanas didn't like that of his time, what they did was, there's a really fascinating story, a book called Om Beep Beep on this. So what the Brahmanas did was they made him out to be an avatar of Vishnu, and tried to pretend like he was within the fold of their already existing ideology, and that his trying to stop the animal harm was some secret encoded mission of Vishnu. Whereas the reality was he was just directly speaking against them, period. And so what the Brahmanas of India have tended to do over the years is they tend to try and usurp other ideas from other places and pretend like it was their own idea the whole time. Right? So this has been a trend throughout Indian history that's been really dark but fascinating as time has gone on, where like, Greek philosophical ideas, they'll subsume them into their Indian ideas and pretend like it was their idea the whole time. It's really interesting how they've done this. So they did this with the Buddha also. They made Buddha out to be this avatar of Vishnu. And they're like, hey, look, see, the Buddha, this whole time we've been on his side. He's just an avatar of Vishnu. He has his reasons for speaking against what we're doing, his sacrifices and stuff. And they did most of this after he died, by the way, after he passed. So he couldn't contradict them and be like, no, I'm not actually what you're saying I am, this avatar of Vishnu. I'm actually speaking against what you're doing for real. I'm not this avatar within your fold of ideology. That's what Buddha would have said if they had asked him, or if he actually was, asked what his view on that whole thing was. But the reality was, their conniving, scheming worldview, which was designed to keep themselves in the position of power over others, right, religiously and spiritually and otherwise, they needed to create a convenient narrative about the Buddha to make him out to be someone who was within their fold of ideologies, even though he wasn't. And this is what you look at. It's like, this is really weird. Like, okay, if he was an avatar of Vishnu, why wouldn't he just appear and be like, hey, I'm an avatar of Vishnu, and my mission is this, to establish my mission as Vishnu to ensure that we keep and maintain this Brahmana system of doing sacrifices the right way. No, that wasn't what. So it's like it doesn't make any sense that Buddha would appear in this unnecessary disguised, or that Vishnu would appear in this unnecessary disguised form to basically roundabout, teach people compassion to animals, when he could have just directly said that to like the Brahmanas. If they believe in Vishnu and somebody comes and they're convinced he's Vishnu, they're just going to listen to Vishnu. Hey, Vishnu says we need to stop killing animals. So that's what Vishnu says. He wouldn't need to come in this disguised Buddha form, like to achieve that, So this is the part that I was looking at that, because as a Hare Krishna, we're told about the 10 avatars, the 10 appearances of, Krishna in this world in different forms and stuff. When it came to the Buddha, though, I was just like, there's something really off about this one, because he's clearly not speaking in line with the Vedic ideas. And no amount of them saying, oh, he was a secret mission of Vishnu to try and gently nudge the Brahmanas away from violence and blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's kind of a lot of bullshit there to that narrative. Obviously, this Buddha appearance is very distinct from these previous appearances of Vishnu in these other forms. So what else, what's really going on here? And it's like, oh, of course, they needed a way out in order so that they could what? Well, so that they could continue on as the Brahmanas. Oh, look, we're the Brahmanas. Now we're vegetarians. Now we don't kill animals anymore. Look, now we're these good guys that, we love animals so much now. Look at us, and so they could pull that off, and they did. So guess what? The society underneath them was like, oh, yes. Wonderful, you Brahmanas, it was your idea all along to be vegetarians and not kill animals, even though it was the Buddha's idea. And there's like, yes, you're right, it was the Brahmanas' idea the whole time. And there you go. And that's so that's what they did. And then guess what? What the result is, everybody keeps worshiping the Brahmanas. They stay at the top of society on the social hierarchy. There you go. That's what happens. It's it's weird. There's a lot of really weird, unique things to India that are really fascinating when it comes to religion and spiritual history, like how the Brahmanas did things and why. A lot of dark shit too, but it's just, there's a lot of very unique to India things that happened here in terms of a lot of these spiritual ideas and concepts and stuff. So, I'd look into that and check it out. It's a very fascinating read. It's called Om Beep Beep, the book. That talks about that whole history and stuff. But and I think Anamaj might be familiar with that, basically. Uh, but yeah, in other words, yeah, I think it's probably a good place to shift out from. It's about 10:19 here where I am.
It's 12:20 here.
Yep, there you go. But it's
Did
good.
TP leave it with us to close down or what?
As far as I know, I think so. Yeah, so I think if we both exit ourselves, it'll close it
Okay.
out.
All right. Okay. Uh, you know, PP, you know how much I love talking to you. Um, you just, I could talk to you forever. You're wonderful.
Likewise. And
Uh,
remember, Patsy, feel free. Like you can directly email me, perpetualpleasures@gmail.com. You can, and then I can give you my Telegram and stuff. So if you want to talk to me one on one outside of live chats like this, I'd be happy to do that. You know, if you just want to talk one on one, they're over the phone or Telegram or whatever it is that you
okay.
have.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's talk, you know.
Yeah, let me ask you, did you ever, did you know Charlie Kirk or not?
I didn't know him personally,
Uh-huh.
but I basically just I was I was very sad hearing that he got shot and killed because he definitely didn't deserve to die that way
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and get killed for that. The type of stuff he talked about. Why do you wonder? Did it seem like I knew him?
I
Or
don't know. Just look, I just wondered if you had any opinions on him and all.
okay. Well, honestly, before we close, really briefly, I think I actually felt some deep, even though I didn't agree with a lot of his ideas or something. I don't know exactly how to explain it better, but like I felt this like deep connection with him emotionally in terms of I appreciated like the person that he is on a deep level for some reason. And I even though I vehemently disagree with very key things he said in a lot of areas, I always felt this very strong sense that he was a good quality person. Right? Like a genuinely good quality person who meant well, even though a lot of his narratives and stuff were off, especially the Christian stuff. I
Right.
never got the sense that he was a malicious or mean intended person to anybody. I
Yeah.
never got that sense from him.
Uh-uh.
um and that's what's interesting. It's like, yeah, I might be wrong because I didn't know him personally, but my hunch is usually correct when it comes to stuff like this. Obviously he was passionate about what he believed, so that probably came across to a lot of people as him being a mean person or whatever. But having strong passion and intense feelings about what you believe doesn't mean you're a mean, unkind, ill will person towards others. That's not what it means. So I think people misconstrued a lot of that when he talked,
Yeah.
that his passion for being like actual malice or something. But I never got that. I never got that sense from him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people feel the same too. It's like, it really exposes the world we live in, where all these people touting about, and the irony of it, the person who's claiming that, oh, he's going on about a lot of hateful stuff verbally or whatever. Well, look at you. You're literally shooting people for saying stuff and having ideas. You're killing them. Like, I mean, who's the hateful person here? You're the one who's hates because you're the one who killed him or
Mm-hmm.
shot him. And people are now going on about how, oh, he's still alive. There's a conspiracy. And I'm telling people, I'm like, hey, if he's actually still alive, where is he? I hope he's alive. And I hope it was a hoax and that he's not actually dead, because that would be better than him being shot to death. Like, but that's what they stop talking. They don't go further and like, okay, well, here's the evidence of where he likely is. It's almost like they have this bitter resentment over the fact that he's even potentially still alive. It's like, why would you be bothered by someone still being alive if that might actually be true? It's like, it's weird to me. It's like, so if you're claiming he's still alive and that was a hoax, then cool, let's find out where he is so we can confirm he's alive somehow. Like, why wouldn't we do that? Because obviously, great, it means he wasn't shot in the neck to death. Awesome. So the kids still have a dad somewhere. Great. Like, but it's but it's like the narrative most people go on. It's like they're not pro him still being alive. They're like embittered over the fact that he faked his death. But here's the thing, like, there's no sensible motive to his death being faked. There's so many things that don't add up there, because America is already divided crazy, like nuts, right? So that being the case, it already being divided that way. Now, there might have been something where somebody else actually killed him from a different angle or something, instead of the supposed shooter guy. That might have happened, right?
Yeah.
But it's pretty apparent that he's actually dead. I mean, the fact that it would be really hard to hoax that the way that it's claimed that it was a hoax. And on top of that, the motive just isn't there, because it's like America was already on the brink of civil war anyway before him getting shot. In fact, if anything, it could be said that he was one of the sources of maybe tampering and slowing down the likelihood of civil war versus speeding it up, right? Because he was actually engaging in public dialogue. That's my thought on it. It's like, if anything's going to speed a civil war up, it's going to have him being shot. So my people, okay, well, there was a government scheme to have him killed or fake that he's dead to speed up the civil war, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, once again, there's not enough motive there because the American population already distrusts all government completely, right, left, and center already. Like there's already no trust. So an assassination of any kind is just going to increase everybody's distrust of the government even more, right? And so it's not going to achieve anything that benefits the government because now everybody's just more paranoid of the government than they already were. They trust government less now. And so, okay, if your goal is to get everybody everywhere to distrust all forms of government more, well, good job. You did that by having Charlie Kirk killed. But does that help them in any way? No, because on some level, they're going to want to do something that causes people to trust on some level the government more. But that's not what has been achieved here. So if you're going to do something that's going to be like an assassin, it's going to do something that's going to benefit you in some noticeable way, but there's no benefit. Nobody's benefited by him being killed on the conservative side, especially. On the leftist side, obviously, if he was actually killed by the guy who he said to be killed by, they're going to perceive that on their end there's some benefit for them because, oh, look, yeah, we took out a mouthpiece of the conservative side, but there's not a real benefit because you can see now they're divided more than ever. And most left leaning people think the ones praising his death are psychotic. So that didn't really achieve much of anything. So this idea that there's this grand conspiracy on the left to kill him to make more people left leaning or something definitely didn't work. It actually made more people go right than ever before or centrist. So you see what I'm saying? When people claim this assassination thing or this fake death, they can't back it up with any sensible motive that makes sense, right? That's the issue with it. And anyway, I'll leave it at that on my thought. What were your thoughts on Charlie Kirk yourself
Well,
in terms of?
I just wondered what you thought about him in general, but I think actually anytime you put yourself on a platform like that, um, in front of that many people, you're in dangerous territory.
Yeah, you're a target automatically.
Nowadays, it's just, of course, it's always been that way, but particularly now, it's just,
Yes.
in a debate format,
Yep.
also, not just podcasting or, you know, stating your opinion straight out, but this debating deal.
I think that's what killed him. I think because he emphasized the debate format, that's actually what got him killed. I think if he'd emphasized the discussion format and not done so many debate things, I think a lot less emotions would have been riled up the way they were. Honestly, I think
But
so.
I think he did that to try to bring people over to his side. The debate. If he won the debate,
Right.
like he tried to do every time,
Exactly.
that he would get more people to come over to the right side. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Hey
Exactly.
guys,
Hey, TP.
Okay.
hey man, just a heads up, I'm gonna have to end this live stream, but
Okay, we're going. We're getting ready to go.
Oh, no worries,
fine.
man. We were about to end it anyway.
Oh no, awesome. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed yourselves, and yeah, man. Thanks for joining, and everyone, please like, subscribe, and take care, everyone.
Yep. Have a good one. May perpetual pleasure be yours.
Indeed.
Happy Peanut.
Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
And you, TP.